Peace, family. We are live again. Dynasty Mirror Search for Huru. Thank you all. Thank you so much for joining. Make sure you hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. Also, make sure you share and make sure you subscribe. I will greatly appreciate it. Yeah, we are here. We are here. A couple of announcements. Sierra Leone. Sierra Leone. We are rolling to. Oh, no, stop. I gotta figure out how to stop the notifications when I get a call. They're connected to my laptop, so we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Sierra Leone, we are rolling to Sierra Leone end of this month. They're the citizenship process is back, or as my folks in the South say, back. So the citizenship process is back. If you're interested, please visit donfo.africa. Again, if you're interested, please visit donfo.africa. They've changed the rules up, so you have to come twice now, but they have opened it up. Oh, you know what? Hold on. Oops. Guys, sorry about that. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. The connection was a little fuzzy on the onset. I apologize. I had my VPN on, and for some reason, when I have my VPN on, the signal, the connection is not clear. So I apologize about that. But we're back now. So yeah, so they changed the rules up. So you have to come twice now, and you have to wait a year in between the visits. So every April and December is going to be a swearing in ceremony, except for this April. So the group that's coming in April, they won't get their passports to the following April. The group that's coming in December, they won't get their passports to the following December. But this right here, this Sierra Leone passport right here. There you go, bam. But the group that came with me this past November, they will get their passports in this upcoming December, which is a good thing. So yeah, but visit donfo.africa. Again, please visit donfo.africa. That's DANFO.Africa. Again, that's DANFO.Africa to learn more. We are also rolling to Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Again, Nigeria in August for the Oshun Festival. Also, we are going to Zanzibar in September for Safari Blue. Then we're rolling to Namibia and South Africa in November. And that's going to be one trip. And then we're going to Benin Republic in December. So looking forward to that. So if you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. If you're interested in joining, please visit donfo.africa. I will put the link in the chat room shortly. And as you come into the chat room, make sure you hit that like button. Shout out to King Joseph. King Joseph, I appreciate you. King Joseph, our brother from LA. He's always in the chat room, always supporting. I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate the support. You've been in these chats for years, supporting a brother for a while now. So thank you. That it really means a lot, because you could be somewhere else. You could be watching somebody else's content, but you here. So yeah, there was an article that was released. I believe it was last week. Why black men are HBCU attendance. Black men, their attendance at HBCUs are at an all-time low. And I'm going to get into the article here in a second, but I'm also just going to give my point of view why. And I want to give this disclaimer. So I'm not here to start a gender war. We ain't gender warring here. All right, this ain't no black man versus the black woman. but I just have to give my honest opinion on it. The focus is so much on black women now and their education, specifically college education, that just black men in general are being neglected and not thought about. And then now that they're not attending HBCUs, like, where's black men at? But I really want to say that I don't think this article was written. I think, as far as a concern for black men, I think the author was being disingenuous. And why I say that is, I think it's to weaponize the fact that black men aren't attending HBCUs, to weaponize that against black men. And to make it seem as if black men aren't qualified just because they're not attending college. But this is the issue I have. Yeah, a certain demographic is supposed to be the most educated in America, but this same different demographic, and I'm speaking of black women. And again, this is not a gender war. Were the loudest and the most demanding when it came to this whole cancel my college debt movement, that no one's college debt really got canceled. So what's the point of being the most educated if you're going to have all this debt? Like, I feel sorry for you. Like, I know people are paying $1,000 a month in college student loans. Now, unless you're a doctor or a lawyer, or, then I get it, I guess. But some of these degrees, and you're paying $1,000 a month in student loan debt. If you ask me, that's hustling backwards. So why should we be guilting black men to acquire college debt? And then when you look at these HBCUs now, they're nothing more than uh I don't want to say propaganda machines, but more of indoctrination, leftist liberal indoctrination centers. And we'll get into Howard here in a minute. But why should I send my son to a university where they're going to tell you that trans women are women? No disrespect to the LGBTQ community. But again, why should I send my son to a university where they use these he, she pronouns and trans men can have babies? So you're going to be $1,000, hundreds, in some cases, hundreds of $1,000s in debt, tens of $1,000s in debt to go to a university where trans women are women too? Are you serious? We're not talking about PWIs. We're talking about HBCUs. I mean, think about it. This is what's being pushed at HBCUs. Higher learning. Yeah, back when the different world was I am me. I'm telling my son already. I'm like, son, you either getting a scholarship. I'm not paying for you to go to school. You got to get a scholarship. Because the amount of complaining that I hear about, please pay our student loan debt. Please pay our student loan debt. Like, nah. Please, Joe Biden, cancel my student loan debt. No, you going on a scholarship. You better have a 6.0 or you better run a 4.240. You either have a 6.0 or you run a 4.240. Which needs to another point. The athletics. So now because of Donald Trump, getting rid of DEI, they UCLA is a liberal university in California, but we're talking about HBCUs, intelligent hood genius. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about HBCUs. Goodness. We're not talking about PWIs. But let's get into the sports. So, with a lot of these universities getting rid of DEI, even though affirmative action was canceled at all the universities in California, but people don't complain about that. The people were having the bright idea. Well, you know what? Tell all them black athletes at Ohio State to go to HBCU. And at one time, I was all about the black athletes going to HBCUs and taking their talents there. Intelligent Hudgen, don't put LGBT on HBCUs. I didn't put it on there. HBCUs put LGBT on HBCUs. What are you talking about? I didn't put it on there. HBCUs put LGBTQ on HBCUs. Guys, make sure you hit the like button. But yeah, people are like, yeah, we need to get these black athletes out of the PWIs and get them to the HBCUs. And at one time, I was like, yeah, let's do it. But now I can't. No, stay at the PWIs because HBCUs don't have the infrastructure. It's not there. The infrastructure just isn't there. And Alan's bringing up Morehouse. I remember when I was having this conversation with Morehouse finally redid their track. That Morehouse Stadium was a dump for the longest. I don't live far from Morehouse. They finally redid their track. And when I would bring up, like, hey, get your sport facilities together, they made it clear that they don't care about sports. It's all about education, which is important. But we just don't support, whether it be alumni or whatnot. We don't put money into the athletic facilities like the PWIs. So I'm like, nah, stay at the PWIs. Listen, if you're a 5-star athlete, you go to a PWI. Now, if you want to go to HBCU, that's on you. But I can't. Central State versus Ohio State, you take your ass to Ohio State. Clark Atlanta versus UGA, you take your ass to UGA. Georgia Tech versus Albany State, you take your ass to Georgia Tech. I'm sorry. Well, let me pull up this article. Oh man, it's ad block. Hold on. But guys, but don't fall for the banana in a tailpipe. This isn't an article that was written because they're concerned about black men. This is an article written to throw in your face or say or claim that black men aren't qualified. That's all they're doing. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we don't go. I'm gonna put the link in the chat room, and you guys are more than welcome to call in. And again, I'm gonna put the link in the chat room. If you want to call in as a conversation, you're more than welcome to call in as the conversation. I know some people that went to North Carolina A&T. I heard they're good schools. I mean, they're good schools. But again, there's a reason why black men aren't going to them. And I think the amount of people who are complaining about student debt, they're like turning people off to going to college. Like we have people who are dependent on Sleepy Joe. Here we go. I found an article right here. Let me it's on Lipstick Alley, but hey, we got the article. It's the amount of the complaining people did about their student debt. It's like, well, why the hell am I gonna go to college and get into debt like you guys? So that's been a turn off as well. Oh, let me pull this. It's on Lipstick Alley, but let me pull this up real quick. They got the whole article. So let me share this real quick, and we'll read through this. Yeah, Morehouse is like hey, listen. Here we go. Diners didn't go to HBCU because he was chasing snow bunnies. Former UJ teammate. Yeah, you're right. I was. Not a secret. It is not. It is not. It is not a secret. Yes, I was. Okay. Here we go. Guys, make sure you hit that like button again. Please hit that like button. But here we go. All right. At black colleges, a stubborn gender enrollment gap keeps growing. Only 19% of students at Howard University are black men, whose enrollment levels at four-year colleges have plummeted across the board. The number of black men attending four-year colleges has plummeted now where nowhere is the deficit more pronounced than at historically black colleges and universities like Howard. Before stepping foot on Howard University's campus, Skylar Wilson, you might as well just turn Howard. Well, let me hold on. Let me finish this. Before stepping foot on Howard University's campus, Skylar Wilson knew she would see more women there than men. But just how many more stunned her? Howard, one of the most elite historically black colleges and universities in the nation, is only 25% men, 19% black men. I was like, wow, said Miss Wilson, a 20-year-old junior. How is that possible? Howard is not unique. The number of black men attending four-year colleges has plummeted across the board, and nowhere is the deficit more pronounced than at historically black colleges and universities, or HBCUs. Black men account for 26% of the students at HBCUs, down from an already low 38% in 1976. According to the American Institute for Boys and Men, there are now about as many non-black students attending HBCUs as there are black men. Wow. The decline has profound implications for economic mobility, family formation, and wealth generation. Ron Chetty, a Harvard economist who uses large data sets to study economic opportunity, has found that the income gap between America's black and white populations is entirely driven by differences in men's economic circumstances, not women's. And so why hasn't this point been brought up, what he just said? Because, again, the focus has been solely on black women, no other. And, again, this is not a gender war. I am not here to start a gender war. Now, I wasn't doing all that now, Slim. Fam was literally playing plantation role play. I wasn't doing that. Stop it. Stop it. I wasn't doing that. But the focus, we're the only, and this is the black community, specifically the only community that you have this dynamic where the focus is solely on black women. Again, the focus is solely on black women. Black women this, black girls rock, black woman this, black woman that, black woman that. And I get it. Again, this is not a gender war. But right here, this statistic right here, the decline has profound implications for economic mobility, family formation, and wealth generation. Ron Chetty, a Harvard economist who uses large data sets to study economic opportunity, has found that the income gap between America's black and white populations is entirely driven by differences in men's economic circumstances, not women's. And again, I'm not starting a gender war. But you know, and people bring up, you know, white supremacy and understanding white supremacy. You don't understand white supremacy. What's the first rule? You get rid of the men. Again, you get rid of the men. That's what you do in war. You get rid of the men. And this statistic proves it. And there's a reason why all these initiatives in other communities, and you know, why a group of 3 women can make $60 million and disappear. There's a reason why the focus has been solely on black women in the black community. Because you get rid of the men. And this fact proves it. Guys, hit the like button. Again, please hit that like button. All right, Slim. Oh man. The causes are many: higher college costs, the immediate financial needs of black families, high suspension rates in high school, true. and a barrage of negative messages about academic potential all play roles in the decline of black male enrollment and college completion. Howard estimates that its cost of attendance for undergraduates easily exceeds $50,000 a year. You'll be batshit. Listen, I'm telling you right now, and this is unpopular. What I'm about to say, you will be batshit crazy to pay $50,000 a year to attend an undergrad university. You will be batshit crazy to spend $50,000 a year to attend a freaking Howard. I'm sorry. Batshit crazy. Excuse my language. I want to say Howard and Spelman. I mean Howard and Spelman. Morehouse and Spelman. It's like the same. And see, that's another turnoff they're not talking about. I hate to say it again. This is not a gender war. Sisters complain the most about the college debt, and it's like you pay $50,000 a year to go to college. Not this many MP. I mean, they might be getting a cut here and there. I mean, they might get a scholarship here, scholarship there. But $50,000, shit. You got to be crazy. Any. Listen, any school, $50,000 a year. Nah. If we are serious about reducing race gaps in economic opportunity, household wealth, etc., then our attention should be squarely focused on economic outcomes for black boys and men, period. Full stop, said Richard Wees, president of the American Institute of Boys for Boys and Men. There you go. And see, there's a reason why the focus in the black community has been solely on black women. Is that they just answered it right there. They just answered it right there. Everybody ain't getting full rides, MP. Everybody ain't getting full rides. There we go. Period. Full stop. Skylar Wilson, a junior at Howard, is a musical theater major. Come on, Skylar. Come on, Skylar. Come on, Skylar. A musical theater major. Come on, Skylar. Skylar, you better be on a full ride, room and board, everything. You better not be paying $50,000 for no musical theater major. Come on, Skylar. You better not be paying $50,000 for a musical theater major, Skylar. She was stunned at how many more students are women than men. How is that possible? She said. Members of Howard University student government hanging out during class elections. But now programs designed to nurture black academic achievement may be dismantled by the don't blame Trump now. Nah. Don't blame. See, y'all want to point the finger at Trump. Come on now. Don't blame Trump. Now it's Trump's fault. Everything's Trump's fault. Don't blame Trump. And see the reason why Trump just got in office 3 months ago. Trump just got in office 3 months ago. And when Kamala was running for office, when Sleepy Joe was running for office, y'all wasn't worried about black men. You was telling black men to get in line and vote for Sleepy Joe and Kamala. Y'all weren't worried about black men. Now Kamala lost. Trump's back in office. Now all of a sudden you want to pretend that you care about black men now. But now programs designed to nurture black academic achievement may be dismantled by the Trump administration. Well, where's this black academic achievement programs for the black men? You worried now about them being dismantled by Trump administration, and this story is about black men not going to college or HBCUs. Where was these programs for the black men? Trump just got in office 3 months ago. Which deems them racist, DEI efforts, cultural centers, mentorship programs, workforce recruitment activities, and scholarship programs are all threatened by the White House's promise to cut funding to universities that do not eliminate what is called racial preferences. On Wednesday, Mr. Trump asked the Supreme Court to allow him to terminate more than $600 million in teacher training grants, which would decimate two of the education department's largest professional development programs. Both were designed to place teachers in undeserved schools and diversify the educational workforce. It's perpetuating cycle, said Dr. Cheryl Holcomb McCoy, Chief Executive of the American Association of Colleges for Teachers Education. If you don't see other black male educators, then it's hard for you to see yourself in that position. So y'all, it's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault. It's Trump's fault now. Y'all, it's all Trump's fault. Blame Trump. I knew it was coming. Everything's Trump's fault now. Black men ain't going to school. You know, Trump's only been in office for 3 months. It's his fault. Black boys in LA and in Baltimore can't read, liberal cities, but hey, it's Trump's fault. On Thursday, the Department of Health and Human Services targeted California medical schools for maintaining what Trump administration officials call discriminatory race-based admissions, though bolstering the number of black doctors has long been a goal of the medical establishment. Put simply, educational institutions may neither separate or segregate students based on race, nor distribute benefits or burdens based on race. Craig Traynor, the Education Department's acting assistant secretary for civil rights, wrote in a memo to universities in February. Black educators say burdens are already distributed unfairly. Society undermines black men's belief in their own potential, starting from early education and continuing through professional development, said Dr. Derek Brooms, executive director of the Black Men's Research Institute at Morehouse College, an elite all-male HBCU in Atlanta. Colleges like Howard may be the starkest of manifestations. Peyton Garcia, a Howard sophomore, recalled being one of 3 men in his introduction to philosophy class, which has about 30 students. We did a Cuba trip, he recalled. I was the only male that was in the class. Recent shifts in higher education, driven in part by conservative policies in Washington, have wrought large changes in predominantly black colleges. Y'all, come on, man. This has been an ongoing issue. Now y'all want to blame Trump. and negative. The Supreme Court's ban on race-based college admission drove up interest in some HBCUs and strengthened the application pool overall, Dr. Broom said, but he's still concerned about the long-term trend. Dr. Broom said at this point, Morehouse may have to reevaluate its recruitment strategy, including looking abroad. Perhaps there may be some Black men in Canada who may want to attend. And what, pay out-of-state tuition? What's that going to be, like $100, $100,000 a year? On campuses like Howard's, the gender disparity is understood. Women, okay, here. See, this is where we go. This is where we're at. On campuses like Howard's, the gender disparity is understood. Women run the place. I have no problem with female leadership at all. I have no problem with female leadership. But there's female leadership, and then there's indoctrinated female liberal feminism. Now, I know when Stacey Abrams lost her election, the governor's election, her election for governor in Georgia, she was immediately hired at Howard. This is the same Stacey Abrams that said, well, like the term fetus comes from men so they can control women's bodies. This is now in leadership at Howard. Hold on, let me actually pull up what she said. Again, there's women leadership. Here we go. Let me play this. This is Stacey Abrams. This is a lady that has leadership in a leadership role at Howard University. And you want us to send our boys to this. Hold on, let me fair use.
Abrams and Planned Parenthood think they can trick you into believing that 6-week-old babies don't have hearts. That is this week's Speak Out segment. If Stacey Abrams is attempting to win the votes of suburban moms and Black voters with her recent comments about babies, she's epically failing. A local Atlanta newspaper reported this week that Abrams has embarrassingly low support among Black voters, 10 percentage points less than typical Democratic candidates. Perhaps comments like this are the reason why.
There is no such thing as a heartbeat at 6 weeks. It is a manufactured sound.
Abrams is exposing that she knows nothing about babies.
There's no such thing as a heartbeat at 6 weeks. It's the manufactured sound so that men can control women's bodies. That's what she said. So you want me to send my son to this shit and pay $50,000 a year? This is what you want us to send our boys to. Stacey Abrams.
and nothing about the true bottom line for the abortion industry, which
Hold on,
kills
I
black
got it. I
babies
want to play
at an
the.
exponentially high.
I want to play the her entire quote. I'm not mad. I'm just saying, like, people were like, why are black men going to HBCUs? And I'm like, have you you hear the shit that's coming out of HBCUs? Hold on.
It's medically
Here we go. Stacey Abrams, y'all.
false. It's biologically a lie. There is no such thing as a heartbeat at 6 weeks. It is a manufactured sound designed to convince people that men have the right to take control of a woman's body away from her.
I'm going to just.
I mean, why? Why? This is not a black woman. This is a liberal white woman. Stacey Abrams is not a black woman. She's a liberal white woman. And you want me to send my son to that? Okay, let's continue with the article. Like a liberal white woman told Stacey Abrams that. Ain't no way she came up with that. A liberal white woman told that to Stacey Abrams. Ain't no way that came from Stacey Abrams. No way. Okay. We did a trip to Cuba. Peyton Garcia recalled, I was the only male that was in the class. Only 19% of students at Howard University are black men. Everybody knows that women dominate the campus, said Tamaris Darby Jr., a 20-year-old sophomore at Howard. You see predominantly women out here running for positions, and then you see their friends, young women, showing up for them and supporting them, he said. It's different for the men. According to the students and faculty at Howard, black male students can have a difficult time finding both themselves and a community. One night last October, young men gathered in small groups on the Howard yard and wrote down what they were most afraid of. I have fear of failure, said Josh Hughes, a senior who led the burning of the fears that night. I have a fear of letting my family down. I have a fear of not living up to my full potential. Some read their fears aloud before tossing their writings into a giant fire pit as a drum line banged African djembes. Yeah, man. I mean, come on. Listen, I think men should be in contact, in touch with their sensitive side. But come on. And you want to know what the sisters are saying when they see stuff like this? Man, these Negroes are soft. These Negroes are soft. That's what they saying. So yeah, man. I guys, links in the chat room if you want to call in. Listen, I have no problem with it. But man, I think that should be something that should be kept amongst men. Like men should do that amongst men. If you're gonna do that, because you already know sisters about to call you soft. Yeah, just keep that amongst the brothers. Do your drum circle and toss the paper in the fire with your fears on it. Do that amongst yourselves. Do not share that with nobody else, because you're gonna be the sisters are gonna judge y'all, call you soft. Meanwhile, Quatavius from Southeast DC, while you doing that, while you doing the drum circle and burning your fears, Walmart Tavius from Southeast DC is pulling up in his Hellcat and getting all the sisters in and driving off. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. Y'all getting in touch with your emotional side, which is completely fine. Which is completely okay. Completely fine. No problem. But keep that to yourself, because you're going to tell the sisters that. They're going to call Walmart Tavius from Southeast DC. He's pulling up in his Hellcat. What's the other one? There's the Hellcat and the Scatbacks. The Hellcats and the Scatbacks pulling up. All you're going to hear is goddamn pulling up. And they hopping in and they smashing off. And going to Walmart Tavia's house. Yeah, no, not the Trackhawks. You know, it's the Hellcats and the Scatbacks. Southeast DC. Nah, Ivy, I went to college. Trust me. These college girls, they listen. Don't let that degree shit fool you. Don't let that Jack and Jill stuff fool you. These sisters is still Walmart Tavius is pulling up in the Hellcat. In the Scatbacks. That's all you hear. Pull up. And they hopping in. All that paying $50,000 a year, that don't mean nothing. Walmart Tavius is pulling up Southeast DC in the Hellcats. His damn Saren Vegas. I don't know what kind of 12s and 15s they put in the trunk now. But back in the day, we had Saren Vegas and Audio Bond. I think it was called Audio Bonds. Yeah. See, thank you, Charles. Thank you, Charles. I'm from Baltimore. As a lifelong citizen and a police officer, I have seen this. Thank you. Ivy, come on now, Ivy. Don't be that, Ivy. You my sister, but don't be that naive, Ivy. You my sister, but don't be that naive. Walmart Tavius is pulling off and pulling out. Yeah, the Saren Vegas and the Audio Bonds. I hear is whoa, 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 and hella trunk rattling. It just flow masters. That's all you hear, guys. Links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room if you want to call in and add to the conversation. Again, in fact, you could ask. Hold on, call in. SIP Police, call in. SIP Police will tell you. SIP Police is a high value Tyrone Walmart Tavius with a Scatback or Hellcat. SIP Police will tell you. Hey, guys, listen. Links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, you're more than welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Again, if you want to call in and add to the convo, you are more than welcome to call in and add to the conversation. Link is in the chat room. But SIP Police will tell you. SIP Police is a high value Tyrone Walmart Tavius with a Scatback. He will let you know. He will tell you what's going on. Trust me, them Scatbacks and them Hellcats are pulling up to Howard University. Don't let that $50,000 a year tuition fool you. That's what's going on. But link is in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. If you want to call in after the conversation, please click on the link again. If you want to call in and add to the conversation, link is in the chat room. Let's have a respectful conversation. Let's be nice, y'all. Let's be respectful. Let's have a good time. You know, we can have a difference of opinion, but you know, let's hold on. That was you heard, Slim. Dynas pulled up to UGA to F-150, told the AKAs to fall back. You not white enough. Well, first of all, Dynas had a Mustang and a Corvette. Thank you very much. And yeah, Dynas had love for the AKAs. So thank you, Slim. Thank you. All right, go ahead, Black Lion.
Hey, Dynas, how you been doing, man?
I'm good, man. How are you?
Pretty good. But I like the topic that you got for today. And to be honest with you, there might be a couple things I probably can add to it. Of course, the topic today by Black HBCUs. And honestly, I think a lot of people are asking the wrong questions. My thing is, are they accepting Black men to HBCUs compared to women? Because for some reason, because last year, me and a lot of students went to an HBCU tour. We went to Lincoln, Howard, Hampton, and there was one in Virginia. We went to a couple HBCUs for the week. And one thing we noticed is we always asked, what's the percentage rate for Black men and women? And women are literally outnumbered the Black men, damn near, like I would say, 60, 70%. They'll outnumber Black men and drastically. And then after we went on the tour, a lot of us applied to like Hampton and Howard, the good one, the high level ones. We had the qualifications, we had all the degrees and everything. A lot of the Black men did because Hampton and Howard were the best ones we liked, and those best ones that we thought would be decent. We applied to them, and 3 months, I think 2.5 months later, we got rejected. And I was like, wait, we got rejected, and then they never give us a logical reason why. We said, was it our GPA? Was it our portfolio for our transcripts? Like, what was the reason? We went to the head deans and talked about this, and we never got a reply back from them. And I met other Black men from the tour we went with. They said got rejected also. So, but a lot of the Black women know a decent amount of them, they got accepted into Hampton and Howard and the other ones. So it's, are they accepting Black men like at a low rate? Are they accepting us or rejecting us more? That's the questions that it's like. I want to see how many Black men have y'all rejected compared to women. How many of you accepted compared to women, and why? Because there are a lot of Black men who do want to go HBCUs, to represent Black culture, the history, and people about Black education, and be part of that Black excellence. But the issue.
So are you saying the question that should be asked is how many Black men are actually being rejected, and that we might find an answer there too?
Yeah. Because like there are Black men we are applying to HBCUs. I'm telling you, but they never gave us for Howard and Hampton. We applied, and then when we got rejected, we didn't get they didn't tell us any reason. They gave us no. Was our GPA wasn't high enough? Was it our portfolio or our transcripts? Like, please, we need to know. Well, was it we got good recommendation letters from a lot of good staffs and teachers, professors who knew who we were, and so we never got the logical reason. But then we started noticing, but a lot of the Black women know who we knew personally. They start getting accepted, and their majors were almost the same as ours, and got the same recommendation letters and everything else from the professors and everything else. So like, okay, but why are you accepting just the women though? What's wrong with the men? And a lot of these Black men who never went, and like us, we never went to HBCU because they're mostly in the South and DC. So we were very happy and impressed. We took the tour and wanted to become a part of that. So I think the issue is like we want to be in it, but it almost feels more systemically they're not allowing us to be involved in that. We can go to other HBCUs and be accepted, but when it comes to those particular the necessity ones or the ones that are mostly marketed, it sounds like they're only catering to the women more.
No, I feel you. Go ahead, Dark Migo. Unmute yourself.
Hello, yo, what's going on, Diners? What's going on, Black Line?
Peace.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, I just wanted to, your point that you made about, the black women at the, Ivy League colleges. They definitely giving it up crazy, bro. Like, I honestly dropped out my first year, but like I was still able to come on campus, and they still, was just throwing it like that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't really have to be, you know, a student or like anything like that. Like, it doesn't really matter at all, bro. They just giving it up.
Okay. Okay. Guys, links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room if you want to call in after the convo. Please click on the link. Again, if you want to call in after the conversation, please click on the link. Link is in the chat room. But nobody brought up that point. I'd like to know how many black men were actually denied from attending these universities. That's a good point.
Well, I mean, it's because it's not really interesting also too, because like when I went for my tour, like it was like the camp, not the campus, but like the dorms were pretty trash. Like they'd have like a lot of where like everybody shares that bathroom. You know what I'm talking about? It's like a bathroom that everybody takes a shower in or some shit like that. Sorry, some crap like that.
Yeah. The community shower joint. Yeah.
Yeah. They don't really have any like good dorms at HBCUs, I noticed also. So that's kind of why I was like, nah, I can't really do this.
Where did you go? What HBC? Darmiga, where did you go?
No, I didn't go. I went on a tour. I went to Howard. I checked it out.
Okay. All right, guys. Links in the chat room. If you want to call in and add to the
But yeah, it's crazy how this conversation just sparked out of nowhere, because and even in the scholarship programs, a lot of what's going on today is literally carrying to women. I'm starting to see more. Like, I'm not mad at the sisters or anything. They're getting what they got to do. That's great. But I'm starting noticing a lot of things are being catered to the women more than the men, like from scholarships to opportunities to jobs or anything. And so, like, they're the closest thing they'll hire to a black person, because I don't see anything for black men particularly. It's hard for us to get resources and for scholarships and opportunities to go to either institutions or career paths or jobs. And then when HBCU, and I'll be honest, when we got rejected from Howard, it really hurt us to a serious degree, because because of the fact that we didn't get any feedback, at least respectively, to say, okay, get this GPA up and you guys can come, or get a better, or take these couple classes, you can come, something. And we weren't notified of it. And we loved Howard and Hampton and the other ones because of what they represented, like the dignity, the self-respect, the culture. And we wanted to be part of that even more. But now a lot starting to question now, are you mostly catering to the women than to the men? And because for some reason now, everything now, correct me if I'm wrong, I see everything mostly in women, especially black women's favor, than for us. And I notice how they never brought statistics showing. I wish a lot of black men who got their rejected, who admitted that I got rejected from this and this and this, because that will start a whole new conversation, start calling for these schools. And also, on top of the reason why black men are going to HBCUs or colleges is because a lot of us are out of state. Like, we're from California and everything, and the out-of-state tuition is insane. So that $50,000 you're talking about, Dynas, that is literally, we got to pay 3 times more because we're not from another state. That's why a lot of men are not a lot of us not going to out-of-state colleges or HBCUs, because mostly are in the South, because the tuition is ridiculous. It's heavily ridiculous for anybody to go out of state to it, even for HBCU. It's just not worth the long term. Like, the tuition for USC is 3 times cheaper than Howard, and that's the top-notch school. So, out-of-state tuition plays a huge role, and also in college enrollment too. So unless you're going for STEM, medicine, and law, and you got a decent scholarship that can pay at least a good amount of it, if not all, it's not going to be worth it, regardless of an HBCU or not. And I remember one time, one more thing I want to add. I remember one time when, I think it was a couple years ago, when we were talking about Black culture and Sim Police, I remember him saying how Black men particularly are not loved or admired for being educated, for being educated. But the Black men who are the opposite of that mentality, they're more respected and loved more. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like when he brought up how the Black man, he got like a master's or PhD in physics or chemistry, whatever, a good STEM field, or he wants to be a medical major, and he shows to when he went to his family, he might get some applause and some love and everything. But a Black man from who's got out of prison, I was being real.
Right, yeah, if you did 50 years and you coming home.
Exactly. If he came out of jail or this and that, no disrespect to the brother, shit happens. But if he comes out of jail and everything, and he will get the most love, the most admiration, the most women, the most attention at that same cookout.
Yeah, they posting them on all the rap platforms and everything.
Exactly.
What are you guys talking about?
I'm talking about the cultural issues to a certain degree why Black men are not going to college and HBCUs, like culturally. I mentioned how Sim Police, he had good explanation saying if there was two Black men who came to a family cookout, one Black man has a master's and PhD in physics and chemistry. He said he might be a professor or a doctor or whatever. And there's a brother who's came out of prison from the hood and everything, same family members, cookout. The guy who got out of prison out from the hood, he'll get 3 times more of the love, admiration, and respect, and even women, because our culture doesn't appreciate educated, respectful Black men to a serious degree. And honestly, I saw that in my family. I saw a lot, and I talked to a lot of young Black men who went through the exact same thing. They even were called Caucasian, made fun of, or looked down upon. But the Black men in the opposite worldview, who lived the dangerous lifestyle, mostly by choice, they got the most love and admiration from the community and the most attention. And so I think culturally that puts a pressure on Black men. It's like saying, if it's like, we're not being accepted by HBCUs, the tuition is too crazy, and culturally as a community, we don't push education for Black men because it's looked at as white or looked at as pathetic or inferior, we might be naturally drawn away to it.
Nah, he definitely got the point.
Let me read this. I gotta read super chat. Dynas should have went to Stanford, but he slacked off in his academics. This is a true story. So my senior year in high school, one of the coaches from Stanford came to my high school and they offered me a full scholarship. They just said I had to get a higher score on my SAT, but I was like, I'm not interested, so I didn't retake the SAT. And you're absolutely right. That is a true story. I could have went to Stanford full ride for football, but I didn't want to retake the SAT. So you're absolutely right. That is I have the watcher. I don't know if I think I wrote about this before, but that's a true story. I had a full ride offer to Stanford. I just had to get a higher score in the SAT, but I was like, the schools that I wanted to go to, they said my SAT score was fine, so I didn't retake it. But yeah, that's a true story. That's a true story. Let me read this super chat. First name BR Umar Johnson, Black Queens forever, Snow Bunnies never. Okay, I'll go ahead. Nah, I don't regret it, but I mean, looking back, I would say this. Looking back, I would have probably went to Stanford, or because I had an offer to Notre Dame too. And the only reason why, and my grades coming out of high school, I had good grades, but I slacked off my senior year because once I started my junior and senior years, I slacked off because once I started getting offers, I was like, what's the point of like taking AP courses or even retaking the SAT? But I had an offer from Notre Dame, and I would have went to Notre Dame if Lou Holtz was still the coach there. I grew up a Notre Dame fan, but it did. I had an offer from Stanford, and they were just like, so I had like a 950 on the SAT. I took that my freshman year. I took the SAT my freshman year. I got like a 950 on it. They were like, listen, just get over like a 1050 or 1100, and we'll you good. I was just like, nah, I'm straight. But yeah, but go ahead.
Nah, yeah, I was just gonna say Black Lion, he kind of has a good point because like Dinos, are you aware of like the college prep programs that they have when you're in high school?
I didn't take any college prep programs, but I didn't have to because I was getting recruited for football. So
Nah, it's like this thing where they have it's like a upper bound program where like they get like black kids from like at different areas and like they put them in like a college setting for like the summer. You get to stay on campus and you get to take actual college courses. You get like a card and everything. The what's the meal card. You get live a college life while you're in high school. But I did notice while I was in the program, he's kind of right. Like it really wasn't that many black men, like it was probably like maybe 10 of us, but the women definitely outnumber us heavily. And also to like like I would tell a lot of the guys back home, and they just really weren't interested. I guess like he kind of has a point, like it just really isn't cool in our community to really join stuff like that.
yeah, guys, links in the chat room. Link is in the chat room. If you want to call in after the conversation, you can. Go ahead, Black Lion.
Oh no, but yeah, it's just the fact that there's multiple logical reasons as to why, like a lot of black men, particularly going HBCUs. But nowadays, but it's also men period now are considering not going to going to college now, regardless of HBCU or not, because like I said, a lot of time realize, like I said, if it's STEM, law, medicine, or any some form of technology, okay, it's worth it long term. But now we got trade schools, vocational schools. Some what you want to do might not require a whole 4 years plus. So like it's just the fact that we got other options now. I'm not saying black men are still not going to college or HBCU. It's just that we found other options and ways. Like I think, like you said, Dinas, the debt is ridiculous. My teacher, my business teacher, this dude he knew the business of the game. He did a lot of business for corporations while I was from his background, and he literally encouraged us. Like you said, you got full rides to Stanford, an opportunity. That's great, but how many people are going to get that in mass? Even he encouraged. He even said, "I say you guys want to go to good college to get a good career. I understand that, but please take what I'm telling you. Go to a state university in your home state where it's cheaper and it's affordable." And just take it from there. You'll still get the good quality education. You'll still get the opportunity. Just go to a cheaper route. Don't put yourself in any form of debt just to graduate. Because he mentioned how he had a colleague who were married a couple years ago. Both of them were psychology majors, and they were $300,000 in debt from UCLA for being psychology majors. And they barely and it took years for them to start paying it off when they got the jobs for it. And that's the dark reality. A lot of black men, the ones who are serious about their money, that cycle they want to break. So yes, there's other options to obtain education, but we don't have to go through the traditional way anymore. The fact we got other opportunities.
Go ahead, Mr. Sandman.
Yeah, I think that black men aren't going to HBCUs or going to college as much in general as black women because we're disproportionately represented in the prison system, in the jail system. We only make up approximately 15% of the population of the whole entire United States, but our males make up about 40% of all prisoners in the prison system. And the only people that have more prisoners than us is white people, but they're the vast majority of people in the entire country. So all of our young people, they want to be gang members or, some type of influential content maker on YouTube or what have you. They don't care about their education anymore. So I think that to change that dynamic, I think we have to starting businesses to influence the young black men to get educated in fields that will allow us to get more young black people off the streets and into something more constructive. So that's just the main thing I think is now I don't want to make a sweep indictment of all black young black men, but there's plenty of studies out there They say that if you're a young black man in between the ages of 15 to like late 30s, 30, 40 years old, the cops automatically um, put you into a box saying that your likelihood of becoming a criminal or your likelihood of going to prison is like 2, 3 times higher. But as soon as you hit that 40 mark, then they don't really consider you a purpose much as you was when you were younger. So it's like it's a system. They got us in a system where they know that they're going to constantly have this filtration of young black people in the prison system. That's why there's prisons all over the place, state and federal. Um, so yeah, we got to start there. Get these young black men off the street and get them into something constructive. And it's unfortunate that the masculinity is getting taken out of these HBCUs, because if you want to influence young black men to come to school, then you have to make it more friendly to masculine attitudes, because once a man, crosses that line that becomes like, gay, he can't never really be, a man anymore. So you just gotta get those masculine men back into the education system and have them doing more masculine stuff.
And why is there this I guess while we try to equate um prison with college in regards to the rates of black men not going to college, like there's like some type of association with that?
Well, I think the school to prison pipeline is a real thing, and I think the dynamics that turn a young black person or young black male to go in that direction as opposed to following the path of education starts at a young age. So you got to get the young black men um, have a love or a thirst for learning, and then they'll be influenced to um, move in that direction so that they can gain money and prizes that way, as opposed to looking to the streets for the fame.
Okay, guys, links in the chat room if you want to call in. Link is in the chat room if you want to call in. Link is in the chat room. Ivy, call in. Ivy, call in and tell us about the elite black families. Call in. Tell us about the elite black families, Ivy. Call in.
Like real quick before she calls in, I can understand what Mr. Sandman is saying to a certain degree, because like I said, it kind of goes back to like say the culture itself, like in the family household. And it's kind of true though. If you're in a family that really does not push for education or don't see it as a beautiful thing or respectable thing, yeah, your value system up, it won't be as much at all. If you looked at damn near worth as a say as a $2 bill. So there's some truth to what he's saying to it, because everything does start at the home. Because I remember I was helping a lot of young black men at the college I was at. A lot of them are very discouraged from being in education because of how they were raised, and it takes a great deal of say mental strength and encouragement to get them involved into college to see a higher perspective. So yeah, it can household can play a huge role in that too.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, listen, if the numbers and the statistics are coming out, then we shouldn't be surprised. Because in England, we got a similar thing, but you know what their real aim is. They want a black woman to be in the offices so the white men can get it. They don't want a black man there. You understand? They want a weak black people, so they're not going to encourage black men. So we shouldn't be surprised at all the level of time we've been in America. You know what the score is. All right, so you shouldn't be surprised. And I think a lot of the black women know this as well. They know they can get ahead in society. They encourage to get ahead in society, but not the men. Okay, so we shouldn't be surprised these figures are coming out. I'm not surprised at all. We've had something similar to this in England. I'm not surprised. In fact, I'm surprised it's taking so long for that stuff to show through in America. Yeah, look at the advertisement. They see the black woman with a white man in a mixed race relationship. That's what they want. They don't want you black men having power. They want Kamala Harris's, so you can support the gay agenda and all the other nonsense that's going on in the world that they've created. Not for you, black man, but the black woman, they can get to her. They've done it during slavery, they're doing it now. We should not be surprised at all. These people don't change, so we shouldn't be taking our attitude towards them. All right?
All right.
That's my 2 cents.
The next station is Multnomah.
Go ahead, Ivy.
Hi, how are you?
I'm fine, Ivy. Nice to hear your voice.
Hi. I just think it's really unfair
Go ahead.
how we just ignore strong Black families with wonderful children. And I just don't think it's fair. You know, I am a person who would be considered an American descendant of slave or Black American or so-called FBA. And everybody in my circle, we're married. We have wonderful children. I've been married for, 22 years. All my sorority sisters are married. And I don't understand, like, we're ignored. It's like we don't exist. And I'm really tired of it.
So what will somebody's got background music playing. So what we'll do, Ivy, we'll set it up. We'll do a show specifically on how Black families are striving.
I mean,
here in
because
America.
listen, when you meet up with your fraternity brothers
Mm-hmm.
and your business associates,
Mm-hmm.
you know that we're married and we're doing fine. We own homes. That the culture is positive. I don't understand. If I go to a sorority meeting for the graduate chapter, all the women are married. None of the women have babies out of wedlocks. So why are we acting like this is all Black people?
Well,
It's
you
not
see,
fair. It
that's
is
the
not fair.
problem, though. That's kind of the problem, though, because we want accolades for stuff that we're supposed to be doing.
No, I did not say accolades. I say we're being ignored. The media, the liberal media,
Mm-hmm.
will only show degenerate behavior in our community.
Mm-hmm.
My son was a scholar athlete. My son is in his 3rd year at the university. My son has never been in trouble.
As he's supposed to be, right?
Exactly. But what I'm saying is that why, when it comes to Black American culture, only degenerates are showed in the media. I come from a Black family. We have been in this country since the 1600s. We have, first of all, the men in my family, they go to the military or to the university. They are married with families, and we have never celebrate somebody coming out of prison. And we have been in this country for 400 years. I have never seen that type of behavior in my family.
Yeah,
Ever.
it's
But
because
listen
the
to me,
prison system.
and not in my circle.
Well, Ivy. Well, let me ask you this: Would you what do the statistics say?
Exactly.
Listen,
You can't use your
the
personal
statistics can
perspective.
say, listen, but what I'm saying is that there's another part of that statistic that is
Mhm.
never showed. And I'm tired of it.
I
I'm tired of
understand.
every Black man being a criminal,
Mm-hmm.
every Black woman being a whore or a mammy. And I'm tired of it. It is time for me to go public. I'm gonna have to start calling these shows because I'm tired of it.
Call in.
Yes,
Ivy, I want you to call in.
we have degenerates in our community, but don't ignore my son, who is a good Black man and is going to be successful, or my daughter, who's going to be graduating and on her way to college. Or you ignore everybody. I don't even socialize with ghetto people. So we act like everybody. I have an entire Black life with not one ghetto person in it. Hardworking Black people who go to work every day, who have families and who are raising their children. We are ignored by these YouTube channels. We are ignored by the media, and we are ignored by the world.
Do you live
Because
in a Black community or a white community?
first of all, sir, I grew up in the Black community. Then when my family first came to California, we moved to Watts and Willowbrook, which is a Black community. Then we moved to View Park. View Park is a Black community. And then when the city became Latino, a lot of Blacks could not afford, some remained, and then some moved to the suburbs. So we still have Baldwin Hills, View Park, Windsor Hills, Ladera Heights, which are still predominantly Black, upper middle class, upper class community in the Los Angeles area. So if we cannot afford those areas, then we move to the suburbs. Because my husband stated that he wanted me at home with the kids when they were little. He did not want me working. He did not want his children in childcare. So therefore, we moved to the suburbs because he said he did not want me working. He wanted me raising the children until they got older, and that's what I did.
Yeah, so it looks like you're part of the 1%.
Excuse me?
I said, looks like you're part of the 1%.
No, I'm not a part of the
99% trying to get
No, what I'm trying to say
ain't nothing wrong with that. If you part, ain't nothing wrong. I want to be part of the 1%. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
I'm not a part of the 1%. But let me tell you, around 25%, 30% of Black people are middle class. And upper middle class in Los Angeles or in the Los Angeles area is not the 1%.
But sister, can I interrupt you for a minute, madam?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, sister, I'm a young man. Well, I'm not a young man anymore, but I mean, I'm here in the UK. For many years, we used to, as a kid, I used to buy the Rise On magazine, the Ebony's. We used to look up to Black America, and they led the way in Black media, Why have they sold everything, including BET, to the white establishment? Why have the 1% of the Blacks just sell out the rest of us?
Sir,
and just
I'm not a
everything?
I'm not a part of the I'm not a part of the 1%, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah.
I'm a part of maybe the 25%. Because 25% of Black Americans, we're upper middle class.
Yeah, no, I get you.
So I'm not a part of the 1%.
Yeah, no, I understand. What I'm saying is that
let me tell you this. If I ever run across Earl Graves Jr. or his children, maybe I would ask them why did they sell, say, Black Enterprise and those type of things. I don't know.
All right, let me pass the mic to AJ. Let me pass the mic to AJ. Go ahead, AJ. Unmute yourself. AJ, you gotta unmute yourself. AJ, you gotta unmute yourself, AJ.
I did. It's unmuted. Can you hear me?
Go ahead. Hear you now. Go ahead.
I don't know, bro.
Go ahead, AJ. We hear you.
Hello.
Okay, AJ, you on your Obama phone. You gotta call on the iPhone or a Droid, or you can't call on the Obama phones, AJ. Yeah, you froze up, AJ. Go ahead, Theo.
Hey, good evening.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, to answer that question, I wonder if there's no one stopping young Black men from deciding to join an HBCU. I wonder if it's just the norm, right? Part of it is whose ice has always been considered the coldest. And after asking, like, what institution, what Black institution or business does Black people overwhelmingly decide to utilize, patronize over white institutions or businesses, right? HBCUs I don't think that's it's an exception to the norm of how we decide what's valuable, what we're going to patronize, what we're going to attend. It just seems par for the course. I could be wrong, but unless there's something stopping, the agency of the young black male from deciding a HBCU, it just seems the norm that in America, some ice is colder than others. Some people's ice, you get what I'm saying. And also, I know you're gonna do a show on this, but as far as what the woman was saying prior, it's akin to wonder, why the 25% is ignored, is akin to kind of like when the wildfires happen in California, right? And you look on the news, it's gonna be the houses that were on fire that they're gonna focus on. So it's almost asking the person whose house didn't catch a fire. It's kind of like them asking, "Hey, I looked on the news and my house wasn't on the news. Why was it?" So it's the trouble. It's the trouble or the squeaky wheel, kind of, in a sense that gets the oil, right? The problems that need to be fixed are what gets the attention. So if you're part of the 25% that's doing good, you may be being, the attention may not be on you because you're good. You don't need special attention. That's all I got.
No, I appreciate it. Go ahead, Ivy.
Dinus, listen, I believe they are comfortable for just showing our failure. And I think that is what the media wants to show. Because if I live in a world of hardworking black people, I just don't understand it. Because white people, they have trailer parks, they have failure, but they don't parade their failure before the world. And that's what we parade, and that's what we accept. My children have never been around so-called bottom shelf blacks. I'm sorry. Degenerates, criminals, whores, pimps, hustlers, and all of these things that we glorify. My children have only been around hard-working black people, from blue collar to professional. That's
Sometimes
the
no
only thing
attention
they
is
know.
good. Because what kind of attention would you want when you say, why are they being ignored? What kind of attention would you want for them, or for the 25%? Because when you infer the negative statistic, when you state the negative statistics, you infer the positives, right? When you say it's 75% of black folks is this, well, we know then 25% isn't. So
I
you're
personally feel that
providing
it's
both sides to that
I personally feel that it's
equation by providing one.
I personally feel that it's more than 25. I personally feel it's maybe even 30 something percent of black people are law-abiding citizens who get up and go to work every day.
Okay.
That's what I believe.
But what kind of attention do you think
I
they
didn't say
need to like go
attention,
on?
so I don't need attention. But when
No, I don't mean it. I don't mean it in a
Okay.
negative way. I guess what
Okay.
I mean is when you say being ignored,
Okay,
what
for
do you?
instance, I support Dinus. He's from California. He's part of the Divine Nine. He's very positive. I support him. But when I'm in these spaces, I can just say YouTube. The only thing I see in YouTube spaces is either the criminal black man or the degenerate black woman or the mammy or the coon. That's all we're focusing on. And I said, wow, you would think that every black man is a criminal. That is a lie. You would think that every black woman is a whore. That is a lie. I'm
Yeah, but
sorry. That's a lie.
the other guy just mentioned that the 25% sold off all of our television networks like BET.
No, that
You
wouldn't be,
locked up.
sir. Those
You locked
people.
up. Hold on. You locked up Bill Cosby. Now his show can't be syndicated anymore. That was a positive black show. You know, all of the positive black actors and all of the media groups from like Fresh Prince of Bel Air, the educated kids are considered corny, and the guys that run the streets are considered the cool ones. So it's like it's it's profitable for the media to paint us in that light. So
Sir,
you gotta take up your issues with them, not
no,
with
sir,
us,
because
because
the 30%, that's
the
not
people
true.
that's in the hood, they don't even got cable. They don't even know where their next meal coming from. Half of them, they're not even thinking about that. So we could either come down to their level. I'm not saying come down to their level, but we could talk to them, give them an avenue to get out of the situation that they're in, so that their success can be added to other people, the 25% success, so that we can bring all of ourselves up. But if we keep making this divide, like, okay, you're ghetto, you stay over there, and I'm upper class and I'm royalty and I stay over here, we're not going to be able to close that divide.
Dinus, can I say something?
Of course. Then I'm gonna pass it to Philip.
I'm just going to say this. When you talk about, I can even break it down like this. 29% of black people are middle class, upper middle class. 1%. When you talk about the Johnson family, when you talk about the Grays family and these families, that's the 1%.
Sorry, Dave, I'll come back in a bit later on.
Okay. Okay. All right, go ahead,
That's the
Ivy.
1%. So I'm not a part of the 1%. Most white people are not part of the 1%. What I'm saying is that you will always see in media a healthy middle class white family, even a healthy blue collar white family.
Under
You do
what
not see
circumstances,
those
though? What,
images of blacks anymore.
like when you say in the news, or you mean when you say in the media? Because why would you, like, what's so extraordinary about a middle class white family that they would be in the? It would have to be something they're doing of significance when it comes to like content, the media, news. It's something being demonstrated that's usually extraordinary, right? It's not the norm that's going on, or it's not noteworthy if it's not,
Sir,
right? So
when you
they're not
talking,
just projecting. I guess what I'm saying is, when you're saying, okay, a healthy white family is in the media, for what?
sir, when I mean, okay, so media means television shows,
So
cable
you're talking about,
shows.
depicted as far as
That's a part
television
of
shows.
media. Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
media.
no. Okay. So, but I guess who's responsible for that? I mean, because you do have, what black television show doesn't depict a positive black family? I don't know of a black television show where it's the stereotype.
First of all,
Unless I'm missing something.
most of the black shows today, I would not watch because they depict negative stereotypes.
Give me
I
one.
wouldn't even
And I don't watch a lot of
BET.
TV these days, but I
Sir,
think
let me
about when I was
explain this to
growing up.
you. I don't
Uh-huh.
really watch TV, but today, if you turn, I would not watch BET or any of those stations, because usually the shows are promoting degenerate behavior. Even 50 Cent shows depict degenerate behavior. So I won't watch those shows. And I know when I was coming up in the black community, even the 70s, 80s, and 90s had depiction of positive black images, from working class to professional. And Dinus, you grew up in the United States, you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
There were positive shows. Rock was a positive blue collar man who loved this community and was a leader in this community, a blue collar man. Cosby, numerous others, Family Matters. I can go down the list going back to the 70s, where you had, I don't care if the family was poor, middle class, or upper class, you had a mother and a father in a home. They loved each other and it was positive.
But the shows that are like that now, do you think they even get like the rate? You think there's a demand? And when I say a demand, I mean even from the black community for those type of
Absolutely.
the shows that exist now.
Absolutely.
Because if the money, if the ratings are there, I mean, historically, even when America was more racist than it is now, you had shows that were black shows that were in syndication because the ratings were there. There was a demand for it, right? So it's the consumer that dictates that, because that's driven by money, the ability to make money. I mean, you know how it goes. It's that's all going to be decided by the demand. You're not going to continually show negative black images on a television show if no one's demanding it. It's just not going to work like that.
You got a point, but let me pass it to Philip. Go ahead, Philip. Unmute yourself. Philip.
Hello, panel. Hey, Dinus, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
All right. Thanks for having me back. I really didn't want to come up, but I do know a little something about this. And I'm saying that my grandmother went to an HBCU and her father went to an HBCU. So my great grandfather went to an HBCU. And it's my view that we got away from the basics, meaning that, number one, our structure as Black Americans, we got away from getting married. And so what we've got is a situation where 70% of our families are single parents. When you do that, it splits the resources, because now you got to double everything. You got to, each person has to have their own apartment, each person has to have their own car, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everything is doubled. So then that reduces the amount of resources that's available to develop the children and to save. It doesn't mean that we can't do it, but it makes it harder. The other thing is that we have a structure in place that I guess we haven't really examined, which is this. Ivy was talking about, and hello, Ivy, I appreciated your comments, the Black family and the Black middle class. We can talk about the structure of what is middle class in the United States and upper middle class, but let's just deal with the core of this. Who or what is the gateway for a Black person to go into the middle class? As far as I know, there are two things that you need in your background in order to be in the Black middle class. You need at least one grandparent that was able to qualify for the GI Bill during World War II, or you need one grandparent that was a trade unionist and was able to access trade unionist income, healthcare, etc. Most Black Americans that are in the middle class have one of those things. If they don't have it, then they're usually not in the middle class. Why? Because you need to have intergenerational wealth to be able to access the institutions that will move you further. And that'll take me to my last point, which is we also moved away from closely held family businesses. And when we moved away from that, then the purpose of getting the education reduced, because it turned our group from a business owner class, which it was already small to begin with, to a fully employee class, meaning that our graduates, when they graduate, are not employed by our own businesses. They have to go and compete with other groups to be hired by their businesses, all of whom have an interest not in hiring them. So you got a situation where our best and brightest don't come home to work for a business to help make their family business stronger. And so that lack of institutional economic strength makes us all weak. So when you have that, then it's a disincentive for Black males to go to school, because they know and have met people that have graduated from these fancy schools and they're driving Uber, or they're working at the local Costco or whatever it is, although Costco actually pays pretty well. But my point shouldn't be lost, that basically we don't employ our own. And the focus of our education is not to, I need to help improve mom and dad's business. One of the reasons why my family was able to go to HBCUs was because they had family businesses. My great-grandfather was a doctor. My grandmother was a lawyer. So as you make these strides, then you're able to solidify your kids' education and to move the family forward. But because we've weakened our families into making them single parent households, then it made us weak. And so we have to get back to basics. So I would say to encourage our young people to marry more, ideally at an HBCU, and also to get your kids some life insurance and to start that before they're of age. So I'll end it there. I'm sure people have responses.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Yeah, hello guys. Hello, Professor Phillips. I've heard you before, but I wasn't participating in the show those times. You remind me of my brother. He's a lecturer at the London School of Economics here in London.
Yes,
Hello,
I'm
Doc?
familiar with it. I'm familiar with it. I did go to school in the UK.
Yeah. Oh, okay, great. I mean, look, do you think? I mean, in the UK, I certainly see it that in a world where they have to have equality, they've got to pick between the white man and the black woman. They're picking the black woman. Okay. So, do you think there's a system going on whereabouts, with given our history, that they are encouraging the black women to be up there rather than the black men? That's the reason why in the end some don't even bother. Not that they don't go to school, because they don't go to HBCU per se. Do you think there's something behind that in their selection purposes?
I think that there is, but the problem is we should be hiring our own. Let's deal. It sounds like you are in the UK, so let's just what I observed when I was in the UK.
Yeah,
the UK blacks have an
advantage. Not enough black business.
Yeah, that they have an advantage in that they, in many cases, are more connected to the black African countries that they came from, whether it's in the Caribbean or in Africa. They have that connect, right? But the problem is that they don't have circular economics in a way that builds them up in terms of asset base. Because traditionally, what I saw when I would talk to my brothers out there is that they're trying to interview for the same jobs with the UK people that they went to school with, rather than their own family businesses. And so I would hear horror stories of a guy that went to Cambridge or whatever, and he had to interview 100 times, whereas his classmate interviewed 20 times, even though he had better grades and crazy stuff like that. And that's because there's no asset base of businesses for them to go work for. And they have the advantage, though, that they could build them because they're tied to their original country. Black Americans, unfortunately, although Dinus is doing a lot of work to help us, are stripped from their
I think in the media space,
countries of origin. So we're having to start from a step back from where the UK Brits are blacks are. But by the same token, we have access to the US dollar in a way that the UK Brits don't. One of the things that I saw
the bigger economy. So,
it's a bigger economy, and also that you don't have access. When I would talk to my brothers over there in the UK, you didn't have access to loans and to credit for your businesses in the way
forget that. That's a dirty word in England.
The point. How are you going to grow? How are you going to grow if you can't save any money because you're not there building up assets? So you can't loan from within the family, and you can't go to a bank and put forth collateral to borrow. And that's how you get where you are. What you need is a greater circular economics. Now, in the U.S., the Black Americans have access to credit but they've weakened their households by not
prices,
having married families where they can save. So what happens is we wind up spending all of our money in consumption. Yeah. So that my answer is yes, there are issues.
Yeah.
The UK Brits discriminate against us. The American Mzungus discriminate against us. But the issue there is we shouldn't be going to them as our primary employment anyway. If you look at the other group,
there's not enough black
if you look at
businesses.
the Asians, say in the UK, the Pakistanis,
they've got their own.
Indians, they hire their
They've
own
got a
first,
strong
and then
economic base.
when they have the money, then they go to the Mzungu for hiring. But if they need to, they can hire their own. We can't, and it's because of our structure. Our structure is weak.
I mean, the former British Prime Minister Sunak was a perfect example. One of the richest people in the world, and from an Asian family. Yeah, I get you.
So I mean, look, it's not hopeless, and Dynas is doing a lot of work to help plug us back in to get the money back up. But if we don't understand what the problem is, then it won't do any good. The opportunity will not be taken because we don't see what the goal is. The goal is, look, in the United States, there was a very small window for blacks to get it. For example, on both of my grandfathers served in World War II. They got the GI Bill. That GI Bill then allowed one of them to go to a HBCU to get his college degree, and the other one to start a business. This was the window for Black Americans. If you did not have access to this, then you're probably not in the Black middle class. So in my family, and I'm not, whatever, but I had all of the two factors, either the GI Bill or trade unionists, all of my grandparents had that. So because of that, then that strengthened my hand and my father's hand and my mother's hand to be able to get an education and move forward. But if the foundation is weak, then you're just fighting to survive. And so the simple answer is, let's get our young people married more, and let's get life insurance for our kids when they're little. If you do those two things, that's a step in the right direction.
At least you can have access to capital.
Let me say this. I think personally we're getting too far off the main subject we're talking of the subject itself, because like I understand the materialism, the wealth, the gain, and everything. But one thing I think we all missed that the main question was like, why are Black men not going to HBCUs? And the main, like I said earlier before you guys came on the panel, listen, the reason why, to a certain degree, because in 2025 is the fact that we have more options now. For example, you don't have to go to like I said, like when Diane's pointed out earlier in his show, the HBCU, especially like Howard University and everything else, are crazy expensive, unnecessarily. $50,000. That's not necessary. You can go to a good, affordable community college and a decent state college in your same state for 4 times less than half the price. Like I said earlier, the USC is $26,000. Howard University is $50,000. That's ridiculous. And USC is supposed to be considered higher. Google it right now. It's ridiculous. But you can go for 3 times less, half the cost. Secondly, it's just the fact that also out-of-state tuition plays a huge role, because all HBCUs are mostly in the South and DC. The out-of-state tuition can really discourage you from going. Just money. Not because they hate Black college or anything. Just money plays a huge role. Okay. And also, the thing is now, we got options now in the 21st century. Like, we can go to trade school, vocational school, nursing school.
I'm a big fan of trade school. That's what I went to.
Exactly.
We need that.
Exactly. We can do and we can do a lot more on top of that. Like, I agree with Ivy about there's a more positive Blacks, this and this. I don't disagree with that. And mass incarceration is not one of the main issues. It's just the fact that you can do a lot more for less than half the time. Like, if you want to go, we can do a lot more and more flexibility. Like, nowadays, if you're not in STEM, medicine, law, okay, go to college, get what you need, because there's some serious qualification certification is necessary. But if you don't have to, take advantage of opportunities that that gear certification for less than half the cost of a college. It's just that they've got more options now. Like to a certain degree, like I push college to a certain degree, but you don't have to go. Don't go. Save your money and build up that wealth and everything, and see what you can do beyond. And especially you want to go to the continent and start what you can do over there. Is this that?
That's what we need on the continent. If you speak to most, we need skilled trade. We need those skilled trade.
Exactly. So it's like, besides the jail thing, there's some African Americans who don't want to go to school, this and this. Fine, let them be. But the fact that we're more flexible now, and we don't have to do a traditional college route. If you want to, go ahead.
Yeah.
But the fact you can save so much money and so much time, and get and possibly, especially when you study abroad, and see what you can get over there and build. Those are the reasons. Like, money plays a huge role, but you got other options and opportunities. So it's like, a lot of people are not going because they just found other ways. Like what Diane talked about earlier, the debt is an issue. That's ridiculous. Regardless of what your major is, you should not be that much debt. That's ridiculous. Like, I understand.
Most of the students, they're mainly Chinese now. Yeah, they come from rich backgrounds, so they can afford to send their kids here to go just to learn the English. And it's become very expensive in England. I don't know why people keep pushing it, but everybody wants to push that because they feel they're gonna, especially some of us poorer ones, they feel they're gonna get left out unless they go to that university. Some of the degrees you can't do much with, the practical subjects. That's where you really get employed. If you got the skill, if you can get capital with it, you can always go in there, do your own thing. So it's interesting hearing the same thing in America.
Exactly. I'll do latest perspective and I'll cut off. For example, a couple years ago, I took a business class. One of my professors, he was a cool white dude. He knew the business of America. He did business with lots of corporations and everything. He was a business teacher, and we were talking about college tuition and everything. That was the part of the chapter of the book. But after the class was over, I want to talk to him personally about Harvard, like say Harvard and Yale. Why are people so obsessed going to college? What's the purpose of Harvard and Yale? And one thing he told me personally, going to Harvard and Yale is not the main goal. It's the alumni that's connected with it that gets you the jobs. And he looked at me because he said the average tuition for Harvard and Yale was $72,000
the connection you make there.
Exactly. He said the average cost tuition for Harvard and Yale is $72,000 per semester. He said that's not the goal. If you can get connections after you graduate with the alumni, because they got connections to the upper Fortune 500 companies that they got connections with because they're from Harvard, which gives back to the school. If you get in with them, you're systematically guarantee a great job, great paying job for the rest of your life. It's not the school; it's the alumni that connects with it. If you just go there and just graduate and get up and out of it, you screwed yourself over. So that's what we need to understand the college game.
Yeah, I couldn't attest to that because one of my brother's friends, he's from China, high up in the Chinese Communist Party, and he only let my brother know that after they've been together, they've been friends for about 3 years, and on a graduation day, then he really let my brother know, how this works. So my brother is explaining to me how most of it is about the network, and the network is mainly at the top. So everybody, especially us poor ones, we're trying to jump to the top.
Exactly.
So this is, I think, what's pushing it, supply and demand, and there's enough people willing to pay to go be there.
Exactly.
So we can't be too critical of Howard University because Howard University is in Washington, D.C., which has one of the highest costs of living in the whole entire country. If you want to talk about some HBCUs and cost efficiency, maybe you might want to talk about some HBCUs in the Deep South, like in Mississippi and so on and so forth. There's a HBCU in Delaware as well. So but like he was saying though, it is all about networking because for the networking and the ability for the instructors or the professors in that school to teach you in a high efficiency way so that you really learn something. Because I've been to college before, and most of those young people, they're just getting out of their parents' house. You'll find that not all of them are really serious about education. They're not sure what they want to do, but
at university level though, they pretty much know what they want to do.
Immigrants like the Chinese or like the Nigerians, they come there, they right on task. They're not playing no games.
Yeah, so their parents are paying good money
to
for
be
that.
a doctor, engineer, period. You know what I'm saying? So we got to get back to get discipline within our youth as well. Whereas though they don't want to be the most popular kid or the class clown, but they actually want to get something, on and moving. But you notice that maybe somebody from a Nigeria, they might have a more they might be a more influence to
Mhm.
make something happen because they're in the state whereas though they need it, you know. And I guess maybe life here in the United States has gotten so easy for Americans that black people have gotten lazy as well.
Well,
Mhm.
2 points of note, right? Out of there's over 6,000 colleges in the United States. Only 99 are HBCUs, so that may explain some of that. Also,
Yeah, yeah,
if you look at college enrollment for black men and white men, it's gone down over the years. Another thing to the point about Nigerians, I would say for a lot of immigrants, they're oftentimes their parents are college graduates, right?
yeah.
So
It's natural.
they're coming from families that have an educational background when they come to the United States. So they,
Yeah, so
you know,
they know the
they're
culture.
not the average they're not the
Yeah,
average Nigerian that we're seeing
yeah,
in the United States often. They're
yeah,
usually the cream of the crop. So
yeah, yeah,
that's an operative thing. If you're coming from a
yeah.
family with means and an
Mhm.
educational background, whether you're Nigerian, African American, because if you took the top 10 of well-to-do African Americans and compared them to the top 10 of any other group, the
Mhm.
numbers change versus comparing the whole group to the whole group, right? Because in America, you have the whole of African Americans, not just the cream of the crop. Whereas with immigrants, usually it's the cream of the crop. So we're often comparing the whole of African Americans, including the average and the impoverished,
Mhm.
to those top individuals that are coming to America
Mhm.
pursuing business or
All right.
degrees.
Well, I'll tell you quickly how it works for me. I got a cousin who's from the poorer side of my family. He's at Bradford University at the moment, and then I've got four other cousins who studied here. They all went Cambridge. One went to Cambridge. Two of them went to Oxford. And that side of the family, they even in the States, they make most Americans look poor. He got money, and they were expected to go there. And they done that. So you do get the poor ones who come through scholarship. Like the poorer ones of my cousins that went to Bradford, they came through scholarship. That's the pure ability and the chance. And then the richer ones, they go to the Oxford and Cambridge because they're established. They can afford to pay. So it does depend on is supply and demand, and also what you can afford as well. Because all the rich people around the world, what they keep going to those schools. You understand? So some of us poorer ones, like I said, always want to fight to be in with the richer ones. And sometimes it's not necessary. And I think that's what's probably pushing up some of their prices. Plus, there's more people want to go to higher education from abroad. So if you come from a rich country in America, you're half stepping it. There's people knocking on the door, 10,000 people knocking on the door to come and do that. Just to say that their certificate came from England. It looks good on paper when they're back home. I got this in England. Automatically, you're going through. So it depends. There are some who get the scholarship, and those who can afford it even better, they get that exclusive thing over there. Plus, those universities are selling the stuff back home. Some of them are opening branches back home on the continent. So it's a business. Let's not forget that.
No, I agree. Like, let me say this real quick, and also too, like what I told Don like earlier that, like about the fact that one thing about state college is the advantage of them, especially when in your area, you're more not only is it cheaper, but you're more systemically more guaranteed. So if you need the scholarship, like if you go to expensive college, fine, do what you can and get it. But if you go to a nice affordable college, you won't need the scholarship that much at all. And like I say, it's a business, so take advantage of it. My brother went to Cal State in LA. It was dirt cheap because he was in the state college. And then after he graduated, he had to pay $2,100. He paid that off less than 2 months full time at his job, and he's good. No college debt, got the degree and everything.
Over here in England, when I left school in about 88, going to university, especially Oxford and Cambridge, it was only necessary for the heavy academic subjects.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, Mr. Blair came in And for instance, the college I went to, they turned into a university. It's now the Metropolitan University of London. I spent 5 years there, and I had to do work experience as well. But it was a college. He's turned it into a university. So he cheapened it a little bit, and I know they're done in America. They cheapened it a little bit, so then everybody feels that they have got to go to university. Listen, I reckon 60% of the people go to university don't need to go, and it came from that time, the early 90s. They devalue, only heavy academic subjects should you be going to university. But they've turned all the polytechnic we used to have here, they've turned them into universities and keeping the whole damn thing.
Exactly.
So that's not a problem.
Exactly. Even nowadays, especially with a lot of Black African Americans now, they're doing a lot of study abroad programs with their major. You have actually got opportunities outside the U.S. on top of that if you want to look for job opportunities somewhere else. That's like I'm saying. We got so many options now that we never thought existed. And we need to we don't have to go the traditional college route because now we need a lot of us, especially in the African American community, success, regardless you're middle class or not, we need to stop thinking this is the 1960s and 1980s like our parents when they did well. We need to let that go. That era is over. We can, if you want to do outside the college norm, that's required 4 years, take full advantage of that, especially if it's affordable, take full advantage. Because now, unless you're in the STEM field and in law and medicine, you're not guaranteed a job and a career.
Yeah. But the industries have been shifted abroad unless you're going to go abroad and learn them. I'm glad I got it at the time I got it. Because that industry, they're not manufacturing in England much no more. The last guys who were really manufacturing in my field were the guys from Poland. So that's because they put a bigger emphasis in the Eastern Europe countries on practical subjects.
Exactly.
And unfortunately, with us in Africa, it's a shame. It's been academic and it's only academic, but what we need is the practicals. We're still selling our timber raw, iron ore that we want to do. We don't have people, all the technical people, the Chinese and the others. That's why they're all there. Our people only come here to study the heavy academic subject. We want to be lawyers, and I got nothing against it. But there has to be some filtering down. We've got to look at the bigger picture. As the Professor Philip was saying, we need industry so we can employ these graduates into it. Our leaders back home are not creating that. We've got to look at the whole thing again and see exactly what it is that we want out of it.
Exactly.
All right, let me pass it to Black. Go ahead, Black.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I just want to, hear you all talk a little earlier. I just want to, make sure that, as we, work in a Pan-African way, we don't, just maybe talk down to, African Americans and call them like lazy, because even though you have a lot of continental Africans coming over here and doing good, again, the comparison is a false comparison, because when you look at those stats, you're pretty much averaging in the upper, the middle, and the lower class to pretty much a particular, to the continental Africans that are coming in that are usually like maybe, I would say, lower middle class to upper class. So the stats is a false comparison.
Yeah. I don't think we should get into that at all. What we need to do is realize, we need education, but we need necessary education. Yeah. I don't think it's not. We need a guided education rather than a misguided education. You understand? Most of our people are not going to be university graduates. We don't need everybody. Yeah. Let's look at the basic. Get back to the trade education, like Professor Philip was saying, and let the academics ones do that. Not everybody's got a gift for that, but people are under pressure. The kids want to impress. You understand? And in the end, you're going to end up not even using it half the time, because the world is advanced so much. We're not manufacturing it in the Western world. They go into the second world and getting it from there. Okay. And so basically we go up there, we build up, we pay to be part of it. We got this thing that we spend the rest of our life paying for and gets to be employee for someone. Most Asians are not fighting to go to university to be employee for people, only for a couple of years. They set up their own trade school or investment or something. But with us, we just seem to get it just so we can work for someone.
I would say this: there is a skill set. And when I say that skill set, something that develops the brain good, mathematics. It's a universal, it's a universal concept.
Yeah,
and that works the memory. That and also
those are basic. Reading,
right.
writing, arithmetic's the basic. When you come out of college, certain level, you should be able to do all those basic stuff. And then
But
we've got.
yeah, I would say though the colleges is needed to the extent because the more you
You
work
do
your
need
brain,
it. You should have at
especially
least college education. But what I'm saying is that
let me say this, Lewis, especially in mathematics, right? The more you're good at mathematics, the more you can do things within your head, which means that
but that's the basics of.
the more you can plan, you can
Yeah.
develop better planning. We
That's
need
it.
some people in mathematics and
those are basics, that traditional basics that we gotta have. Reading, writing, and arithmetic. Those are basic education. You can do that. Read, write, do basic arithmetics. Read, you take instruction from from doctor, and then go blah blah blah. Those basic stuff. That's why sometimes we go back home to Africa and people don't have that good basic education. We're like, oh, okay, what do I do? Those are the basic ones, which in most Western world you have. Okay, and then you got the next level, right? Which is the high academic.
But let's not. We do need our academics. We need our economists.
Yeah, of course we need them. But what I'm saying is the majority of the people are not going to be professors.
Oh
no. Most of the people, right? So in sometimes we build up a debt for something that we're not really going to use. So we're going to be, and sometimes you don't have the natural gift for certain things. Just let it go. Don't try and do it to impress people, man. You understand? My younger brother, like I said, he started shooting up after he left school. I'm a practical man. I always work with my hands, right? And within that world, there's a big whole load of. I mean, I just loved it in my college time because I done better when I left school. Yeah, but him, he's completely pen paper. That's him. So it depends what your gifts are.
Yeah, I would stay. Me personally, I would say still shoot for the stars. You know what I mean? And sometimes it's good to have a piece of paper to fall back on.
If I had my way, and I understand why Nkrumah was trying to bring some communism stuff to Africa. You go to Africa, that is probably a test. You can see it quite clearly. When it comes to technical stuff, we don't have it. You can find professors and doctors all day long. We've got enough of them. This is our problem now. Right?
What about?
You're a doctor, you're an accountant, and what's happening in Africa is the accountant is counting the money, and the lawyers are making a law to make them get away with the fucking stealing our rubbish. Instead of coming back, turning our timber into finished product, turning our oil into finished product, turning our gold mining. I have hardly seen any Africans here come to learn to do gold mining. Yeah, we got loads of gold. We don't go to those subjects. We want to be in a tie, wearing that wig. That's what we like. Oh, I'll run for president. Look at most of our presidents. Lawyers, accountants, and all this bunch of thieving bastards.
What about the abstract learning? Like again, going back to high level mathematics, economy.
Yeah,
those are the type of things.
Right.
Hold on, those are the type of things that industrialize. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, those are good if you're practical with it.
We need a top plan to push us forward.
I hear you. Listen, Dr. T. Mensah, okay, he passed away recently. One of the greats we've ever had in the world. He's the one who works. He worked on that fiber optics. He worked the mathematics at the breaking point of the fiber optics. You got guys like, we need those high academic people, but he was practical enough to realize that the problem we've got back there is our inability. A Ghanaian engineer hardly even knows how to make a damn ball bearing. And he's got a certificate saying he's an engineer. We need a practical, the basics. Yeah, that's why we have to go and get the Chinese to build our bridges, our roads, because our engineers, they don't learn nothing. And they just become engineers to go like that. That's why we have to go to the Indians and these other people. They learn the practicals.
I hear you, but that's also
enough for that.
But also that is when you talking about that is going into managerial things of that sort, right? So
that doesn't always in the university. Most of it is college. We do it
in college, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that so I mean the ones not everybody's going to go to college, but at the same time we do there should be some of it. Safety nets, right? Some of these things. Okay, if you can't get it in college, okay, get a trade and everything, start a business. But I think we still should push,
Yeah,
push
no, they should be there.
push
It's just
college,
that
push higher
what tends
learning,
to happen.
because there's some skill sets that cannot be taught in the trade
Yeah,
school, or even
of course.
just
Listen. When you go to trade school, all it is when people say trade school, because people, right? When you talk about trade school, can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, good. When you talk about trade school, what tends to happen is that we have bastardized it by saying it gets old, it's trade school. Listen, when I went to, I attended London College of Furniture, which was mainly for timber work and so on. But within that that uni, what is now university, the highest skills course you can do was model making. That was the highest course you can do at that uni, and it just didn't consist of timber, plastic work, but the technicality that you needed to do that, you needed an A level. I don't know if you guys got it in America. A level was literally, you needed about three A levels to get into a university in those days. And these guys were the ones who used to design car bodies, trucks, and so on. When I went to their department, the level of skill that we used in woodwork was only the first stage for them. Our high level was only the first stage for them. But when I finished, I could have gone and done that, but I needed other practical subjects with it. Other technical subjects with it, like a higher math grade and so on and so forth. And I didn't really want to go and do that. So I just stuck to the woodwork, and I was able to work for a company where they done all the furniture I wanted to make, all the joinery work, building work. So I didn't really feel I need that, because I saw the manager I was working for, he was a millionaire. And he could make, so I said, I've seen what I need to see. But if you wanted to go into that level where you can design miniature car models and work for the Ford company, which was based on here, you have to do that. Now, those people went to universities and obviously came back and got the practicals. But it's very highly skilled, which is today now it's a full university thing. So you can't, we just say trade school just to emphasize what it is, but it's not as simple as that. When you go into it properly, you're going to be sharper than most of them people doing the high academics. Telling you, it's no joke. So this is what us black people sort of tend to look down on, which is
we
why
should look
in
down.
Africa,
We definitely should look down on trades.
right?
I think we just need them both, man. I think
you need them both. But what I'm saying is, in Africa, if you get it wrong and you just go to get the certificates, you're gonna have a nation full of chiefs and no regular people. That's why the Chinese come down there. We got to get them to it, because our people just get the certificates, but they can't do it on the ground. You get an African tradesman or an engineer, you compare him to a Chinese tradesman and engineer. Big difference. And not unless they come here like Mr. T. Mensa. The rest of it, come on. I could see the work myself, my own eye. But I can compete with any damn Chinese and anybody from East Europe. Bring it, come. I learned it from that white guy right here. So what I'm saying is that we need to take that. That's what we need in Africa.
Yeah, what I'm saying though too, with that, right? We need a mathematicians, our political scientists, and also, you know what I mean, our business.
Our business
to bring all that. To bring out, you see what I'm saying? To bring all that together, right?
To
bring all that together. That's all I'm saying.
Listen,
you understand what I'm saying?
Right. Ask Diners if you know better mathematicians than those Africans who are good. There's loads of them.
There's loads
helping us
here in America too.
What there's so many of them. All they do now is this. There you go. Right. All it is just you start them early and they're good with the numbers. That's all it is.
Well,
right. In fact, recently there was some competition and the African kids were beating all the Indian kids at the world events.
Well, let me ask you
That's
this,
because
Louis.
it's chew and spit. Repeat it back. If you can learn that, it's going high. Yeah, go ahead.
So as far as like,
go ahead, brother.
We have the mathematicians, right? Hold on one second. Get my charger. So we have the mathematicians, right? But as far as like the planner, right? Do you think we need more political science to get
go ahead? That's all right.
To push this industrialization forward, man? Because we got our mathematicians, so they can work on numbers dealing with the economy. You see what I'm saying?
Is it me
and
or you
maybe
guys?
come up with formulas to create a better economy if they collaborated with political scientists maybe You know,
I
some of the
I
top
didn't
ranked
hear half of
political
what you
scientists.
said, brother. Go say it again.
Okay, so those political, we still need those
I didn't hear
political
half of what you said.
scientists. Can you hear me?
No, we've got no problem. I don't have a problem with that. But what I'm saying is, those people, right? Listen, look, let Diners tell you, right? Those people, the ones we are producing in Africa, they simply don't have, they're rubbish. They're rubbish. You let them do a road and just watch the road mark. I mean, listen, when I went back to Ghana, one of my first trip back to Ghana, I spent time with my uncle, and he gave me a drive. We went round to the different shops just to look at furniture that they're selling, wooden furniture that they're selling in Ghana. But I couldn't wait and see. I spent the whole day looking. I came back in the evening. So my auntie said to me, "What do you think of the stuff they're making?" I told her, "Auntie, the stuff they're making, the standard stuff they sell in the shop, look like what a kid will make at 16 for his school exam." I have to be honest. That's what I have to tell her. This is all right. It's a couple of years back. They haven't improved that much since I've gone there, because they're not exposed to that standard that they've got here, that I was able to learn, because they don't have the skills. You need the machines to have the skills on. They can't even afford the machines, and the machines that they've got there is only to cut the timber and sell it abroad. So I work for the company that took the timber from abroad, and we made the products with the doors, the furniture, the flooring, the TNG, all that, the windows, doors.
But I see what you're saying. But
right, if you don't have someone practical in charge in the country, and you've only got the damn lawyer and the damn accountant, I mean, what kind of people you think? What we are forever going to be selling our raw materials to these people who make it and then come ship it back to us in Africa? Because now we want a nice house. That's why the Chinese come and they laugh at us, because we don't have time. Timber, Ghana was selling more timber. You look at some of the years, our chart, we sell more sometimes timber than we make more from timber than even oil some of the times and other stuff. And it's been sustainable, but we're still selling it raw. We're not adding This is why sometimes we spend time going to Oxford University, Cambridge. It's bullshit. I'm tired of it. We've got enough of them people. That's why Nkrumah wanted to bring communism, because under communism or socialism, you were forced to do certain things. You're going to be a carpenter. You're going to be a metal worker. You're going to go to university. You're going to do that. You're going to be the scientist. Done. In Africa, we need a period like that. Enough of these big graduates. They ain't helping black people. I'm sorry. Yeah, you got the best you can do is get a job in the States for working for the government. And then, if you're good, one or two will set up their own company by themselves. But look what other people are coming to do. The Chinese are making the phones. They're coming in. The Indians, they're practical people. Our people do one thing only, gets to impress. I'm a doctor. I'm a bloody this. Yes, I like the academics, but enough of it.
But you do need in a democracy especially, you need people to be educated and understand the world they live in, right? Because because these are the folks
we know that
vote,
brother. Yeah.
and are going to be responsible for who gets into power and is going to make decisions about the country. So you have to have a population that's educated and empowered, also to fight against being corrupt, right? If you get a country full of people who they have a lot of specific skills, but they're not educated, they're probably going to be more corruptible. Because not because they're bad people, but just because it's when you're not informed. That vacuum of not being informed is often filled by people with bad intentions, right? Spreading bad information that can cause people to make further bad decisions. So you need people to actually be educated. I mean, it's good that we have a society that offers free education from K through 12. I think that's probably one of the greatest things that keeps, first world countries going forward, right? But I mean, now that we've come this far, we need to extend it even further, right? Because we've extended it up to the degree that it's free up through 12th grade, right? That's been an endeavor that has brought us this far. But now that we're more educated than we were, now we have to become more educated than we are as a society so that we can be competitive, one, in the world, for two, so that people are just informed and can make informed decisions as a collective, as a society, so that we can live and be pretty much on the same page, not indoctrinated necessarily into the same way of thinking, but at least educated on the realities, right? And this will just make, I think, more for a more harmony in society, right? Since education is there. Now, if we were all ignorant, and we all just, just hunted and gathered, and we just followed the leader of that group, I mean, that probably would work. But now that we have ideas and we have education and access to it's a dynamic world. So you need educated people. I'm gonna get off the soapbox.
Nobody's disagreeing with that one. But let's not get away from what we're talking: basic education, reading, writing, arithmetic. If you got those things, you are educated. Let's not get too carried away and all that, right? Those who do high academics specialize in a particular thing, okay? And what I'm telling you is that as good as those things are, they don't necessarily, for us in Africa, because we fail to tackle the main cause, which is skill-based. We don't have enough skill-based people. That's why we're walking all the way across the Sahara Desert to get a job in Europe, because there's no jobs in Africa. Because you need skills to make the rubber in Liberia into trainers. You need skill. You need a shoemaker, the candlestick maker, okay? Those basic nursery rhyme stuff, we need that. So if your education isn't allowing you, no, hear me out. If your education is not allowing you to make the very pants that you're wearing on, right, or the shirt that you got on, and so then your education is slightly missed, because all you're gonna do is get a job and work for the white man.
But the political
science, we can't. 17 years after university,
Lewis, you gotta create an economy for them to live, though. You see what I'm saying? Off a livable wage.
We got it.
If you got the industry flooded with a whole bunch of people that have skill sets, but they can't make money in the country,
they'll be exploited. They'll be exploited laborers.
Who told you they can't make money? If you got no, brother, listen. Who told you that you can't make money if you ain't got skills? It's the skills that let you make money.
No, what I'm saying, if you got, let's say you got like let's say an industry, right, that's flooded with a lot of people that have this skill set, but there's not a lot of
we don't have it.
There's not a lot of demand for that skill set.
How do you think?
It's way,
brother, listen to me.
What I'm saying is the skill set is way bigger than the demand.
You can always export skills. Why do you think the Europeans got so rich everywhere they went? When they took the timber from Africa and took it to Europe, you think they just sat on it? No, they had whole colleges just dedicated to that. What they call it? The garment trade. You know how big that is? They put our people to pick cotton. We hate picking cotton. If we learn how to pick cotton and kept up with it, we'd be among some of the richest people in the world. You just come back to Africa and do the cotton field all day long. France make a whole industry out of that. We've got secondhand. You know how much secondhand items are bought to Africa and turns up into mountains? That's a big problem for us. Because we haven't got hold of the garment trade. They stopped after Nkrumah was overthrown. They stopped them making them the cotton. Now the only place where they're making it is Benin. Thank God they learn how to do it. At least the French got them to do that. But because of that, listen, the Africa's problem is industrialization.
Right.
I'm not interested. Listen, brother, as an African, I'm fed up with seeing graduates. I've got my cousin's graduate. I've got one now. I'm helping him out, pay his tuition. Though he came through and Nanado's programs to get the poor up there. We've got enough academics. We need them. We need them, but we need practical.
Lewis,
brother, we need practical people
with it needs proper planning, right? Planning through real research, planning. You know what I'm saying? Political science.
We've done all the research and planning. Listen to me. All you gotta do if you want to know what Africa needs, to be educated on, look at what African countries are importing. Okay, look at what they import. Look at the cars they're importing. Okay, look at the tires they're importing. They import the toothpaste they're importing. Toothpick, for crying out loud, they're importing. Okay, cow, sheep, intestines inside. Farming, we don't even learn that properly. This are what the education we need. Enough of the lawyers and bloody accountants. They are thieving bastards. I'm fed up with them. We need skill-based people who are going to set up factories. Make that rubber into trainers in Liberia and tires for the whole of Africa. We're going to have an industry like the Chinese, the Indians. That's the education we need. Those leaders, the Maui and all that, they got them people to learn them business. And if you had enough graduates, the rest of you shut up. Go and be a fucking, excuse my language.
I see where you at. I see where you at, Lewis. I see where you at, Lewis. But you still.
You understand what I'm saying, brother? And
you're right. You're right, but you still need.
When we got those industries, then we could have said, okay, African Americans, how many of you graduates you got here? We need you here. We need. That's what we need. That's what the white man don't want you to do, and they mesmerize you with big academic subjects, which is good. But if your academic subject is going to lead you to spend the rest of your life working for the white man in America, look, Dr. T. himself mentioned he regretted. He said he loves that he wants to help Africa develop. Unfortunately, he died, and he spent most of his time helping them look get rich.
And you're right,
so
right,
brother. We need those people, right? But right now, our education is miscalculated. Every African in the upper echelon want to be a lawyer and accountant. When they come to school, you speak to them. You tell me if I'm lying. We've got enough of them.
Okay, so I see where you at, right? And you're right, right? But what I'm saying, when we're talking about the mathematicians, these political science people, the business, they look at that same list you're talking about. We're importing toothpicks. Why are we importing this? And why is it somebody in our country making this? Sometimes it's not as easy as 1, 2, 3. We need somebody to look at that particular list, and because a lot of times it's blockage coming from other countries. You see what I'm saying?
Brother, listen to me.
Every case is different of why we're not exporting, we're importing something that we can make. You dig what I'm saying?
No, I hear you, brother. But with us, it's quite obvious. It is a plan. And our dumb leaders, they're not our leaders in a way, they're following it. Our Nkrumahs and the ones in the 60s, they didn't follow it. They done their own thing. You know how Nkrumah was able to keep so much? He had an industry. If you get a chance, you go on YouTube, factories, 360 factories set up from Kwame Nkrumah. He had what do you call it? The Exeter. You know, you've ever heard of an English company called Exeter Beef Company? They make very tasty beef. They don't make it in England. They make it in Argentina and Ghana. We're the only two nations that were given the rights to use that name. They gave it to us free as part of the present for independence or whatever. Okay, we had cows coming in all the way from Mali, from Burkina Faso. They were bringing them cows in because we had a factory going. The engineers were brought in from Eastern Europe. They taught the Africans how to keep the machinery going and so on and so forth. Basic practical. And then if your kid was like a cocoa farmer, he had a graduation program. Your kid was really smart. He's good at academics. They send him abroad to go uni, so on. By now, if he would have carried on, we would have been making up everything we needed. But they shut him off.
All right, let me pass the mic to Fitzgerald, my brother Fitzgerald Stevens. I'll pass it to Seth too. Go ahead, Fitzgerald.
Hey guys, how you doing over there?
We're doing good.
Hey, this is a request of fulfilling the King Joseph. I did my first year at a HBCU, Alabama State, and great teachers. I would very well educated. That was 40 years ago. We just didn't have we have subpar facilities compared with the Auburn's and the University of Alabama's, and when you go to college, you're trying to get a job. You that's the end goal. You're not going to college just to say you went to a college. But however, had the network would have been stronger, we hardly would have been stronger. I probably would have rethought this conversation. back then. But as an 18-year-old kid, you're not seeing that. You're enamored with the Greek shows. You're enamored with the games, especially when you're the first one to go for college, like myself, who parents were not college grads. So I was the one that led the standard, and since then my two younger brothers have also followed. Now, uh, let's forget about me. Let's take an experience that I absolutely know about. We talk about why, but we need to talk about why black colleges are really not promoted. And I've listened to the distinguished gentleman from England and in Africa, but how are you going to do that when you really don't have a good part of black schools, to promote these black colleges too? How are you gonna do that when you're not, when you don't have simply the influx of capital to gather the best of the best of the best, and to keep the black athletes for wanted to stay in your black community? You have to have it at a grassroots level. And we that was easily applicable 40 years ago. Now, my youngest brother is a Morehouse graduate, and to me, Morehouse is the cream of the crop. I know the Howard guys like to think they are, but Morehouse actually is. And but he graduated summa cum laude. But he is more enamored with his Harvard network that he ever talks about Morehouse. The man has an MBA for Harvard. He is more jacked about that network and what is opening up for him just on just for being there, than forever what he had said, than what he ever was said about his Morehouse group. Now, no indictment to Morehouse, no indictment to the HBCUs or anything else like that. But there has to be foundational principles that we must establish first. We have to get our talented boys and our talented girls who want to attend these HBUs. And how are you going to do that without having the high schools and the programs that have places for them to go, predominantly black, in order for that to be facilitated? If someone could really harp in on that, my generation, I'm about 60 years old. And I see very little has changed. If anything has changed from the time I was 18 to the time I'm 60 years old, still talking about that. But you don't have time to wait. You still got a job to get. You still got to make connections, and you don't have a method. If you don't have a method, you're just at the mercy of those who do. So that's why the predominantly white colleges say, "Hey, we got this in place, we got that in place," and they do the tours, or they fly in the athletes, or they fly them in. Say, "You want to do STEM? Okay, let's fly you in. Let's your parents look. He's able to do this and this and that." Correct me if I'm wrong. I'm not hearing any HBUs doing that, from Dillard to Morehouse to Spelman to Howard to Grambling, any other ones you want to think. So maybe we need to look at it a little bit differently with fresh eyes than what we've been looking for before, because obviously this formula is not working.
I think Fitzgerald, it's like along the lines of what you're saying. It really comes down to like what's practical, right? People are making practical decisions oftentimes. I mean, Harvard is Harvard, right? I mean, no matter where you're from in the world, Harvard is Harvard, Oxford is Oxford. Like, people will travel across the globe to go to schools like that, because it's about when it comes to education. Education isn't loyal to anything, but it should be loyal to the facts, right? To reality. It's not loyal to a particular race of people, or group of people, or any particular type of school, except that school is in line with the facts and reality. And to the degree that school has access to that and is able to deliver that, that's going to dictate how valuable that school is.
Well, no doubt about that, and I appreciate you for bringing up that point, and not to sound hypocritical, but actually to speak truth. Hey, you guys heard me talk about my alma mater, University of Alabama, how much I love that school, and how much how enamored I am about it. You let Stanford or Duke had extended me a scholarship because I know those guys are the Ivy without the Ivy. You let a Harvard or my favorite school of all, Yale, extended something like that. You would have heard me talk about the Yale Bulldogs because I understood what the opportunities was even back as an 18-year-old. So you're right. No one has ever asked. When I applied for jobs on numerous occasions throughout my career, no one said, okay, well, University of Alabama, okay, that's a talking point, but it's not nothing that really jumps off the page. I have once again, my brother is Morehouse and a Harvard alumni. Believe me, his Harvard MBA jumps off the page. It makes people looking at it though so much it jumps off the page that he's now actually the chief executive officer of the Tampa International Airport. Okay, now that promotion, I'm not going to say, but Morehouse didn't have anything to do with it. He wouldn't say anything to do with it, but it gave different eyes because the people who make a lot of these decisions in the boardrooms simply don't look like us on this panel. It isn't that
Yeah,
isn't that the reason,
yeah,
the end goal for us to go to get an education to establish
yeah.
wealth and for the next
I think that's what the
generation. It should
professor
be a
was saying
snowball
earlier
effect.
on. Yeah.
I think that's not necessarily always the case, but of course that's the predominant case. But I think education has its value beyond employment and the type of job you
Yeah.
can get, right?
Well,
And then there's
it,
when it comes to
it
going
helps
on,
direct the society.
what's
Hey,
that?
guys, let me pass the Vovo rants. Go ahead, Vovo. Unmute yourself.
Hey, Dinosaurus here
Say two.
first,
Go ahead,
man.
say
Come
two.
on
So,
now.
go ahead, say two. I forgot about you. Go ahead, say two. Now pass it to Vovo. Go ahead, say two.
All right, so thank you for giving me the floor. Finally, I would just want to elaborate to what Mr. Fitzgerald said about the networking side. First of all, I want to give some disclaimers. I've not been in any HBCU at all. I'm from Senegal, West Africa, and I know about HBCU back in 2018. I didn't know about it before. So in Senegal, there was a group HBCU group like from Howard that came to do study board program. That's the first time that I know that there was some thing called historically black college and university. I've never heard about that term before. So it's something
Mhm.
that, as far as I'm concerned, back in the continent, we don't know. There's no promotion about SBCUs. Most of the time when we go to study in a higher university or university to get knowledge or degree, we tend to go to Oxford, Harvard, and different type of university, Ivy Leagues and stuff. But there's no like promotion or also like propaganda about HBCU. And I believe, as far as I'm concerned, that there's some work that needs to be done because if I knew that there was Howard or any other university in my law degree, I would have rather go in historically black university and college to
Mhm.
get that knowledge and
Mhm.
also be able to
What
know
country are you from,
about it.
brother?
I'm from Senegal, West Africa.
Oh, okay. But all right. But it's French speaking. That's probably
Yes, it's
the French
French.
one.
Yes, it's right now I'm
Yeah.
speaking English because I took a lot of time to learn and try to communicate with black people from all around the world. That's why
Okay.
I'm like,
Yeah.
speaking in a different language. But normally, like English is not even my third language.
Oh,
But
you doing
just to
well.
come back, I want to ask you one question, Louis. Are you currently in Ghana?
No, no, yeah. I'm hoping this will be my last year in England.
Okay, so the reason why I asked because I heard you talk about practical knowledge a lot, and I think
Yeah.
that's something that you have, and I think what you said you have to go and be the example and implement it and bring the knowledge on the ground and train a
Hmm.
lot of folks in Ghana and in the area where you are in to be able
Hmm.
to transform the world. We need transformational power. But
Yeah.
about the
Yeah.
networking side, just to come back on the
Hmm.
networking about HBCUs and everything, like just in general, I think there's a lot
Hmm.
of works that needs to be done. There's like societies, like true societies that empower Black people wherever they are. That can be
Hmm.
sacred or whatever, but we
Hmm.
have to have that. That's
Yeah.
what I want to land my plane.
Yeah.
Let me
Yeah.
pass it.
I believe.
Let me pass the mic to
Mhm.
Vovo. Go ahead, Vovo.
Go on.
Can you hear me, brother?
I hear you.
Go ahead.
I just want to start off. The purpose of the HBCU was to go and get these skills and bring it back to the community. That was the first purpose of it.
No, not necessarily. It depends which HBCU you're referring to.
Well, I mean, when it first started, when it first started, it was the purpose was to bring these skills back to the Black community. Right now, the HBCU is not seen as prestigious. That's the problem. It's not seen as prestigious. The white ice is colder, and right now it is colder. To be honest with you, the stories. Now let's be clear. I'm a truck driver. I'm the only training I got is in trucking and in hazmat, handling hazardous material. I do
important, very important.
Gas. Huh? Oh yeah, no, I don't feel not important. I'm just letting I do gas. I put the gas in the gas stations. That's what I do. So what I mean, like I just didn't have the opportunity to go to college. I wanted to be a lawyer. That's why I feel like I can come over here.
Well, you can argue. I know that.
I can argue real good. That was my dream job, is to be a lawyer. You know what I mean? But I just didn't have that opportunity. You know what I mean? But right now, from what I'm hearing, is that the facilities isn't that good, the buildings aren't that great, the teachers aren't that great. That's up to us, bro. These institutions are already here. That's up to us to make the sacrifice. We got to make the sacrifice. Somebody might got to take a pay cut if we really serious.
Are the historical Black colleges private or are they government funded as well? Diners,
it's half and half. It's half and half.
Well, half and half because people do donate, but from my understanding, is mainly the government is keeping them open. Excuse me, I've been drinking. But every time I have a drink, I stutter a little bit. But the thing is this, it's not prestigious, which it should be. The name Historical Black College, that's something that we don't see nowhere else in the world. It should be, but you got to have the facilities. Like when Deion Sanders left, he left because they breaking in Deion Sanders' car. I hate to hear that. I hate to say that. I'm a Black man. I'm
a Black coach.
Huh? He's a football coach. He's one of our best football athletes, American. Yeah, ever. Yeah. One of the best cornerbacks.
Right. He went to a white college, right? He went to a white uni.
Yeah, he went to.
He moved and went to a white university, right?
Yeah, which they need to. It's not prestige. You need to be bringing in the Deion Sanders and the Michael Vick and these type of guys to run the programs. That's what make people want to come. God. Also, we need to have a network where we can, because when like a student athlete, when they go to play basketball, they want to go to Duke, they want to go to North Carolina because of the exposure as well. They're trying to make it to the league. We need to have some TV. Why we ain't got no TV networks where we highlighting these colleges? Where we highlighting our shit. We the athletes, we the ones that everybody wants to come and see. Why we don't? We need to be exposing these people. You know what I'm saying? We need to have exposure. So that's going to be us. Ain't nobody else can fix that but us.
Do the best athletes? Sorry, do the best athletes come from the Black colleges? Do they come from there?
No.
Is that the record so far?
No. But no, they come from they come from the Black community, and it should be like the brother said earlier. The brother Fitzgerald said, we need to be on the ground. We need to be in the high schools in the community. I got man. I seen some crazy shit. I seen this little 14-year-old. He taller than me. I'm 6'2". He come through the legs and dunked the basketball. I'm like, what the fuck? That was crazy. I'm like, do it again. He kept doing it. I'm like he's 14. I'm like, what are you doing? I'm like, what are you? I'm ready to move him in my house. Like, what the hell are you doing? He hanging out with these guys. I don't know what them guys into, but it looked like the wrong crowd. But I don't know for sure. Just for me to see that, I'm like outrageous.
Yeah. If it comes to capital, we're not gonna be able to compete anyway because they got all the money. If they put money into their
really though, they got the organization more than anything. They got they more organized than us. We need to be on the ground, plucking those students out, saying come to the college where Booker T. Washington went to
he helped start one of the
Booker T. Washington built Tuskegee. Him
Yeah,
and
he built it, but he
Oh,
went to
okay.
a white college, right?
I'm not sure. Yeah,
Yeah,
well,
yeah, he
But it,
did. He did.
Yeah, he went to it. But I'm saying we need to say we need to say come to the college where Booker T. Washington.
Well, actually, I think the college he went to was started by white people, but it was actually for black folks, if I'm not
Okay, well,
mistaken.
whatever, we need to be able to say, come to the college that this great black person went to. We need to be on the ground in the hood. You know what I'm saying? And then we need to be giving out scholarships. And when we build these people, they supposed to come back. That's the purpose, in my opinion, is to get these skills and get this knowledge and bring it back to our communities.
All right,
So when you say
let me pass it to Fitzgerald. Go ahead, Fitzgerald.
I'm interested to the gentleman in England. Is this just a phenomenon with black colleges just in America? Or do you guys have them in England?
Right.
I'm automatically going to assume if you're in Africa, there's black
Right.
colleges.
Right. In England, the black colleges or the colleges in unless it's Harvard University, or like say one or two of the others, they don't really care too much for the universities in unless it's Harvard, right? Really, that's the one that everybody knows.
Louis, he's asking, do you guys have like HBCUs in the UK?
No, we don't have a historical. Oh God, no.
Okay, so this is a phenomenon. This is something that's homegrown here in America.
Yeah, it's quite special. But in Ghana, we have some very good universities that's attached to the historical black colleges, and they also attached to the Cambridge Oxford here. You understand? But the black colleges are more popular in Ghana to the Ghanaians than they would be to people in Senegal.
Okay. Now,
you understand?
I want to talk to with two folds here. With the black athletes, the reason I'm into that is because that will pull television revenue and a lot of high power revenue comes in. I can't argue with that. And God blessed me to be about 5'7", 5'6.5", but I rounded up to 5'7". So probably my NBA career is gotta get a little stock because of that. Now I have the cousins, they all the 6 feet, but I didn't get the height from daddy, But here, I'm more of a scholar cat. What you attract me to is high power professors in a given field. I was very much interested in law as an undergrad, but I didn't do that. I didn't know really what to do. As a matter of fact, the high school I went to was so in depth in Alabama that I didn't even know the Egyptian were black people till I showed up at Alabama State University. This is how they got. Now, why is that? Because I had seen Elizabeth Taylor, Richard Burton, in my parents and grandparents. They never did their job by telling me
we all did.
Where we came from. So what am I supposed to think at 18 years old? Now, if you say, well, Fitzgerald, looking back right now, would you make the same decision? Absolutely. I just told you guys I've been out of school I started my college career about 40 years. That's a lifetime. That's a generation ago. And just to see that things are the same the way they are. But I've since learned that it's really that besides being the network, like my daddy told me, who would get you in the door, what would keep you there. Okay, who would keep you in the door, what get you in there. But you got to get an
the connection.
Touches. Until HBCUs that have a strong foundation with corporate 500, 100 the entities around there who have a strong Black Alumni Association, not mismanagement under this DEI crap, which is really saying we just might as well say we white male. Okay, but until you have those, man, you're going to be at the mercy of, please someone give me some of your corn on the cob to eat because, I don't have my garden, and so it's futile and it's very, very frustrating to keep talking about. I'm looking for like the Everbeam Troye, the leader of Burkina Faso to rise up within there. Like, man, quit talking about this, quit talking about all this talk. Do for self.
It's gonna be a while yet before you see too much from there at the moment because the early stages. I mean, we've got good universities. Ghana, we're quite lucky. Senegal also got good universities.
Why?
We got Sheikh Anta Diop University in Senegal.
With Senegal, which I love that country. That's my first country I put 10 toes down.
That's what you went with Diners?
Hold on, let me finish for a second, sir. then if that's the case, then in Senegal and Africa have these great universities. Why ain't I'm seeing them not recruiting this incredible African American minds over here? Why not give us? Why not make it possible for us to? Hey, you got a chance to study on. We got professors doing so and so. I read a lot of stuff that they got some brilliant minds on that. Why aren't they active recruiting from this hotbot called the United States to get us to come over there and participate in that with scholarships?
In Ghana, they do
Yes,
it
it's
regularly.
happening for Senegal.
Yeah,
There was a
they do it
generation
regularly,
of
brother.
professor. There was a generation of professor, like Senegalese professor that was
Yep.
teaching in Howard University. So they started bringing their students in Senegal to do like a
They do
semester.
programs all the
And
time.
while they were training, some of them came back and relocated and start working for companies like Deloitte, like on the like accounting firms and like law firms. You know, people that
Yeah.
went back and came back and still have ties to Senegalese community
Yeah.
back here in the U.S. So it's happening, but it was too late for me as far as I'm concerned to know about HBCUs and to join them. Yeah.
What if the academic, is not sexy, it's not like basketball or anything, so we don't get to hear it. But I know that it definitely goes on. There are programs all the time going on. I keep forgetting the name of the university, historical black college that Kwame Nkrumah went to. Dan, I always forget the name of that one.
I think it was Lincoln. I think it was Lincoln University.
Lincoln, yeah. That's very popular with Ghanaian students. All the historical black colleges, because they're linked to Ghana. There's a lot of them. We're very familiar with them, But although most people would definitely, if they get a chance to go abroad, they want to go Oxford University or Harvard or whatever. But the historical black colleges, hey, as long as it's from America, they will take it, and the link is there. It's very strong,
Could I say something? Like my thing is this. When I talk to black people, I see that black people want some like sense of sovereignty. You know what I'm saying? And in order to do that, you got to build it. You got to build it. We're in a fortunate position to where we don't have to build it. We got to renovate it. You know what I'm saying? We need to renovate it. That's what needs to happen. We need to renovate it. You know what I mean? I seen the story. I just looked it up. I can't listen to it, but I looked it up. The guy, 19 white coats or something like that. I don't know if y'all seen that picture with the black doctors.
19.
Huh?
19 what? Black doctor? Go say that again.
White coats.
I know you're talking about.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where the guy wants to start a school with all black doctors, or teach black doctors. That's what we need. There's no reason to have to go to a white doctor for nothing. We need guys like Dr. Ben Carson to go, even though I don't think he went to a HBCU. I don't know, but Dr. Ben Carson is a brilliant mind.
Brilliant mind.
Vovo, let me tell you something. There's like in Cheikh Anta Diop University, one of like the biggest university in Francophone West Africa. They have
That's the main one I know.
Yes, they have like a medicine program that like trains a lot of doctors that end up like being hired all around the world. Like people from Morocco, they like you will see them like plenty Moroccans like coming to Cheikh Anta Diop University. And why not Black American, African American coming to study medicine and like, challenge themselves in a country where they speak a different language. And I think mainly the problem is the language. The language is the barrier because mainly in Senegal, they speak Wolof, which is the man, and French. And French.
We already, listen, whether we like it or not, English is the #1 second language of the world.
I always say that to the French, they get upset. But it's the #1 international language.
Yeah, let's speak English.
No, I agree with that. That's why when I was in high school, I joined the English club. I learned from music and drama and everything. While like most of the people in Senegal, they speak French. But a lot of my generation, I'm telling you, they work hard to speak English to be able to speak from folks from all around the world.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's work with that. There's no need to try to learn a new language and all that kind of shit. It's already hard enough to learn your skill, to learn what you're trying to do. Now you studying a new language, you adding extra pressure on you. Whether you like it or not, English is the #1 language in the world. Period. You can't fly a
It,
plane
it,
without knowing how to
But get off your comfort zone. I mean, just try something different.
No, we're trying to win here. We're trying to win
we,
here.
we need
Hey,
we need other languages.
Gentlemen, all my final thing, if I may speak, that ass.
Go ahead.
This is probably going to be a little controversial to some in there, but over here, these United States, I hope to God they keep pushing the segregation agenda. You know,
Okay.
you know why? You know why? Because
Go ahead.
if you go back with it, with you said to get black people to start supporting their stuff and holding up things, you go back and look in the 20s where we talk about communities like Black Wall Street, Rosewood down in Florida. There was communities all over where prominent physicians, accountants, movie theater owners.
That's what the professor was saying.
Now with me, the way I look at segregation, separate stuff like that for now, bring it on. Okay.
Yeah, because you encourage that.
I ain't interested in integrating with you no more. I
Thank
already
you.
see what that's come. But if I want to travel down the highway, or if I want to stay in a hotel, you can't discriminate me. But if I keep hearing about this $2 trillion that black people have, okay, push it into us over there, where we can use those dollars that we've been forced to, because you don't want to say it anyway. You know, I'm not going to stage a sit down your lunch in. I'm just going to go to the black physician, the black dentist, the black store owner, the black e-commerce owner, because
and our food tastes better. Our food tastes better anyway.
I hope to God they really keep pushing that. Not that it's some sort of real big boogeyman. DEI stands nothing, but I'm just going to empower white males, and it's just a thing that I'm going to do for them, because affirmative action, it clearly the number one beneficiary of that was white females. So enough.
They hijacked it.
Call
they hijacked
it. To get the game that you want to be called. But think about that. Imagine that you got your own now. Now you know everybody up for the thing. So black owned. Say go to your people. Go back to Africa. Yeah, I'll start.
It's a reality check for us. Trump is a reality check for black people.
No, this needs to happen, man. This needs to happen, because it's insanity to keep marching around the walls of Jericho and they ain't call it. You gotta do something. You know, but that would go two ways though. So I mean, you gotta admit,
you say that you sound scary.
The black consumer is just a small part of the American market. So if you're
really
black person,
stop that thought with a second. Look,
okay,
that's not small consumer.
Target won't tell you the black consumer is a small part of the market.
Yeah.
Okay.
Walmart won't tell you.
Okay, relative.
If you take that black American dollar,
all right. Let me rephrase that. Let me rephrase that. As a business owner, you wouldn't want to relegate yourself or constrain yourself to only 14% of the U.S. market.
No, you still access to the rest.
Why not? The Arabs do it all the time when they
no, they sell to whoever they're going to be opportunists. Whoever buying, they're going to sell to.
In the black community, that's only for black men. That's only for
they're going to patronize. They're going to patronize, and they're going to allow anyone to patronize them who decides.
Millionaires just like that. What are you talking about, bro?
What I'm saying is, you can't isolate yourself as a community. Nobody does it in the United States. Nobody does it in the world who's successful.
There's the mentality that we need to get out of the community. I want you to show your face.
No, I'm making a statement. It's not a mentality. Refute it if you like. It's not a mentality. If you can refute it and you're sound.
It's a good point. Listen, it's a good point, but what Fitzgerald is saying is that because we've been trying to integrate, and by doing that, we've got less and less of our power because we've gone to rely upon everything from the other society. If they want to do segregation, let them bring it, because it will then get us to do things for ourselves. That's what he's saying.
This the thing with that, right?
I'm not talking. I get that, but I think out competing is probably a better strategy.
No, you can still compete. You can still sell it to other people. You're not going to cut people off.
This guy here, I'm still going to be competing. No, nobody's going to stop competing. Look at the movie 300. I talk about it all the time. 300 soldiers. That's all they wanted. The best of the best 300. They were able to take down mighty armies. Just 300. They didn't want everybody.
Everybody.
It consolidated their power.
Let me read the super chat. Philly Yardy Vibes to Nalahala. Which Lincoln University diners? There's one that my family member went to outside of Philly and one in Missouri. Are they both HBCUs? It's the one that's the HBCU, the Lincoln University that Kwame Nkrumah went there, and then the first president of Nigeria went there. Oh, come on, Diners.
The Kwame Nkrumah University is very good now.
No. We're saying Kwame Nkrumah went to Lincoln University.
Oh, where he went to, yeah.
And then the first president of Nigeria. Come on, Diners. Jesus. And they're both Sigmas as well.
Okay.
But go ahead.
Here's my thing, right? This is something else I wanted to touch on. You know what I mean? If we're saying that Africans are black like us and all that, we should have the HBCUs should have satellite colleges in Africa.
Yes.
Why not?
This
should be a common thing. I'm going to go to this satellite university, and then I'm going to go and then if I need some extra training, I go right to America and go to the Tuskegee University or to the whoever university, the whatever historical black college if I need some extra training. If we're saying
some of the universities in England are doing that.
Nnamdi Azikiwe, and it's the Lincoln University in Pennsylvania. It's Nnamdi Azikiwe. Go ahead.
Well, this need to be a common thing. If it's a not to keep going back to the sports, but if it's a big tall African over there and he's shooting a three up good, bring him right over. He already we make sure he get his visa or whatever, come straight over there.
Yeah. So far there's like some small progress that are being made on the ground. We have here in Senegal NBA Africa, and we have like a lot of NBA players coming. No, I'm just giving you example of like university student, like sport, like getting into sport to universities and all that. I'm just trying to tell you like what are the progress that are being made on the ground, just for your information.
I can see the Serge Ibaka's and the Joel Embiid's and all those guys. I can see we know that already. What I'm saying is that if we trying to build these institutions and y'all Pan-Africanists and we all on this and we supposed to be all black and we on the same page, why not? They supposed to come to an HBCU too. The same way
because people want the best education.
I think Vovo, you are the one putting your blackness or resemblance with African between bracket. You know, you are the only one. No, we've been hearing you in the channel like a lot of time. No, it's not about knowing you. I'm not trying to judge you, but from what you have been saying lately, Diners can also witness what you've been saying and how you were trying to separate yourself all this time. And we've been trying to show love all the time, man. Like, just don't get me wrong.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Vovo's coming around. He's coming around. He's coming around.
I'm accepted. I believe that Black Americans are. That's a whole nother story. We don't
want to go.
Listen,
we don't want to go. Once we work together.
And that's what's sad. That's what's sad about about the whole thing. That's really what's sad.
Listen, the work that the Black Americans are doing here in Ghana, right? Look, we got a guy here, Dr. Kambon, right?
Yeah.
Diners interviewed him, one of our top university graduates. He teaches Yoruba and Tree better than the native and writes it.
Let me say this too, right?
They're doing great stuff here.
Here's my ideology. The HBCU should be so prestigious. It should be like a Harvard or like a Yale, to where even other groups of people, whether you're an African, whether you're a white, whether you're a Latino, Asian, you should want to go there to get educated. So
if you're not careful, the Asians are doing sneaky in the background. From what I've been reading.
Listen, I'm not.
That's what HBCUs.
It should be so prestigious to where you know that you're going to go there and you're going to be one of the highest trained people on the planet.
And you know what that means? It would have to attract the best professors from across the world.
You need money for that, bro. You need money. Where we going to get
Right.
it?
You
Whether we
have
got
to have
business.
Harvard is prestigious because I mean, if you look at the professors, they're not all Americans. They're the best from
Is
around the
Harvard
world.
a historical black college?
No. What my point is, if you're gonna have the most prestigious university, you have to
Yeah.
have the most prestigious minds throughout the world. Then
Yeah,
it's
and
not
you
gonna
need
come.
money. You
It's not
need
gonna
money
come
for
in one.
that. Listen,
What's that?
you need money for that. You go pay them professors. They're not free.
Yeah.
You gotta pay
Hey,
You're
them.
right.
hey,
You
hey, let me
get them
tell you
to come.
something. Sometimes you don't need money. You just need like knowledge, and I think knowledge can take you anywhere.
You need
Like,
money
Yeah, no,
though.
I'm talking about
uh,
attracting the best lecturers.
Yeah,
They're
I
not
mean,
cheap.
it's
yeah,
They're
unless
top.
you depending on people just doing it.
you need money. Money part of it. Money part of it. Whether we like that or not, is I
Yeah,
know that sounds
listen, it's like
I mean,
It's like
Deion Sanders teaches you that, right? Look what he did.
I don't really
well,
don't
not
think
just that.
all the way about the
You got
money.
to have the money to get the best.
Deion got a lifetime Nike deal. He get royalties from Nike.
I'm just saying, where did he go? Where did he end up?
No,
Right?
I'm saying though
Prestigious player
Deion got
would have offered
deal.
HBCU a prestigious program, but he ended up where? Because the
He's
money was right.
ranks of he's doing the same thing he did to become a professional athlete. He going to the good college. Now he's going to go. Deion going to be a coach
But
in the NFL.
It's my point. My point is still the same though. It's
I
got to
don't
have the money. It's kind of like you said. In order to attract the best, right, to teach those students and to make it prestigious, you have to have something to bring those professors in. And in the world we live in, oftentimes that's money.
Let me say this one thing. As a Black American, right, we got something that nobody else got. We got their attention. That's very important when you got their attention. We have their attention, and we have the cool factor. We're not harnessing that. I say this all the time. We need to be harnessing that. We got their attention to where it can be people getting blown up right now today. It's people getting blown up. Nobody cares. There's
I
civil
want to
war.
hear Professor. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
give me
I
just
want to
like
hear.
seconds, and then you
Yeah,
might get what I'm saying instead of coming here. You might get it. I promise you. I'm gonna go 30 more seconds. There's civil wars all over Africa. Nobody cares. Babies being killed, all that kind of shit.
Well, hold on. Name all the civil wars in Africa, bro. Come on. Man.
I don't know. I know that there's a civil war going on in the Congo. I know that there's a civil war going on in oh my God, the Sudan. I know that there's a civil war going on in I believe in Chad. The rebels are doing something. But this the point. Not even that. Fuck it. Don't even go there to Africa. There's something that we all can see in Palestine. We see babies getting blown up. Nobody cares about this stuff on the planet. There's people eating out the garbage in Asia. Literally, they got garbage pad. Google it. They're eating out the garbage. Nobody cares about
don't
this.
say nobody cares. No, maybe you don't care. Maybe you don't care, but don't say nobody cares.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Come on, man.
That's not major news. But if Drake and Kendrick Lamar have a rap beef, it stops the world. They care more about what Black Americans doing than babies being blown up, than people eating out the garbage, than people they care more about that. So we got something that nobody else has had. We have their attention. We got.
I think your
I think you might be
algorithm
in a
is
bubble,
very.
bro. You
Yeah, I
might be
think
in a little bit of a bubble.
it's his algorithm that's like limiting him from getting access
No,
to
it's
what's
not.
going on.
I'm
No,
talking
I'm
about
telling
world.
you, I'm telling you.
I'm
But
talking
I just
about
wanna, I know. So now,
talking about world events.
yeah, I hear you. You are right. So I just want to hear Uncle Fitzgerald. He was saying something and we cut him. I just want to hear what he had to say.
And that's the problem right there too. He don't want to hear that. Haters. He didn't want to hear what I said. Ain't nothing I said there was wrong.
All right, go ahead, Fitzgerald. Go ahead, Fitzgerald.
Gentlemen, I'd like to appreciate all you guys' points and everything. Didas, want to give a special shout out for you for giving me the courage when I've been going through that, to even jump back on the stream. And this is the way I am right now. Guys, it's been undergoing a little health hiccup, but praise be to God, we work with what we got. Okay. I can't deny endowment. I can't deny the power of endowment. When you stack a Yale or the Harvard with $1 billion plus endowment, I don't know what it is with Morehouse, but money's going to pull those top professors. It's not all about athletics, ladies and gentlemen. That is a fantasy world. That is a elite of the elite. Not everyone's going to be wind up to make their living through for college athletics, professional athletics. Although with the way it's promoted over here, you would think so. But to attract the best, you need to pay them. You know, and to pay them, you have to have the funds. Now, so until that equation is plugged, I think we're going to forever lose ground. As far as with that, Alabama will reach out to me with the Alumni Association. I know I can call upon that, but hey, they're like, Fitzgerald, hey, how you doing? Okay, then they have the donation box I can check on the line. I should still be on. I should be in Alabama State's archives, but I never got anything for them. Based, I don't get anything for them. They don't know what level I'm at right now. And so I don't want to make it sound like black colleges are inferior. That is not what I'm saying. There are professors there, and I had some study that I would stack up against practically anyone. The only thing that they wasn't published or tentured or any other things like that, but they had the ability. So we need to look at ways to go to positive doing instead of non-positive talking, because I promise you, if we don't find a solution this very, very soon, Search for Uru is going to be hosted by Dynas's great grandson talking about this same dang topic. That I can promise you. With
that'd be awesome.
With nothing being changed, we have got to find a way to raise capital to get those minds. Oh, by the way, there are white teachers at these black colleges. They're there, but so what do we do, ladies and gentlemen? And I'll yield the floor. Thank you, Dynas, for this opportunity to give me the confidence, and you, King Joe, to give me the confidence to come in, because I've kind of been like well, that's a mental hurdle I had to get over. Thank you.
Hey, Fitzgerald, let me say, man, as Search for Huru's, one of Search for Huru's first subscribers, I like to say, man, it's good to hear your voice, and welcome back, and I hope you're doing well, brother.
Yeah, God is good, man. God is good. But what we want to do, how do we solve this income gap? How do we empower our HBCUs to be perfectly capable to be able to compete? Yes, sir. Let me hear your thing. If that is, thank you.
Here's my thing. This is one thing that I'm into, brother. Don't get off the. I want to talk to you. I want to see your face. I want you. No, it's cool. My thing is this. Where do you live, brother?
I'm down in Tampa, Florida.
Okay. Now let me ask you this: who owns the gas stations around there?
You bought the gas stations most owned by the Indian community.
That's the money right there. That's the money right there. We could get those businesses back. We already don't own them, so they already don't benefit us. We can take that money. That's a grassroots. That's on the ground. It's people, normal people like me and you, walking up to those pumps, sticking it in our vehicle, pumping gas, spending $30, going in there, getting a bag of chips or water and all that. That's money. If we had all the businesses back in our community, and we took those dollars from the gas station, the corner store, whatever, the hair store, our women love putting on weaves, and we took that and we put that into the high school level, and we make this. Hey, when you come here, we make it what I want to say, a part of the culture that, hey, when you about to graduate in May, your ass about to go to a HBCU. That's what need to happen. We need to have on the grassroots level. We need to be, that's what we need. That's capital right there, right in the community.
You bring up a good point, but how are you going to support something that's not in your community? Other words, I was a real big fan of Mr. Change Dry Cleaner, although he did a great job set up right up in the black community in the area I used to live in, Tampa. But he was there. If there was a black-owned place was there, I would have been happily support him. But
that's
how do you support for what's not there?
That's what I'm working on. I'm trying to open my first corner store. Hopefully, if I manage the money right, it'll be in the next 2 years. But yeah, that's the point. If you set up right next to them, it's Mr. Chan's and it's Fitzgerald, and you say Fitzgerald black owned sign right there. Mr. Chan going out of business tomorrow.
Well, I would believe black owned. I would believe in black owned, but I would believe it you see it at the counter. It would me being there. Listen, man, I'm taking paper for me and you
Yeah.
want to do it.
You can hang the sign too.
My
You gotta
job
hang
is
the
to
sign.
my,
How we know where to find you at,
my
bro?
job, we can. My job is to provide exceptional service where you want to spend your money with me. My job,
Exactly.
Yeah,
that's
but
what
you
I'm
still
trying
gotta
to do.
hang the sign.
It's not just
McDonald's got
And
about
a
the
sign
prices,
up.
sign.
How
right?
you know where to go get your Big Mac?
Competitive
But
pricing,
but
competitive
Bobo,
service.
listen, let him finish,
Man,
man.
listen, bro.
Bobo, let him finish.
Motherfuckers hating, bro. That's what that is. Like,
No, I'm
bro,
not
you
hating,
gotta hang
bro.
a sign. You gotta know where you at. You gotta have a sign. It's a sign. It's a sign running across the bottom of the line right now. How do I know I'm talking to Mr. Fitzgerald? Because it's a sign with your name on it.
But
You got on the
you think all the
But you
signs
gotta
are
have a
just like
reputation,
something
man.
you gotta like a physical sign, something gotta be talent. What he's saying is like providing exceptional services. That quality will
How do you
attract
know where to
every
get the
people.
professional service at?
You will get them underground or like however
How do
like
you know where to
muff
get this
ear to
exception?
mouse or whatever however they call it. That sign is not important. Like what is important is the quality of the service.
No, that's the most important. No, listen to what I'm
Hey,
saying.
Gogo. Let me say this right quick. You know, I believe in supporting black-owned businesses, right? But black-owned can't mean a middleman who replaces another middleman and also charges higher
That
prices
ain't
and
true.
delivers lower quality service.
That
When I
ain't
say
that
that,
ain't
because you have to think when it comes to a lot of some businesses, all you're doing is playing middleman, right?
that's
You're
part of
sourcing
business.
a product,
That's part of business.
unless it's made in the community, you're sourcing the
You don't
product.
know nothing about business. Business is just middleman, and that's what business is. And
Hey,
you're
My
not, and
point,
we're
my
not.
point, if you're just going to be another middleman with higher prices and poor service,
That's
it
it's
doesn't matter if you
about.
black.
Listen to what I'm
So
telling
it goes back to the point
you.
that Fitzgerald, you
Listen,
have to
if you're
deliver
not
it.
taking the raw resources out of the ground yourself, refining them,
Right.
building whatever you
Yeah.
build and selling it, you're going to be a
Right.
middleman in there somewhere. It's about who
Okay.
that's middleman. That's part of business. What are you
So
talking about?
if you're going to be a middleman, it can't be, I'm a middleman who, because I'm black or by black, because I'm black, you should spend money with me,
That
even
ain't what
though I raise the prices higher and I don't deliver as good as a service. So you always have to be
I am.
conscious of the fact that you have to compete and be willing to deliver a
Listen,
better product
I'm a
or a better
homeowner.
price.
I'm a homeowner. I'm sitting in my house right now. I worked hard. I saved the money. I bought this house. My water heater went out in my house. I tried to have a black dude do it. Gave me all types of excuses. I called a white man. White boy came over here, fixed this shit in 1 hour. I'm back taking hot showers. Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not just saying
yes, so
that.
we are saying the same thing.
I'm almost done, man. I'm almost done. I'm not saying that you pick the business because it's black. No, you gotta have good service too.
Yep.
Y'all didn't let me finish because y'all so hot. You gotta have good service too.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is this: if Fitzgerald got a dry cleaner and Chan got a dry cleaner, and you're doing the same level of business, you got the same fabric softener, same machines, same all that. The black community is going to go to Fitzgerald. It's a market for this. There's a
Yes,
Right.
market for
that's
Fitzgerald.
That
true.
makes
That's
sense.
true. What I'm trying to say is like it's not about the sign because if you go by the sign or the emblem or okay, black owned or whatever symbol that you want to use, like there's a lot of people that have money that say okay, they are more advanced in advertisement. They will like hire like those signs even without being black and owning a lot of businesses without being known that this is not a black owned. So it has to be a different type of strategy than just putting sign out there because people can do more with signs.
Well, let me say this: at the end of the day, if the product is not good, I live in America. We've seen several businesses with dope signs that got signs that are great, and you know the company, but their product became shit, and they went out of business. One of them I can think of is Hometown Buffet. The Hometown Buffet back in the 90s when I was growing up, we loved to go there. The food became shitty. Their sign became shitty. McDonald's is good because you know that all throughout America that the Big Mac gonna taste the same. The fries are gonna be the same all throughout America. You're gonna get a quarter pounder, it's gonna be the same process all throughout America. It's a good product. So your sign is attached to your product. America.
Those foundations are investing in ways to get advertisement to your brand in no matter like no however ways. I'm telling you. So yeah, so they are good at what they're doing. They can use signs, colors, and shapes to to get you to
At the
buy
end of the
whatever
day,
they
if
want
you
you to
don't
buy.
got a sign, bro, you ain't talking about nothing. Period. We live in. I don't know where you live. I live in America. Everything got a sign on it. Everything got a sign on it. Everything has a sign on it. I don't know I'm on 21st Street unless I read the sign. Unless I look out the window and say I'm on West 25th. I'm on 73rd. I'm at
Yeah, we
McDonald's.
got different references, and I
I don't know
understand
where
that.
I'm at then
Yeah.
without a sign. This is 2025, man. How do you know? How do I know that I'm talking to Adonis?
Yeah.
Unless I'm on it.
I think what Bobo was saying, what Bobo was saying is that, for instance, that is symbol on the right hand side here, with the African symbol, Uhuru on it. When you see it, you're gonna catch it. Have a sign so that, have a sign that everybody knows that you're all real bit of people on code. It's a black business, so you know what I mean. You can support it. There's nothing wrong with that. They do that with a halal food sign and all that here in England. I think that's a good idea.
It's the only idea. There's no way you would know. How do you know you're on YouTube? You got to click the YouTube emblem. It's a sign.
Yeah. That's what we mean.
We got to start moving forward, bro.
We need a buy black symbol.
The signs is not
On
the
the
most
window.
important. That's what I want to say.
Yeah, that's all. Both points are good.
No, because you don't get. You're in another country. You don't get how important buy black is, because everybody there is black where you're from. So you don't understand.
Here, we tried it, but our community is not as big.
Huh? Yeah, it's people here from all over the world. You don't understand the history of the Black American. We've been cheated.
No, I do get it. I haven't experienced it.
We've been cheated in this country. I come from a community where it wasn't no Arab around. It wasn't no East Indian, no Asian. None of that shit was around. They were scared to come around this motherfucker.
Yeah.
I'm saying it wasn't none of that. Mr. Johnson had the corner store. The Williams family had the gas station.
Yeah.
If you were short a quarter, then all right, you owe me a quarter.
Yeah.
Right,
that's what Jerry was saying, that if
you're
going to take segregation to get us back to that, maybe we should welcome it. On that point, you understand what he's making?
Who's not welcoming it?
No, what I'm saying is, if he's going to take the segregation, then so be it.
Why is that such a bad thing? My thing is this: with
segregation. No, I'm not saying it's a bad thing from that point of view. You understand? Yeah, because we need the black businesses, because integration has meant that. Okay, but this is it. When we integrate, and this is not just in America, in the worldwide thing. Oh, let's all open up the market. Let's bring in. We can't compete because our stuff hasn't had a chance to get to that level. So when they bring that, they tell you, yeah, we all integrate. No, they just want to sell their products to your country. So you be dependent on them, then you just give up your manufacturing. Just like what they done in the black community. So on that sense.
Well, no, it happened a little bit differently to us. You know what I mean? This was
because obviously it's a countrywide. It came from the slavery and the Jim Crow and all the rest of it. We get it.
Since slavery, there's been a continuous sabotage. Jim Crow was a sabotage. Slavery was a sabotage. It's been dropping drugs in our community was a sabotage. These people, mass incarceration was a sabotage. This is something that happened here. See, in this country, this is exclusive to this country.
Yeah. Right. The same thing happens on a slightly different scale internationally.
But let me say this, right? My thing with the separation, with the segregation, is everybody, in my opinion, everybody should have their own stuff. That's how you keep it.
Yeah, and then you can still mix a lot of people, but make your own.
If I can get 30 seconds from you, bro.
Let me say this real quick, bro.
Just 30 seconds, bro. Just 30 seconds. I'm almost done, and I'm gonna mute up. You know what I mean? And then you're gonna be able to see the sign. It's a sign. When I press the mute button, a sign gonna come on my mic that say his mic is muted. All y'all mics are muted because I can see the sign. But here's the thing, right? Everybody should have their own stuff. But when we're in the common areas, we should treat each other with the same respect all human beings deserve. That's all I'm saying.
Okay.
I think this is what the brother's saying, that we need, to target we need to compete, as far as, with prices and things of that sort. Those same people that are in our neighborhoods, right? What I've realized, we're going to different neighborhoods. I'm talking about white neighborhoods. They're also in different white neighborhoods. The same people, the same Indians. But what I'm saying is, if we just focus on ourselves, as far as like we just want to sell to ourselves, we're missing a lot of market. And see, that's been our problem. See, if we just sell it to ourselves and then we get mad and say, well, why is not nobody buying black? Well, you're not competing with everybody. You're just competing with your own black people.
You
See, we
made that
need
up.
to
All you guys,
hold on, motherfucker. Let me finish. Now, you're talking about those same people that we're replacing, right? They also have businesses outside the black community, as far as like gas stations. I've seen it, man. I've seen it in the some of the richest neighborhoods. You go out there and you go to the gas station, and the same people that was in the hood, they out there, you know what I'm saying, in those type of neighborhoods. So if we really want to compete, we need to sell also not only to ourselves but to other groups of people. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, listen,
but
you will be
nobody's
mad to have
saying
it.
that. No, Malcolm X
Okay,
said
well, you
that
said we can talk. You said you're gonna give it up. Give me 1 sec. Nobody, you'll be mad to have a business and say, I'm only gonna sell to blacks. You'd be mad to do that. The Indians have this halal stuff they keep peddling. Okay, not say Indians, the Pakistanis or the Muslim. They've got halal on there, but that don't mean that you got to be a Muslim only to eat that. If you're in the area, you come in, they'll welcome you. We got Pakistanis here selling meat, butcher's meat. Some of them are nice, some of them just hate black people when they look at you. But I know them because I grew up with a lot of them. I go in there, right?
I hear you,
Hear
Lewis.
me
But
out.
what I'm saying is, they go to also to compete. You got to go to those different neighborhoods. You see what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
when you go to those other neighborhoods, you take off the sign. Just leave it, plain blank. But when you're in the neighborhood, you know the brothers are going to be there. Put the sign up.
Oh, that's
all.
I agree with that. But I think
you
the
can
brother.
put the sign up anyway.
Huh?
You can put a black on sign. If you want to come in here, I still sell water. I still sell juice. I
But
still sell.
I think
Yeah,
the brother was saying,
I'm not
Lewis.
if
gonna
you
say
got
you
a
can't
Ku
come
Klux
in here.
Klan looking for
That's
you,
not
if
what
you
I'm
got a
saying.
Ku Klux Klan looking for you and they're looking for that sign, you're gonna be in trouble.
No, I'm saying if you in a
So,
if you in a black community and you this
Vovo, can I respond to you? You're right. You're right. The sign thing that you're talking about is important, but the only thing that I'm afraid is like being targeted. Like when you expose yourself in
Yeah.
certain level, like you will be targeted to like a point where you may not even get to where you want to get. Your
Yeah.
goal
Some
is
other
like to
people say you're
conquer.
that
Like
way,
else,
you're that
bro.
way. I'm not even coming in there.
Hold on.
Yeah, I hear what the brother says as
Let
well.
him finish though. Let him finish, and I gotta please let me finish. Go ahead.
Go ahead.
no, go ahead, Vovo.
Targeted. Who you talking to?
No,
You talking to
he's
a
on
black
your side. He said,
bro?
go
Be
ahead.
quiet, Lewis, please eat, bro. How you gonna eat and talk?
Hey, I'm
Damn, bro,
African.
you got a hair trigger. Listen, targeted. That's the whole Black American story is being targeted. When you see these, I want you to study Black American culture. Those guys that were being lynched, those guys had on nice suits, they had on new shoes, all kinds of shit. A lot of those guys were businessmen. They were doing better business than the white people. And then the white people came and lynched them because they wanted the competition out of there. Black Wall Street. The white people drove through that town and said,
"Yep,
these niggas got
Okay,
mansions."
let me tell you something. Let me
Real
tell you
fast.
something.
You
How
asked me
about
a
how
question.
about how about how about how about I have a
Really
business.
fast.
I have a business.
Really
Like
Let me
fast.
finish.
Really fast.
Let me
I'm
finish.
almost done.
no. I just okay. Go
I'm
ahead.
almost done. They ruled through there. They said these niggers got mansions. They got movie theaters. They got a bus line. If you ever go through there, I was just through there about 4 years ago. I rode through the place where they was burnt out. Some of them houses still big, nice brick houses, and I'm talking about this is in Oklahoma today. Some of them still you can see the rubble of some of this shit. That's what targeted. We're always going to be targeted. You being cowardice, saying, "Oh, I don't
No,
want to be
it's
targeted, so
not
I don't
about
want to." So what?
cowardice.
They're going to target you
Not a,
anyway. It's
okay.
going to
So
be a
whenever you're ready, like,
the
whenever you're
just
ready.
being black and existing is offensive.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I hear you.
if you put yourself in a shield and trying to move to try to like do something, you will have a hard time using your hands like that. So what I'm saying is those signs, okay, it's important to have signs to showcase who you are. I respect, I represent everything about black and about Africanism likeness, everything about melanated people. So I respect that. But when I have a business like that's like growing like in my neighborhood, and I also have another business that's in like a predominant white neighborhood where I have maybe somebody like, for example, I have like I'm taking their also their money with my business in there without even like making sure that they're not gonna say, oh, this is black owned, or this is like put a sign black owned, or put something that will like push them to not get their money. Like that's all I'm trying to say.
Well, here's the thing, right? You got to maneuver a certain way. You got to read the
Mhm.
room.
Yeah,
If you're not
Yeah,
exactly.
in
Well,
that's
you're
what's
right.
up.
if you're not in the area that's predominantly black, no, you don't know. You don't put a black owned on there. You can still do business in that neighborhood, but you can put
Mhm.
Sunoco or British Petroleum, BP, or
Yeah.
Exxon on there. That's when you do that. You gotta be
Well,
smart too. Look, I'm gonna
we
watch
are
this.
we are
Watch this.
saying the same thing.
Listen,
We are saying the
listen.
same.
Where
We
you
just
from?
gotta be strategic. We just gotta be very strategic on the
Listen.
way we move. I'm
Where
telling
you
you,
from?
I'm just spreading a
I
message
want to
right
show you
now.
something. I want to show you something. Where you from?
I'm from Dakar, Senegal.
Now, listen. Do you recognize this picture? Hold on. Watch my screen.
Jordan,
Jordan. Yeah,
that was
Jordan.
what.
You recognize that all over the world. The sign.
of
That's a black
course.
man. That's a black man. So, black owned or a black symbol ain't a bad thing. This is associated with prestige. The Jordan is a stylish
We saying the
shoe
same
that
thing,
you want.
man.
No, we're not saying the same thing. You just start saying the same thing after I just taught you this.
Okay.
Well,
That's
come
when
on,
you
man.
start
He
saying that.
agreeing with you now. You ain't gotta just
No,
come on.
now he's agreeing with me. Yes, I
No,
Okay,
told
no, I've
hey,
been
hey,
agreeing. I was just trying to direct him
Listen,
to a point where he
the
can know
only
that
thing, the
here
only
is
thing
how
black
you
about
gotta act
Jordan.
this way over here, and you have to behave another way. You don't gotta go into
Listen,
them
listen.
people and just behave another. They will kill you or stop your business or take your income, man.
Yeah.
they already
Listen,
did
Jordan's
that.
only getting a
You found
perspective.
that they
Listen,
already
listen,
did that. They already did
listen.
that.
It don't gotta keep happening. That's what I'm saying.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm not about to operate from
Hey,
that place. They're
Bobo,
gonna come
Bobo, Bobo,
anyway. I'm not
Bobo,
about to
Bobo.
conform to them. That's the
Yeah,
difference
Bobo.
between black Americans and Africans. I'm gonna be
Yeah,
the man that I
Bobo,
want to be. I had
no,
a black
don't
man,
say
a
that.
black
Don't say that.
African.
Don't say
There's
that.
an
Bobo, Bobo.
African. There's an African. Listen, there's an African online. His name is Chaotic Truth. He's a Nigerian.
Yeah,
He sat there and
yeah.
told me I gotta cut my beard
What? Why?
to conform to white people. Because is you out your mind?
Well,
Like
you know,
I'm
all
looking
Africa, all
at my
continental
face,
Africans don't
Nah,
think
yeah,
that way.
that's
about
fine.
Vovo,
the size of
Vovo.
your
Hey, that's
face. Man, yeah, that's the
you know why?
difference between us and y'all.
Bobo, Bobo,
We
Bobo.
don't
You
give a
know
fuck
why?
about.
Bobo. You know why? He's a good servant. Whether he's pro black or not, he's a good servant. Some people are like that. Okay, he's just a good servant. That's not, you know, if because he's been brought up to fit into the white man's world. Some of our people are like that. You can't change them. So the minute you tell them you want to go independent, they'll say, "What? And leave this good here, white man?" Do you know what the leader of Burkina Faso, Ivory Coast, told Kwame Nkrumah when he told him, "Come and join us," because Ghana and Ivory Coast same come and join us with the same people, the same Ashanti. He said, "If you're ready to leave your dad, we're not ready to leave our mother." And Ivory Coast has been under the course of the thing, French since to this day. The
Let me
French
let,
run them, tell them what to do, everything.
let me
Some of
say
our
this real quick,
people,
Louis. Though,
some of
let me
our
say
black people they do not see a world without the white. They can't even imagine it. So I'll leave that one at that.
Well, let me say
Okay,
this.
but
I want,
that's not
hold on,
here.
Vovo. Let me say
That's
something
not
real
here.
quick.
Yeah, no, I
Vovo,
understand, Senegal. I understand. I get you.
Vovo. Let me say this. And you're right. You know, you're right as far as hey, that's a strategy, right? That's strategy used. But I think too more importantly, you have to at the same time compete. Maybe better quality, undercut some prices and stuff like that. A lot of times too, some of the bad things I see with some of the black businesses are saying, "Well, no one supports me, this and that," but you got some high ass prices, and naturally, naturally some people are just gonna, at particular times they're gonna budget. You know what I mean?
Right.
I'll give you an example. Walmart, that Sam Walter story, how he became big. The guy used to have his little when you read about him, he had his little store, right, and he would undercut all the stores around him. Like, let's say let's say like a ironing board or iron, right? This man would drive like 5 miles just to grab a whole bunch of irons and ironing boards just to undercut his, you know what I'm saying, his competitor. But he would do that for almost all the things he sold. So he was just undercutting people left and right, and people didn't understand, his formula. But the guy would, take a trip just to undercut the people around him. You see what I'm saying?
Let me say this.
Could I just give you an example? You know, I had a shop for about 5 years. I don't know if I told you guys. I had a pine furnishing store for about 5 years. The only advantage I had, because I couldn't go in a warehouse and buy it and bring it in and just be polishing it. The only advantage I had was that I could make it from the tree. So I used to go into the skips. You know, when a builder's got the skip, they throw it away, old timber, go in there, pull out all the nails, and I used to make new furniture, but out of the old timber, so it looked like antique. It was very fashionable a couple of years back. My advantage is that I could make custom-made the sizes they want to fit their houses. Okay? All the other guys were buying it from warehouses. If you're buying stuff from warehouse, you're going to have a hard time competing against the Chinese and other people who got bigger capital. The secret for black people is to get into manufacturing. That's what the Chinese are doing. You understand? That's the secret. Other than that, we can't compete with them with the capital. We don't have the big banks that can compete with them. Our bank charge extraordinary amount. Okay? So the secret is for us to do what they're doing. They're making the stuff. What they forced us to learn in slavery, we need to go back to that so we can make that crap. That's what made us so special after slavery. Our people we were skilled, so they got scared. So when you added the academic to it, and the businessmen are being hanged because they know those are the successful people, get rid of them. Yeah, but the secret is to make the product. That's why I keep going back to it. If we got scientists who can know how to make this stuff, chemical stuff, and make so that's what we need. The secret is to make the product. That's why black people who knew how to cook had an advantage. So we got to get to making the stuff, because they will always buy more than you. You ain't got the Arab money or your money. You ain't got the Chinese money now. So we need to learn how to make the hat you're wearing. They think, yeah. So when we get back to Africa, we take the raw materials and get it. Yeah, that's what we're going to do as black people. Then we don't need nobody else. If you know how to make it, you don't give a damn. That's what we need to go to school for.
Let me say this, right?
That's what we need to go to school. That's the secret.
That's 100% true. That's what I said. You got to build it. If I got a garden in the backyard, you think I'm gonna go to the grocery store and buy some vegetables? I'm already growing it. Well, I don't care what the price. I don't even go past that section. I don't know I don't even know how much carrots cost. I got too many carrots in the backyard. I can grow it myself. That's the thing. As far as what Big Black was saying.
That's the secret. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as Big what Big Black was saying, Big Black. People pay for it. People will buy an inferior product if the name is prestigious. Period.
Thank you, thank you, Volvo. Listen to Fitzgerald now.
Why are black men not going to HBCUs?
Go ahead, Fitzgerald.
Why are black men not going to HBCUs? Why are black men not going to HBCUs?
Go ahead, bro.
When I did that as a little comedy, that was the topic. That byline is what drew me.
When we started,
I welcome the side streets, but I'm just trying to interject a little laughter in this and stuff like that. And all these ideas are very potent, needed, and true. But I didn't want to digress first in that topic. When yes, Prince Dynasty Mir is a close personal friend of mine. But what put me on this byline was why black men are not going to the topic, and I think that's what a lot of what our participants came on here. And so if we can get back to that, without someone saying, "Well, Fitzgerald, you've been listening." Yeah, I've been listening. I've been listening, but The side streets has gotten so far off the main road, I can't even see it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that's what I would like to the lead, because that with this, such a critical point. You know, we have generations being brought up, and generations yet to be born, and this is so vital that we get a plug in this. God,
Hey, one second. One second.
Maximilian, mute yourself.
Maximilian, you got to mute yourself, Maximilian.
Yeah, that's it. That's it,
Say
Max.
that.
Yeah, I will. Y'all go ahead. I'm getting my headphones set up.
All right, go ahead, Fitzgerald.
Yeah, and so
Okay, yeah. The headphones are on for a while.
That's what I would like to see, and I think that's what the audience came here. Once again, certainly that's what I came on the line. Please, no disrespect to any distinguished gentlemen or the participants who are making the comments in the chat. Great, thank you for the feedback. I love it. I really do. Even though I'm not looking on it, but I want to hear more the solution and how to get to that objective. I really do. And Dinas, maybe you ought to consider, sir, doing a part 2 of that, because it's vital, man. This is something like it'd be good if that happened. This must happen. This is something I agree. Just like I agree with Black economics, it's self-sufficient. It must happen. It must happen. We must have our scholars teaching our kids, and our dollars supporting our neighborhood, and our families being composed of our people. In other words, I see very, very little for the prosperity of us as a people on the global community. Thank you, guys, and I appreciate it. And much respect to each and every
Somebody got feedback. Go ahead, Maximilian.
Yeah.
Let me pass Maximilian with the HBCU. Go ahead, Maximilian.
Yeah, I was listening, y'all. Enjoyed it though. I'm glad we did get back to HBCU thing. Donis know I went to Jackson State, and I'm gonna agree with you, Donis. I think that's a narrative. Jackson State is full of Black men. I would say 40% of our students there are Black. Always gonna have more females, but as far as when we talk about affordability, the advantage that Jackson State has, which Deion Sanders did coach at, and when y'all said he broke in people's cars, you get your car broken at Texas A&M. You get your car broken, and that ain't why Deion left. We just didn't have the money to pay him. We wish him well. We're the SWAC champions this year, so we ain't missing nothing. So he doing well, we doing well. But Jackson State costs $8,000 a year to go to Jackson. $8,000 a year to go to Jackson State, one of the cheapest universities in the country. And then when we're talking about retail, $8,000 a year costs you $31,000 for a 4-year college degree. $31,000.
Okay, that's not bad.
Y'all can Google it right now. The tuition at Jackson State, and we have a program with Ghana. If you come from Ghana, we have that agreement. Had it for the last 10 years, almost 15 years.
Yeah, I knew a few of them, buddy.
You play in-state. You pay in-state fees. You only pay out-of-country fees. We charge the same as you are. You're in Mississippi.
Yeah.
So it's so
lovely.
So I guess what I'm saying is there are certain institutions that don't do stuff, but the Mississippi schools, we know why we have to go to Jackson State. We can't afford to go to Ole Miss. Yeah, we got Jackson State. Mississippi has more historically Black colleges, public universities than any other state in the country. So we have more.
So admissions are up.
Go ahead.
So admissions are up at Jackson State. So or pretty much at the same level as far as like admissions.
I missed what you meant. Now, what you saying?
As far as like admissions, like the average admissions a year, are they up? Are they pretty much at the same place? Or are they lower as far as like college admission into the college?
Well, every year we take in 7,000 students. We've been doing that since I was in college.
Okay.
It's only 2 places you really go to school at in Mississippi. That's Alcorn or Jackson State. And you got Valley, then you got Rice. It was just a couple of more, but they are junior colleges. And we encourage Jackson State encourages you to go to a JUCO before you come to Jackson State. A JUCO is a junior college.
Is it mainly Black there at Jackson State?
Yeah, we're probably 90% Black, but we used to be all Black. But we settled a case with the Ayers case. We have the #1 STEM program in the state, STEM engineering. But we sued the state of Mississippi for that program. So now we have a lot of white students who come there to get their PhD in engineering. That used to be at Ole Miss. to get a PhD in engineering. Now you have to go to Jackson State. So we have a lot of graduate students there now. So which is a good thing. Which is a good thing. We're a very diverse college. We're not diverse. We're I think we're one of the most diverse public black
Let me
institutions.
say this though, that just make that really just a sidebar. That really bothered me about your ideology, that you can see all these black students going there, and you would like last time you was talking about black people so violent, and these people so violent, and you don't want to live around them. That's disheartening.
No, I don't. I live in Atlanta.
Go ahead.
I don't think Dennis. Have you ever heard me say black people is violent? I don't want to live around them.
You said that some of these little black
No.
guys are the most
I don't know, man. You kind of I think I heard that show. You kind of was making the ghetto, look like it was like the not you, sir. I'm talking about Vovo. Vovo, you trying to make the ghetto look like the Hamptons.
Yeah.
Never do that. Never, and why ain't it the Hamptons?
It ain't the Hamptons. You know it ain't the Hamptons.
The Hamptons ain't
okay,
prestigious.
Bobo. Only thing I'm saying, don't misinterpret what I said. I did not say I didn't want to be around you. I said young black men in the hood are violent and they need to be dealt with.
No,
that's what I said.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
That ain't what he said.
That's what he said.
You're always covering for you guys.
Come on, man.
That's what he said. But hold on, Max. Hold on, Max.
Black men are violent.
Golly, listen, Max Miller, are you? Go ahead, Max Miller. You finished or?
Yeah, but that was the last thing I was saying is that the universities, black institutions, that we do offer a lot for our students, but it depends on the institution, and I don't. All my kids went to Jackson State. I sent them there. My mom went to Jackson State. Everybody in my family. I had one sister went to Alcorn, and I think we all did well. But that's not that doesn't mean you can not do well if you go to Ole Miss. You go wherever your major's at. Who's ever got the best program, that's where you go to.
So it's about 3,000 young black males that go to Jackson State every year, right? About 3,000. You said 40%, so that's about 3,000, right?
I would say that. Probably, yeah.
So every year, every year y'all taking 3,000 young black males. Yes. What do you think the number is to the guys that to these violent criminals? What do you think? That's lopsided as hell. That's lopsided. To these violent young black males you claim that you don't want to live around and you don't like. That 3,000, that's just one college.
I think you stuck on a narrative.
No, I just do the numbers. Yeah. That's it. I'm a numbers guy.
Hey, guys. Let me pass the mic to Alfred Diamonds. Go ahead, Alfred Diamonds. Let me pass
thank you for. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, here's the thing.
Yeah.
Like HBCUs that people are over here speaking as if blacks even built this. Blacks didn't build this HBCUs. The white man built it. These are second-rate universities.
Well, Alfred, let me stop you there now.
That's not true.
Let me talk. Now, Tuskegee was black built, but Morehouse and Spelman were you got to give it to Tuskegee. Now, the majority of them are white. They're built by whites.
Yes, you're right. You're right. I forgot about Tuskegee. Apart from Tuskegee, let's say Howard, because here's how I know. They used to try to, like the high school I went to, they used to try to recruit us to come to HBCUs, like Morehouse, Howard. There's few people from my high school that went to these schools. But I'll be damned to leave Africa to come in the greatest white country on this side of heaven and go to a black school. What do I look like doing that? I'm going to go to a standard place.
Hey, Alfred
America is look.
Let him finish. Let him stop interrupting.
So here, like the white man's country, this is the greatest economy in the world. The white man is at the top. What do I look like coming to the place where I have access to hang out with the bottom feeder? Like I literally had a free tuition to go to Jacksonville, and I turned it down and went to go pay in a white university. That's how.
Which one did you go?
What?
Which one did you go to?
Washington State.
What university?
Washington State.
What did you study?
Huh?
What you study?
Pharmacology.
And you end up being a CO? You're a failure.
No, I'm not a failure,
Yes,
sir.
you
Let me.
you're a
Here's the
correctional
thing.
officer.
Hold
You're
on.
a correctional officer.
Hold on.
No,
Here's the thing.
no.
Here's
But
the thing.
You went to college.
Let him finish. Let him
Again.
finish.
Let me
Let him finish.
finish,
Go ahead.
Let the man finish. I gotta
Sir.
hear
Let me
this.
tell you. Here's the thing. Do you know? I'm just like the white man, no different. The white man that left Europe, that came here and conquered the land, they did many different things, different professions. I'm like that. Like now, I own my own business, right? Being a CEO, I was getting paid well, and I also got advantage. They paid my tuition. Do you understand? And they put me in charge of the black criminals, So that was great, right? So now, when you look at,
You wasn't in
the
charge of
white
the white
man,
ones.
that came to America, right? Did the white
Dude,
man
you
have
just
only
said
one
that you paid your
profession?
own stuff. Now you
Hold
said
on.
that
Did the
your
white
job
man
paid
have
your
only
tuition.
one profession? The white man did not have only one profession. The white man was doing everything and anything. I'm just like that, I just happen to be living in these times. I do
yeah.
not, like what do I look like going to HBCUs? Most black men today, the reason why they are not going is because when you see a black man there, know that they are zesty. I'm just telling you. All the
But
real black men graduated back in 2000. For real. After 2000, the ones you're seeing going to HBCUs, they are zesty, straight up. Now, HBCUs, they are nothing but victimhood centers where these blacks go there. They teach them that the white man is above them. And, to be honest, like, I donate to HBCUs because the more black victims they produce, the more I make money because, I'm crushing the game. Why would I want to stop this? I have
Okay,
no
now
reason
let's
to.
be clear. Y'all might think that he's joking.
after that,
This is a real ideology
no,
right here.
after
This is
that,
a real guy. He's
no,
serious. He showed
he's joking.
face.
After that,
He's serious. No, he's not joking. You think that he's joking?
No, I
no,
don't.
he might
I
be
don't think
joking.
he's joking.
It's really defeated people
No,
like this
no.
out here. That's defeated like that. He'll suck a white man off. And when I say that, I'm not even being
No,
disrespectful. He probably
Stop being
sucked a
no, he
white
might be
man off.
universal,
Hell,
but
Hey,
hell,
he might be universal.
Alfred Diamond has one more minute, and I got to pass it to Philip and
Yeah,
Ivy. Then
here's
we'll
the
close
thing.
them out.
See,
Go on,
see,
ask the
Go ahead,
question,
Alfred
though,
Vovo,
Diamond.
Please, go
Vovo
ask the
was
question.
over here. Vovo was over here trying to present, per usual, the main character syndrome, thinking that people are thinking about, their hood rat music by Kendrick, and like nobody's checking you guys out like that. It's just because you're talking about it amongst your hood friends. I'm not over here in Whiteville where I'm at. We're not talking about that kind of stuff. We don't even know. Like when we
Yeah, no,
saw
no, but
Kendrick, when I was with my white friends, when we saw him on the
you're
Super
you're
Bowl
going off
halftime,
subject, bro.
I
No,
was very
let him finish.
shocked.
Let him finish. Go ahead, Alfred
I was
Diamond. Go
very
ahead.
shocked and appalled. How dare they allow these hood rats to ruin our Super Bowl? But that's besides the point. Let me answer. The reason
Our
why
Super Bowl.
black men are not going is because they don't want to be, they don't want sugar poured into their tank. That's what it is.
Okay, but Alfredamus, you said that you wouldn't go to, and Krumah went to a historical black college. So there's
Puma
obviously,
he was a Marxist. I'm not following in his footsteps. He was a
No,
yeah,
Marxist.
but listen, he's
you trying to bring
done
up
far better
prominent.
than you have.
What?
He done far better than any one of us
Look,
have done. And
look,
he led the independence for
you
your
know why I
people.
like Kruma? You know why I like Kruma? He's a
Yeah,
smart man. He's very
right.
intelligent,
But he
right?
went to a
And
historical black
and
college.
and he was so smart. He was a Pan-African, and he refused. He was smart not to marry no black queen, which made him much smarter.
No. We're not
Okay.
talking about no.
My thing
Listen,
is this.
he went to a historical black college. He went to a
This guy is
historical black
trolling.
college.
That
So
is
Just
you,
like the
so
white man.
come on, that's a
Look,
credit to the black colleges.
look. He went to school in London too, didn't he? In the white university.
Yeah, after.
He started school in Africa first, right? In
Banners,
Africa.
pass the
Yes,
mic.
of course, yes.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
then he
yeah.
went
God,
to,
God, God. I
right?
gotta
We
pass the
are
mic.
Then,
not.
then,
I gotta pass the mic to Philip.
We
Go
are
ahead,
not
Philip.
African. We are
Go ahead,
not
Philip.
African.
Go
I
ahead,
don't want
Philip.
nothing to
Yeah,
do with
yes,
that.
we
oh
are.
man, get
Yes,
rid
we
of that
are.
I
Hey
flag,
don't
bro.
guys,
Get
Go
rid
ahead,
of that.
want
Philip.
nothing to do with that.
Go ahead, Philip.
I
Former
can't I
right, get rid
came
of that
back
flag. Talk to black people. Get rid of it.
just to kind of
Don't do
try
that,
to
bro.
go back to the main
topic, why aren't the black young men going to HBCUs and college? And I think a thing that gets skipped over quite a bit is that a lot of young black men are forced into the workforce early. And going all the way back to 1970, one of the things that black men did was that they went into the workforce to help black women come out of domestic labor. In the 1960s, which is the reason why Malcolm X and Martin Luther King were strong, black Americans dominated two areas of labor. One was farm labor, the other was domestic labor. And one of the things that black men did was that they went to work rather than go to school so that black women could stop working in Mzungu people's homes. Now, this particular fact is forgotten now because the statistics are so odd. They're so off. But the reality of it was that there was a lot of danger going on with black women working in the Mzungu houses. We all can imagine what was going on in there. And black men sacrificed for their families to move black women out of being domestics. You very rarely see black American women being domestics. Now, you may find black immigrants doing it, but not black Americans.
Now you lost your women. You lost your women.
But
The
wait,
thing is this, though, he's
Afrodamus,
right.
Let's be serious. Afrodamus, there are certain times you gotta be a bit serious, bro.
You associate that with the Mexican. You associate
wait.
the Mexican.
I don't want to lose the point on the black guys in college. The point, and Afrodamus, I understand what you're saying. And my apologies, we didn't get to follow up on our last conversation. But here's the core. There are a couple of things that have gone on with black American men. I put some of the stats in the chat about where economically we are. The reality of it is that our numbers are too low for both college and for the trades. When we were talking about the trades before, black Americans, while higher than some of the other ethnic groups, were only at 11% in the service union trades. And that's too low. And so part of the reason why we are where we are is because we stepped away from the fundamentals of family building. Our core, you cannot have a community or an institution based on single parenthood, which is what we have done. Terrible. We have to go back to having young people get married and having children within marriages and keeping those marriages together so that we're not splitting resources. When we have children individually, we wind up splitting the resources that should be going to the kids. Meaning, if you have 2 apartments, 2 cars, everything that kid needs, then money that should be poured into those children is being split. And when it splits, then we can't save money for our kids to go to school, whether that's trade school or college or helping out with the family. And we have a situation where we have 70% of our young people that are growing up in households of single parents. It's not working. It's a fail. Now, with respect to those that saw me before, many of my direct descendants went to HBCUs, multi-generation. And the reason why they were able to do it was because they were able to stay together as a family and then to save that money together to be able to push the next generation forward. And so that has to be reinstituted of, listen, young person, your best chance to find a good mate is at an HBCU. I put the stat in the chat. Black women that go to HBCUs and find their mate and get married out of their college graduation have a 70% incidence of getting married and staying married. It's extremely high. Now, why is that? It's high because you both have nothing when you're in college except the ambition to be something, and they build it together. It's very common sense stuff. But we got away from that with a whole bunch of nonsense and consumerism and whatever. I'm going to land. I'm going to just say my other little thing, and then I'll yield back to the panel. I put in the chat before, and I'll put it back in there, about life insurance. One of the other issues that we have is we don't have intergenerational wealth transference. So because we don't have life insurance when our people die, our kids, in many cases, just wind up with the debt. They can barely even pay for the funeral for the person who died. Which, by the way, if you don't know, a funeral is going to cost you, depending on what you are doing with your loved one, $10,000 to $20,000, because there's an embalmment, there's a ceremony, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that's just your death cost, right? That your family has to pay. So life insurance is a critical thing that we do. I think it's a 56% incidence. We're higher than the country, but it's not enough because we're economically poor. I put our statistic for our median income. But if we just got married, that $56,000 that the individual Black person has now goes over $100,000 because we're married. You see, 56,000 times 2 takes you over 100,000. So I'm going to leave it there. There are very practical things that we can do in order to rebuild ourselves. But one of the biggest things we got to do is to stop crapping on each other. We do that far too much. So I'll leave it there. Donis, thank you for having me back up, brother. And I really appreciate you guys.
Can I respond to this?
That was a good monologue.
Could I respond to this? That was great, brother. Could I respond to this? The thing is, this is by design as well. You know what I mean? When they start paying people, when they start giving Black women money not to have a man in the house, and you're subjugating the Black man, but you're giving money away to have not to have a man in the house.
Man in the house. That's it.
Shut the fuck up, bro. Just shut up, bro. Just
I'm backing you up.
All right, bro. You just
that's why you talk to people.
Wait.
Why you swearing for?
Let's not talk to each other that way, brother. You were don't curse at him.
You gotta talk to each other like that.
Listen.
No, we don't.
My friend, listen.
No, we don't.
Brother, listen, you need to have respect for other men when you're talking about among men. If I was standing next to you right now, one of us would be bleeding. It wouldn't be me. You don't swear at the next man like that. I've been fighting the most of you.
We don't.
No, my friend, no.
Wait. Lewis, hold on for a second. Bobo. Let me just say one thing to you, brother. And this is something that wait, brother. Let me just say this one thing, and I'll get you back to you.
Listen to Philip. Please.
Brother, let me just say this. Our African brothers, whatever we know about them, one of the big things is speaking to each other with respect. They have a hierarchy, how they exist with one another. I'm just telling you. So when we curse amongst ourselves, not that should be normalized, because it shouldn't be okay with us either, but when it comes to them, it is a slap like we don't understand. So to the extent that we can avoid doing that,
where the guy can't be quiet, he never mutes his mic. He's stepping on your point every time. I know you agree. You see, I mute my mic and I just do like this or like this or like this. When you start interjecting too much, goddamn, bro.
I'm not interjecting too much.
You didn't have to holler at the guy, though. You didn't have to holler at him. You could have just said,
listen, bro.
Listen, you bother quick at them, but I mean, my friend.
I apologize. I'm sorry.
Hey, let's normalize kindness.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Lewis, I was wrong.
We having a nice talk. Let's just leave it at that, y'all. We having a nice talk.
He apologized. Thank you, Volvo, for doing that. Let's get back on topic.
Let's normalize respect, y'all. Let's normalize respect.
I was wrong. I was wrong. Just if I can get a minute, I'm gonna try to just squeeze it in. When you paying people,
Ivy wants to talk.
When you got social workers,
Dinus, can I say something, please?
Oh
Hey,
my
can
God!
somebody say
If I
something?
could just get a minute, I
Wait,
was.
Ivy, let him
Hey,
finish.
let the young lady speak.
But I'm
She's been
saying
answering
though,
the for the last 30 minutes.
listen, I got a point to make off what he
But
said.
no, but you've been
Just
talking all
let him
night,
go.
bro.
Just let him go, man. Just let him go. Let's let him go. We gotta
Go
calm
ahead,
down.
Bobo.
Just let him
Somewhere
go.
else.
Let him do his
You gotta
minute
go
and then let the
somewhere
lady
else.
speak. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah,
You
go
want to go
Lance.
somewhere else, man.
Lance.
That's the thing, man. Like,
Go ahead, Bobo.
Well, let the
I
young
thought we
lady
was
speak.
letting her speak. I thought we was letting her speak.
He
But
probably ran the battery down on his mic. Let
Go
here's
the
the
young
ahead,
thing.
lady
Bobo.
speak.
I ran a
Bobo,
better.
go
I'm
ahead.
like, look, he get the control and all this. You're a coon, bro. You
Just do
already.
your thing. Just do
All
your
right.
things. Land
Here's
your
the thing,
plane.
right, Philip? Here's the thing. Here's the thing. When they got social workers walking through the house, walking through your house, saying you're not going to get this money, and unless if I come in there and I see a man's shoes in here, I see a man's tie in here. If I see anything, there's a man living in your house. That was a thing. The social worker would walk through the house after you subjugated the black man, cheating, paying him less wages, cheating him. The domestic worker, your woman got to go to work. So now she's not working, and then it's a government sanctioned sabotage. Is what I'm saying. So they're paying us not to get married. There's no reason why the single black woman or black man shouldn't get project housing while he's in college. If you're going to college and you keep up your grades, you should get the same
I
housing.
agree.
They're giving this to a single mother, this housing to a single mother with 3 kids, and she's not allowed to have a man in the house. That's a sabotage. You think that they don't know that? That they not thinking like that? That should go to the young guy that went to work for the city and his family. And his
Okay,
family. It
we're
shouldn't
gonna
be
let
That's a
the
good
we're
point.
gonna let the young lady speak. She's been answering for the last 30 minutes, bro.
Hi, thank you very much. I just wanted to state the reason why some young black men do not attend HBCUs. We are in California. California has a great Cal State and UC university system. My son is attending a state university in California that we can pay for, and he can get out of college debt free. We can afford to pay for a California State University. Most other very top tier HBCUs are like $50,000 a year.
That's a good point.
Okay. Another thing is that the dorms are nice in most state California schools, central air, central heating. They're like apartments. You don't have to share a bathroom in the hall. They're more modernized. And so even the facilities are nicer in state schools. So we socialized our children, Black churches, Jack and Jill, and other organizations to have them around really, really good Black families. I'm very proud that I come from a Black family that since emancipation, we've all been married every generation and we've never been on welfare. So this welfare system of removing men out of the home did not impact my Black family, which I'm very happy to say. And to you, Dinus, at a state school, happen to say my so-called FBA son is dating a young lady from Guyana. She is from a 2-parent home like ours, and she comes from a very, very good family. So I just wanted to give you that report, Dinus.
Yeah, that was a
There's a
good
question of
point.
finance.
That was a good point. A lot of junior colleges are very affordable, and there's starting to be a lot more that pop up. Even the ones that just had 2 years, now they're turning to 4-year university. So yeah, that's a good point.
And
Okay.
accessible.
Louis,
Hey, can I
Louis,
say something before I get out, y'all?
Louis, do you understand? Do you understand why I live in Whiteville now? Do you understand this?
Well,
Imagine
I
living in
understand
a.
why you address
Hold on.
Bobo the way you
Imagine.
did.
Hold on.
I
Hey,
understand
Imagine.
that.
Imagine
okay.
accidentally
Excuse me. Time out.
stepping on
Time out.
someone's
Time out. Time out.
someone's Nike and they shoot you for it, and
Time
then
out.
you
Oh,
Hey,
accidentally
can
say
I,
hello.
excuse
You
me?
accidentally say hello. They start
Jesus.
cussing. This is
Somebody
why I
asked me
live
a
in
question.
Whiteville.
Excuse me, sir. Somebody put in
Yes.
the chat, they asked, am I well off? I stated that I am upper middle class in
Middle class.
California. So let me explain what upper middle class means in California. In California, the median price of a home in a decent community is $650 to $850,000 in California. So people need to understand that you can have a household income of $250,000 plus, and you are pretty much poor in the state of California. Okay. So Dynas is from California and he can explain this. I am upper middle class and I would prefer to pay for UCLA or a school like that I can pay for, that has better housing, nice facilities, that I can pay for my son, and he does not have to be debt free. He can
Can
be
I
debt
ask this
free when
one
he
question to you,
graduates.
ma'am? Ma'am, ma'am.
Translation, that means she can shop. What she's letting you know, she does not shop at Walmart. She shops at Whole Food, Trader Joe's, and she probably drives a Range Rover. Thank you.
But what I'm
That
saying
ain't
is
no
that
flex to
I'm
me.
not
That ain't no
well
flex to
off.
me. That ain't no flex.
I am
Yeah, she's all right. She's doing
California
okay. She's doing okay.
middle
That ain't no
class.
flex. Y'all lighten up
You
about
know,
that.
and here's another thing too. That's all. I am California upper middle class. I'm not wealthy.
Mhm.
But why would I want? First of all, my children
That means
they were
she's richer
born in
than most
California.
people, okay? That
Can we
means
letting
she's
this
richer
lady
than
speak?
most people.
I want to
I'm
hear.
just
I
saying.
want to.
They're not going to give up the beaches in California for me to send them to Mississippi. I tried to tell them to look into HBCUs. They told me I don't want to leave California. They have visited family in the South. They didn't really like it. So no, I'm not well off. I am California middle class, upper middle class. Google it and you will see. And
And that's not well off.
in California, no. Let me explain something to you. In California, you can be worth $1.5 million hard. I'm talking about with your home and investments, and you're considered poor out here. That is just the reality. The homes in South Central cost $550,000 in South Central. So you have to look at every region is different
Yeah.
compared to your economics. In California is one thing, and Mississippi is another thing. And you
Yeah,
can just Google, just go to Zillow and look up how much homes cost in South Central.
Volvo. Yeah, they have three bedroom flats for like $600.
Got
$600,000. So
him. Got him. They got
Hey,
y'all.
has
That's all
anyone
right.
ever looked
Hey,
into
look.
the
yeah,
success?
6 bedroom
Well,
flats
yeah, they
with no
finesse.
basement. With no
They
basement.
finesse.
That's you know.
What are you? What are you? Let's go practical. This how I am. I'm a reasonable guy. What are you really getting that ain't nobody else getting? You got running water there. You got what your doors work, your house works, your driveway works. They making you pay the same amount for some just because it's California. You're
Sir,
paying all
Supply
that.
supply and demand, bro.
it's not a great
That's not well
system.
off. You're
It,
not
it,
well off. You're not.
no,
If you
I
make a
didn't
I mean,
say
million a
she
I'm
could
year,
be
well
well
off.
off. She
if
I'm
could
you
be
middle
make
well off,
class.
and
a million a year
she
and you
California
spend
well off. You know.
and you
I'm
spend
Yeah,
a
middle
million a
California about
class.
year,
9,000.
you're broke. You're
Hey,
broke.
hey,
If you make a
hey,
million a year, you
hey,
spend a million a year,
I
you're broke.
hey,
no
Volvo,
no no.
Volvo.
I
Hey,
didn't
hey, hey,
say
hey,
that.
stop.
I'm
Can I break?
middle class.
Can I break in the middle? And I'm gonna get out of here, y'all.
I'm middle class.
Let me
Yeah,
agree
get
with.
out of here, bro.
Let me agree with Philip on something. If first thing you learn, Volvo, when you go to college, is to disagree without being disagreeable. You can have a debate without personally insulting people. That's the main thing. You can tell me to get out of here, bro. I could probably buy you and sell you 40% off, but we're not gonna go into that. I don't go that way. I'm an intelligent guy. I'm a college educator. I'm a business owner. I don't have to sit in and insult you. If I don't agree with you, I'm gonna discuss the topic with you, not
Who
you
did I
personally.
insult? Who did I insult?
You sit there and question my integrity. You interrupted
You
people.
question
You
your
know,
integrity.
I know everybody knows who I am. You
Bobo,
can
just
Google who I
listen,
You
am.
man.
insulted me, Bubba.
Yeah.
That's what he's saying.
How? I told you shut
All
up
right.
real quick.
Bobo, just
I didn't
listen.
give
Bobo,
a
just listen, man.
Yeah, just so let's when we discuss things, brother, don't make it personal. If you can't defend the subject, leave the subject alone. When you start making it personal, that means you don't have anything to discuss anymore.
That's
In
a
no
good point.
time, as long as I've been on this YouTube and Donis knows me, I make it a point not to call a man out of his name, not to say anything personal, insulting to him, because when I do that, I've lost the battle already because I'm making it personal. I don't know nothing about you. I know what you're talking about. I know the subject we're talking about. You can be wearing a hat, you can be wearing this, you can be wearing, I don't care about that. We're going to discuss the subject. I'm not going to talk over you. I'm going to give you a chance to talk. And that's why you see me leave sometimes when it gets to the point that it's getting ignorant, because I consider myself to be an extremely intelligent person. So I'm not going to get out. When you see hogs, you don't get out in the mud with them. you get up and leave. So, but I love y'all, brothers, and I'm gonna get on out of here.
All right. So just Vovo, just to like, piggyback on what Max William was saying about, disrespecting, maybe it's not like, cultural to you, like as a like African American, but when somebody else is talking and you like telling them like fuck or using the F word or whatever, that's like really, really, really disrespectful. Maybe you don't see it the same way. And it's fine. It's really fine, and it's just a misunderstanding. And if we communicate, we can understand each other and have a productive, talk, and we all learn from it. That's all I want to say.
Where I am,
I'm just
where
going.
I am,
I'm gonna go. Yeah, look, doing it again.
Where I am, when you come with it like that, it's on. Okay, end of. I've been a bus driver now 17 years.
Before we
Not
go down
my
that
first
road,
profession. And trust me, you go to each bus company that I've worked for, and I work about 10 of them in the roughest black areas. I've taken down men, and I can take them down. You do that in front of me, bro. Good luck to you.
Guys, you've been too hard on Vovo. He doesn't mean anything by it. Understand that he is black. This is how they talk. He doesn't mean anything by it.
Yeah.
Don't take it to heart.
No.
Let me say this.
Just understand, he does not mean anything.
Yeah, I don't really have that level of intelligence.
Yeah.
Here's my thing, right?
Don't be too
No,
hard.
y'all let
we
Vovo
can
off the
just
hook.
bring it to a minimum, but come on, y'all. This is the internet. Let's be real.
We don't have a way to test any of that. We don't have.
We just got to bring it to a minimum when we build it.
Any of that. My thing is this. This is recorded, so we can go back and watch it and see what I was saying. I'll just leave that part like that. As far as the Adonis guy, the Africanist guy, he doesn't want to live around anybody. He don't want to live around Black Americans, or he don't want to live around Africans. He want to kiss that white man's ass. He said that. This is a real thing. This is why we.
Hey, Vovo. But if you're being objective, I mean, really, if you just really being objective, right? I get what you're saying. I understand your sentiments and everything. But if you are really being objective, then it's not hard to understand when people decide to live in certain. I mean, I know you say it's about kissing a white man's ass, but sometimes people are making that decision based on the quality of the environment.
Let me say this.
And let's just be real about that sometimes you might be insulting you're insulting someone without qualifying their decision.
He's been assaulting Black Americans. He's got to.
I know, you don't got to go there. But if your objective is to deliver, right, some type of subjective truth based on your understanding. I mean, I know
he does kiss white ass a lot. Come on now,
This
his lips, white ass. They're together. They're bonded.
When we pull these videos up 50 years from now, 30 years from now, we're going.
All right, maybe I missed something there.
The white ass. He was a weirdo. He's a weirdo.
Okay, maybe I missed something.
Bro,
hey, let me ask you this question. Hey, Vovo, let me ask you this question, right?
Let me finish. You won't.
Okay, go ahead.
Here's the thing. That's who this guy is. He won't live around his own people. He want to live around that white man. Period. Now we all are Black. We all know how white people is. He do too. Do you know how many race jokes he done ate? Do you know how many times he been called nigger a bunch of times? He's a ass kiss. He's a Sambo. I don't really like using them type of words with that.
All right, man, but why continue on that? We talking about something. Why continue on that?
This guy, bro. You
I know, but why don't you get off of him and just back on subject matter?
He comes up here and says this.
Okay, bro. You waste time. I ain't even gonna try to check you. But listen, listen, check this out. When it comes to college, right? Colleges and universities, right? We can say that the end product of the schools are the graduates, right? So what I'm wondering is if anybody's ever done a study to gauge.
I gotta go, Dallas. I'll catch you next time. Aphrodamus, everybody, see you later.
Peace.
I gotta go, yeah?
Peace.
All
right,
but to gauge, like, are HBCUs producing a great product, right? Because I mean, you could talk about the price, the inaccessibility of HBCUs, but that isn't enough to discredit them as a worthy institution, right? The real measure is the end product, right? So how successful are the graduates? Are graduates from HBCUs benefiting more from their education or their college or university experience than African Americans who go to other universities? Right. I think that's something to look into, engage, in these type of conversations, or to add to these type of conversations. And I think another question, um, other than why aren't black men going to HBCUs, is why aren't uh, the elite coming back to teach at those universities if they're not, right? Graduates from like the best universities, the most prestigious, black folks who graduate from Harvard and just the most prestigious universities in the US. Why aren't they taking what they've gleaned from those universities and bringing it back and offering, their service at HBCUs? I think that's a good question to ask.
Let me say this, right, to what the sister was saying, right? She was saying that her kids don't want to go to HBCUs because they don't want to give up the beaches and all that type of shit. That goes to show that what we're saying, nobody wants to sacrifice. That's the thing. They don't want to give up the beaches. They'd rather be broke on the beach than be well off. If you took that 200,000 or what, I forgot what the number's saying, and you took that to somewhere in Mississippi, you'd be living in a palace.
Yeah, but quality of life is relative, right? I mean,
Well,
you live in a palace. Wait,
yeah,
wait, wait.
that's
But
true.
but check this out. You could live in a palace, and then, it's relative. How what's the quality of life inside of the
That's what I
palace,
was
right? Do
saying.
you have community? And what
No,
is the
all right.
quality of life when you
That's
step outside of the palace? I mean, some people would
right.
rather
Yeah.
park an RV on close to a beach and just, So I
Right.
mean, you can't. A big home isn't
But can I
gonna
answer? But
necessarily
can I
equate to
answer his?
happiness.
We're all on
Can
the
I
clock.
can I answer
No,
his
real fast,
question?
just real fast. We're all on the clock. We use our time to earn money. If I make this 200,000 in California, or I make this 200,000 in I don't know Alabama, and this 200,000 take me further in Alabama, I'm gonna take that job in Alabama. That's just me. Like right now, I live in the ghetto. They all laugh at me. I'm a hazmat truck driver. I put the gas in the gas stations. That's what I do. I put the gas in the ground. That's what I can live
So,
anywhere I
Bobo,
want.
that means you
But
make a
but what
lot of
makes you
money then.
happy though? What makes
I
you
choose
happy?
to live in the hood because yeah, it does make me
But
happy. I like
Bobo,
living around my
Bobo, why are
people.
you living in the
Okay.
hood making all that money then?
What? Because I want
Making
my family been in this neighborhood for 120 years. It's a
You got
black
community.
community.
You got community. That's valid right there. That's a
Yeah,
valid.
that's yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
and
but
Hey, y'all,
That's
see,
valid.
let's let the
Bobo,
lady
Bobo,
respond. Y'all,
Can
y'all
I
say y'all was
respond,
letting the lady
please?
respond.
tax,
Let the lady respond, Revo.
Just can I
my
respond,
property tax.
please?
He asked me a
For,
question. My property tax is
But she was trying to
is
respond for a
but
minute,
I'm just trying
Revo.
to respond
but Bobo,
because
remember where she live in California. She has
I
the
live in
same
an.
reason.
But this is my whole thing. I was born in California, and my mother was born in California. I'm not from
There you go.
Alabama. My grandparents were from the South, and we still visit
Community.
family members who live in the South. But we're 3 generations in California at this point, and I live in a nice area in California. So you have to look at the comparisons. You can Google areas called Canal Valley. That is an area that I currently live in Southern California. It is a nice area. So of course, if my kids are
Weather's
visiting,
nice.
pardon me,
The weather's nice. You
the
got
weather's
beaches.
nice, and this is what I'm accustomed
Look,
to.
she
Now I
lives in a
am
You got
nice
looking,
area. I would move there any day. I'm telling
and
you.
let me
I've
tell you
been
that.
there.
this: I am maybe thinking about once my kids finish college, if they relocate, we are maybe having discussions about maybe retiring, going back to where my grandparents are from, maybe going back and retiring. But I'm going to wait till both of my children graduate from college. But let me tell you, my children will be coming out of college with no debt because we are able to pay for their education. And sometimes you have to make those decisions. So I may
Nice.
end up in the South retiring or in Texas retiring. So that's an option for me. But what I'm saying is that people have to live where they're comfortable. My children
That's
have
true.
made their decision. We're paying for their education. And that's all we can do. I'm just happy that my son is in his 3rd year at the university. He'll be graduating next year. My daughter is on her way to the university. I'm happy about that. But we can't just call names. I'm sure you live in a community that your family has been in for several generations. And people are making the decision that's right for their life. And once again, I am just considered a middle class, upper middle class woman in Southern California. I'm
What
not
name
rich.
did I
I'm not
call? What
wealthy.
name, just by the way? Because if I did, I definitely apologize for that. I don't think I called you a name, but I wasn't calling no names.
No, but you inferred that I'm broke.
No,
if
that ain't what I said. You inferred that.
I think he
No,
meant
I
that
did not.
I think he meant that living out in California may have like left you like cash strapped because of the
First of all,
cost of living.
no.
How
Even though
much do
you
you
make,
make? How much do you make, ma'am? How much do you make?
Listen to what. First of all, I'm a married woman, so I have a husband he's the head of the household and the primary.
Well, I'm not sure. How do you want me to, Miss Ivory? Could I? Is that?
That's fine.
Okay, Miss
but I'm
Ivory,
just saying
how much?
we need to support each other. That's all I'm saying.
How much did you say you make?
It's more so maybe what my husband made.
Roundabout figure. Husband makes.
I'm not going to go there.
man, she happy living in California, man.
I'm happy living in California. Listen, it's
See,
not about.
Let's say this. I'm sorry.
But can I answer? First of all, it's not about how much you make. It is about how much you're worth. We don't understand that it's based on your worth. It's not based on your income.
It's based on quality of life. What's your quality of life?
No,
that's how you
I'm gonna put it like this. This is
What's
my
your quality of life?
My home is worth over $150,000.
And does that make you happy? Does that give you a sense of fulfillment?
It does make me
And
happy.
if it didn't, you would probably sell it and move somewhere else.
And I would be out of here in a heartbeat.
Right.
And so right now I have a great quality of life, but I don't know if I want to retire in this state because the liberals are crazy out here with their laws and with their taxes. So I may be selling everything and maybe moving back to where my grandparents were
For the
from.
sake of a better quality of life, if it diminishes where you are.
But it cannot be a lower. It cannot. Listen, I have to have great medical care. I have to have state of the art hospitals. And other things.
Yeah, but let me say this real quick. I don't think that she was just trying to brag. She was just saying that she live upper middle class. Let's say like somebody in Atlanta. Here's what I'm saying. Like somebody in Atlanta making over 100K. That's probably and got a home like for like maybe like 250 or 300. She's probably saying it's probably like the same way she's living, but they just the homes are higher and the wages are higher. She's just saying she live an upper middle class life. She wasn't trying to make any, like she's
not
better
at
than
all.
everybody.
Look, you guys have to also understand where Vovo is coming from. Vovo is speaking as a hustler, legal hustler, where he's speaking about how far your money can go. I get where he's coming from. Like he's letting you know, like, okay, how your money can stretch. Because like I live in a state that's expensive, right? And I've had thoughts where I'm like, maybe if I move to like a cheaper state, my money would stretch farther. But she's from California, and I mean, look, if you haven't lived there, you wouldn't know, but it's a beautiful place. I don't blame her, trust me. And I don't blame her kids. It's a beautiful living. That's why they chose it, I'm telling you.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's all relevant because some people I think are content with a nice backyard, and a decent house. Some people want to live in the city, surrounded by people, and they'll pay a premium to live in the city in a small apartment. Some people need outdoors. Some people want to live away from people, and people are gonna spend their money most of the time if they can in a way that contributes to their quality of life. And that quality of life is going to oftentimes depend on their temperament, their personality, what they
You're right.
value.
That's why I don't mind paying a lot of money so I can stay away from Negroes and Africans. Thank you.
Hey, if that's what makes you happy, bro, who can knock you?
Listen, I don't see nothing wrong with that. My thing is this, right? Yeah, y'all absolutely right. It's just when she said that she wasn't well off, and she said how much the house costs and all that type of stuff. I'm like, how you're one of the top earners on the planet. If you're making over six
That's not
figures,
considered a top earner in California. Everything is regional. This is okay. Let me explain something to you. Northern California and Silicon
I know what
Valley
you're saying
is
though,
more
man.
expensive than where I'm at.
I know what you're saying, ma'am. You're saying that the cost of living is high out there, so you can make this amount of money and you're still not. When I'm just to me, this me.
Mhm.
I feel as though that's silly. That's my. I could be wrong with that, like the brother
But
said.
what can I ask you a
It's all
question?
relative. If I'm making, listen to what I'm
What
saying.
state are you in?
I'm in Ohio. It's extremely cheap, and especially in my neighborhood, it's extremely cheap.
But let's say this, Vovo. Vovo,
Let
hold
me finish, brother. That's what I'm saying. Like, I can't finish, and then y'all be like, why is he cussing and all that stuff?
You go into like a
Yeah,
whole
why
bunch
you
of
get like
points.
30 seconds? I know I gotta squeeze it in. My thing is this. I say this all the time. I live ghetto fabulous. I live ghetto. Now, everybody don't want to live ghetto fabulous, but I got a fetish for every Friday seeing 1,500, 1,800, 1,300. I got a fetish for seeing my bank account go like this. Now, some people rather just drive the fancy car and all that and keep up with the Joneses, as we say, or the Kardashians is what
So
they say.
you found pleasure in watching your money increase.
Yeah, because I know that I'm on the clock.
Okay.
I'm 38 years old. You see this? I got gray hair right here. See this, Jim? Got gray
Right,
hair.
right,
In a
right.
minute, I'm not going to be able to get up and put that gas in the gas station. Hopefully, I got another 30 years.
You doing what you gotta do.
But what I'm saying is what you found worth. What she was trying to explain earlier, her family is stationed in California. Now let's say she moved all the way to like, let's say, some rural country where her family is not visiting and this and that. I think she would rather stay around her family, and she would rather pay that extra money to be around that family, be around that help. If she moved somewhere where she got a big, you know what I'm saying,
Thank
them
you.
there a
And what I'm
mansion,
saying is
she got
that
no help.
And that goes back to my original point.
all of my immediate family, aunts, uncles, nieces, nephews, siblings, everybody is in California.
You can't put a price on that.
I'm sorry. I'd rather
You
be
can't put a price
around my
on having
family
family and community around.
because everybody in my immediate section of my family, they're here. Extended family, yes, they're still in the South, but my immediate family, nieces and nephews, siblings, they're in California.
Anybody who grew up with cousins and stuff like that, understand having family and who've lived away from family for an extensive period of time, understand the value of being around family. Having your kids to be able to grow up around family and with aunties and uncles and cousins, and man, you can't put a price on that.
No, you can't put a price on that, and I agree with that if that's what you want to do. But that goes back to the original point. Why are our elites not going back to these HBCUs and becoming the teachers and all that? That's the reason why right there. Nobody wants to sacrifice. So until we make a sacrifice as Black people, we're going to be in the same situation. When it becomes a part of the culture, the sacrifice for the greater good, that's when we'll make progress.
Well, she could be at where she at right now and sacrifice. I don't understand how that correlates with sacrificing.
You not listening to everything she said, bro.
Yeah, listen to what she's saying.
First of all, my organization, we give scholarships and we give big endowments to HBCUs. We just had a major fundraiser to give the HBCUs. We give scholarships to young Black children to educate them, to send them to whatever college they want to, including HBCUs.
I mean, let's be real. She could save money. She could save money. Listen, she could save money by just moving into a 2-bedroom, right? But of course, that's not her heaven. You see what I'm saying? She can save a whole bunch of. Now, what she deemed is her heaven is what it's worth. Meaning that's a monetary value as far as like with she being around her family. You want her to move to. I ain't say you, but let's say she moved to a place where she don't know nobody, where she got people scheming on her, wondering, hey, she ain't got no family, man. You got a lot of people plotting on you and stuff like that, and your family 500 miles away, and you got strangers plotting on you. No,
Miss Ivy, I would never put Miss Ivy can't save the Black community by herself. That ain't what I'm saying. You missing totally what I'm saying. I don't know. It's like it ain't lining up. I'm not saying that. Miss Ivy, do what you got to do. Whatever you decide to do. I believe if you want to cut your own arm off and that make you happy, cut it off. I think it's a horrible idea. But if you want to cut your own arm off, cut that shit off. That's your arm. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is this. We are comfortable. That's the point. Like, we do all this complaining and all this shit as black people, but black people comfortable as a motherfucker.
Good. That's you know
We
what?
are comfortable.
I think sometimes you do have to take time and really appreciate, you know, we talk a lot about what we don't have, the struggle and all that. Sometimes it is good to take a step back and appreciate
I know
where you
you
at
might
and what you
miss.
have.
I
So
know. I say this all the time. I live ghetto privilege. I'm not missing nothing. I need to miss a few meals, to be honest with you. When I go in here, I got 2 bathrooms, water running, all types of hot showers, all kinds of shit. Everything I need here. The big screens in every room.
some people ain't got that.
I got 2 monitors right here. I'm thinking about putting another one right there. Look, I got on fucking $250 shoes. I'm winning. That ain't what I'm saying.
That's your win, bro.
Huh?
That's your win.
Hell yeah, that's my win. Yeah.
Hey, for some people, being by the beach.
What I'm saying is this though: until we start willing to get uncomfortable, and at the end of the day, I'll be really tired of hearing black people complain, because we'll complain, but we won't sacrifice. And
Listen, man, but some people complaining, ain't nothing wrong with folks complaining, man. I mean, it's good to appreciate what you got, but
it's about you. You can't say that I'm fat as fuck, but your ass ain't worked out today. So don't complain about some shit you can fix, because like I was saying earlier, we got the power to fix it. We don't want to sacrifice. We too comfortable. That's another thing. We too comfortable and we don't want to sacrifice. We ain't doing that bad. All this black people doing good so bad. That's why other cultures do be looking at us like, man, y'all got running water. People eating out the garbage. I just spoke about this earlier. There's people eating out the garbage on planet Earth, on this planet that we all standing on right now. There's people getting blown up, all types of shit. You niggas ain't got blown up. White people racist as fuck. Everybody racist towards black Americans. But it ain't that fucking bad. I'm racist towards them. Like, fuck them. I don't like them. I hate them bitches.
So we doing good, but there's some things we could do better on that.
Black people want a sense of sovereignty. That's what we want. That's what this is about. Why aren't we going back to our HBCUs, to our colleges? Because nobody want to sacrifice. They want to get they want to go to the white shit. Period. They don't want to say, like I was saying earlier, the facilities are better, the teachers are better. It is what it is. So that's the problem. That's what I was trying to get to.
I mean, but you understand too, right? She's sitting on.
But do you guys remember when Howard had issues with rodents and rats in the dorms at Howard? Do you guys remember that incident?
All buildings are going to have that. That's highlighted. All old.
Let me explain something to you. None of the universities out here have rat and roaches infestation.
I mean, but
I am
not, that can be a momentary.
Yes, they do. Mm-hmm. Anywhere human beings
people are still complaining. Students are still, and I think Howard is a wonderful institution, but students are still complaining about the housing issue at Howard.
It's expensive up there in
DC.
It's
a very good institution, but the housing, mold, and I have friends who are Howard alumni. That issue with mold, rats, infestation, bugs. So do you think that if a child, they've never lived with rats and roaches, they're going to move?
But it goes back to what I said earlier, right? What's the outcome? What's the outcome of those who graduate from Howard? Like if you talk to a person who graduated from Howard, what would they say of their experience? And also, what's their outcome in life, right? We could talk about the struggles that they may have had to go through while they were there, and that may still be there, but what's the outcome? But hey, Vovo, let me say this, man. I think a lot of folks on here pointed out some valid reasons why folks may not be choosing HBCUs, right? I mean, it's just a myriad of reasons, it seems like, from accessibility to affordability to I mean, those were the main ones, and just personal preferences.
Options now is
options.
You know,
yeah. And so the question is, I mean, when you seek an education, For some people, it's just about where they feel like they can get the best education. So even if you could have a young black man who can afford to go to any school, can gain entrance into any school, and he's going to choose where he feel like he's going to get the education that he wants or he or she wants.
But here's the thing, though, right?
Sometimes it's just that simple.
Here's my thing. Then it shouldn't on some this. I'm saying this. It shouldn't be no crybaby shit. Then shouldn't be no crying about. Oh, we ain't doing this. I ain't doing that. Shouldn't be quiet. Be quiet, because at the end of the day, on some real shit, it ain't as bad as motherfuckers talk about it is. Yes, these people are racist. Yes, we get sabotaged. Yes, the shit is uncomfortable. But hey, it ain't the end of the world, and life ain't fair. You know what I'm saying? Life is not fair. Now,
Yeah, but hey, listen, you got on a pair of $200 pair of shoes, brother.
talk about
So
that.
when you might be a lot more comfortable than a lot of other people. So your ability to keep quiet and not complain
No, I'm a complainer too.
might be a little different.
No, I'm a complainer too.
Yeah, right.
This ain't the only girl I got.
And you got on 200. You'll complain with them $200 pair of shoes on, right?
Yeah, because I complain about injustice. That's what I'm complaining about.
Right, because that's now you at that level, right? Some people complaining about something to eat, what they gonna eat, why they
Right.
can't
That's
pay
what I'm
them
saying.
bills.
Man,
You
that's
know what I
what
mean? Why they can't get a pair of shoes?
Yeah, I ain't got no
So
bill problems or no shit like that. I ain't got no.
you where you at? You where you at in life? But you know the key is to be able to empathize with other people and
But I'm
sometimes
still. But
understand that
that's
where
what I'm
you at
supposed
ain't
to
where
do.
other people at.
Listen, I suppose if I see my people not doing well or my people being cheated, I'm not gonna be like Afro-Damas.
But when you say don't complain and be quiet, man, the squeaky wheel gets the oil. People need help. They gonna complain.
Well,
You know what I
then,
mean? I mean, you can pull yourself up by your bootstraps if you got the straps and if you got the strength to do it. But if not, man, you better yell out. You better say something like Bernie Mac said. You better whistle or something.
So why do you think I complain? That's what we on here doing, complaining. You posted complain, brother. You posted complain. Me, I don't got no complaints. Me personally, I'm good. You know what I'm saying? I'm good. I got everything a nigga want. You know what I'm saying? I'm like I said, I'm living ghetto fabulous. But here's the thing. I see my people suffering. So I feel as though that I got a voice. Like I said earlier, I want to be a lawyer. I want to argue my people's complaint, argue their situation, argue against injustice. That's why if not, I can say fuck these niggas. Shit, I'm good. I could be an Afro-Damas. Afro-Damas fled his country. He don't want nothing to do with no Africans. All that Afro-Damas shit, that shit ain't nothing. He about to go suck a fart out of white man's ass. Period. He said,
Hey, one of the first arguments that you ought to put forth, man, is what you touched on earlier, right? The fact that when it comes to government housing or affordable housing, it should be it shouldn't have a sex preference or marital preference, right? If a couple can't afford a home, if their income dictates they need that type of assistance and they're married, they should be able to get access to it just like a single woman or a single person. Right.
Doesn't that make
I
sense?
strongly, you made a great point with that. And I think that's a worthy cause to push forward.
Okay, now hold on.
Because that was all. What's that?
Now, you said that, right? That's logical and that's reasonable, right? What I said there, right?
Mm-hmm.
The government know that too. So why would they have social workers walking through the home looking was under all types of shit? Oh shit, there go a pair of Jordans. Who is this man's shoe?
Yeah, I don't know where that came from, bro. Because I mean, it ain't. I know some people like to think it's about breaking up the family, but I think in the world where we coming from, when those type of things were coming into play, I think men had more economic prospects than women did, especially if a woman ended up with the child. 9 times out of 10, if a woman had a child, or if a couple had a child, and the woman ended up, or the couple ended up splitting up, the woman was going to end up with the child, and the male was probably going to have more employment
splitting
prospects.
the family up. If you're saying, listen, bro, you're splitting the family up. Now you said what I said is reasonable, right?
Yeah,
I think
it is.
Okay. Now,
But I don't think the conspiracy part of it, I don't know if I buy into it like that.
why not? If they understand these people smart,
Listen, I'm
they
gonna say,
smarter than me and
okay.
you. They run the government, so they reasonable and they practical too.
Well, okay. In my
Oh,
experience,
brother, goddamn,
what?
go
Check
ahead,
this
bro.
out.
I'm gonna let you finish it, then you let me go.
Hey, Bobo, this really been your show. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. You, this been your show. You done held it down.
I'm a
I
lawyer,
hear
bro.
what you're
I'm a
saying.
fucking lawyer. I'm a fucking lawyer, bro. I know how to argue my point and make it make sense, and people agree with me. Even my
Yeah,
enemies
and
agree
I
with
hear
me.
you. Yeah, and
But,
and on that, you
but go
made
ahead.
sense. What I'm
I mean,
saying is, for one, in my experience, right? You can have a woman living in the projects, right? And if she
you
has a
going into
boyfriend.
something else, and you ain't let me finish the first point, but you're going into something
Okay,
else.
go ahead. Go ahead. I don't want to argue nothing that
If
ain't pushing us forward
they
that you ain't talking
understand
about.
that if me and you both being practical, the,
Mm-hmm.
the public housing should go to the family. It shouldn't be. You
Okay.
shouldn't be walking through the house saying, what's this man's shoe doing here? What's this man's tie? Who toothbrushes that? That was a thing. You can Google this shit. You can look this shit up.
No, I understand that. I understand. Yep. Cats
Okay,
jumping
so
out the
boom.
window and all that type of stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you had to hide the man, and you don't know when she coming. She coming this week. She'll be here
Yeah.
Monday through Friday. What you gonna do? We gonna lose these benefits? Now the black man being subjugated at work. He's been paid less. He's been cheating out of his job. He's been forced out of his job.
Mm-hmm.
So we need that extra money. So boom, we don't know when she coming. I gotta move all my shit out the house to get this check. So where I'm gonna go for this week? I'm gonna go over here. I'm gonna go over here to this bitch house. The social worker came last month to her house. I'm gonna start what? A man and a woman in the same house. They gonna end up fucking. Period. That's what it is. You taking the man out the house instead of saying this what they should have said. This the practical thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why it's not these Jordans in the house? Where the man shoes at in here? You ain't about to get no government assistance
I
unless you
mean, if
got
you
it.
got Jordans in the house, you probably shouldn't be in government house. Let's
What
just
you
put
say?
that on the table.
If you got
I'm
what?
being facetious. You got Jordan. If there's Jordans in the house, y'all probably shouldn't even be. Y'all wasting resources. That
All
need
right,
to be
bro. I'm
somebody
gonna
else
stop
play.
talking to you, bro. Bro. You
I
ain't
know.
no
I'm just
more.
being funny, man. I get your point.
No,
I
brother. I'm
get you.
talking about a man's shoe. Let me say a man's shoe. A
I
man's shoe.
got you.
Yeah, it shouldn't be like that. They should have been walked through the house. They need to sit both of y'all down. What the family gonna do with these 5 kids? All right, we gonna give y'all some more government assistance. Yeah, that's you supposed to build. You supposed to build up your people in the nation. You don't tear them down. You don't separate the family. They understand that. That's what I'm saying, bro. That's what I'm saying, bro.
No, I get your point.
So they know that. The chick the chick or the dude that's
So
got
what
a
do you think
high
their strategy was
GPA
when
and that's
doing
going
it
to
like that?
college, and they got good grades, they
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't have to live in the Morehouse with the rats and the what you say, the
Yeah,
college
I
with
get
the
you.
rats and all that. They should have
Mm-hmm.
already
And the mold.
a government funded dorm to where they ain't got to do none of that because we need for you to be training them kind of next doctor because you're going to contribute to society. That's
Yeah.
what I'm saying. You don't give the housing to the single mother, the one that made the mistake. People make.
No, I ain't gonna agree with you
I'm
on
saying,
that one now.
no.
You're
I
going
mean,
too far.
they still deserve that. They still
Okay.
are our
You
government.
don't make it exclusively for single mom.
Yeah, exactly. That's killing That's killing the family. That's killing the worker. All types of shit. So like, you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying, like that. That's what I was saying earlier. But it be so many niggas yelling all over you, talking all over you. Ain't motherfuckers? They ain't even from this country. Comment on shit in this country. What
Mm-hmm.
do you know about what's going on in Black British society?
Who, me?
Yeah, you.
And you mean in London or England?
I don't know, London or
Yeah.
England. Take your pick. What do you know?
I'm gonna be honest with you, man. Listen, you got to think about England isn't America. America is one of those places that people study from all over the world. It's a different beast. Like you were saying
What
earlier.
I
What's
asked
the
you,
huh?
brother. That ain't what I asked you, brother. That ain't what I asked you.
You said you asking me what I know. I guess you trying to make the point. Folks come and they try to speak on America issues and problems, but the visibility, the prominence of America makes it so
What do
that
you know
people
though? What do you know
have to
about
pay
them?
attention, huh?
What do you know about them? What do you know about Black British society or Black Brits or whatever they doing? What do you
I
know?
don't. Honestly, I can't. I ain't gonna feign
You don't know
that I
nothing,
know
bro.
anything.
That's
I
the
don't
answer.
know.
Nothing. I don't know nothing. You don't know
Yeah,
nothing.
yeah, yeah,
Nobody
yeah.
don't know
But
what they
what's the
doing
point
over there.
though? What's
But
the point?
huh?
What's the point?
No, the point is this: we spreading ourselves too thin. Everybody don't need to comment on everything. Everybody don't need to be commenting on shit you don't know nothing about. I would look like an asshole commenting on Black British society, Black.
But again, back to my point. America is different. People study America. It's people from outside of the U.S. who know more about the social economic issues of the United States than you do.
Volvo is
And you might know about you might know about your neighborhood, you might know about your city, you might know about your life that you live in, but it's people who make it a point, people who have programs in their countries to have people study and understand. The United States is a very prominent.
Volvo Ranch is a truck driver, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
not going to go talk with no brain surgeon about no brain surgery.
Again, but you don't know nothing about that.
I know. I don't know nothing about that. Exactly.
If you knew something about it, if you studied it, if you paid attention to it.
No driving no trucks. You a brain surgeon. We come to you for brain surgery. Go over there and talk about the medulla oblongata or whatever the fuck y'all doing with the certex, certex, whatever they doing. Don't come over here and tell me about no hazardous material. Don't come over here telling me about no laws, trucker roads, none of that shit. I'm an expert in driving trucks. You's an expert in brain surgery. I'm an expert in Black America. You's an expert in Black bricks. Talk about
now tell me this. Let me ask you this. Can you be a truck driver and not be an expert on trucks?
Hell no, you can't.
You can't drive a truck. I ain't talking about license. I'm saying can somebody drive a truck? Like you teach them how to drive a truck and they drive it and not be an expert on the engine, the everything that makes that truck run. Can you simply just get in? Why can't you? I get in my car every day. I ain't no expert on my vehicle.
We ain't talking about a car. We talking about trucks. Now you want to talk about driving a car?
So, okay, you telling me I can't jump in a truck?
Hell no, you can't jump right in the truck. If I gave the keys to my truck, you would tear up every house on the street.
So could I learn? Could I learn to drive that truck in a day or two?
Learning how to drive a truck is you're gonna have to become an expert on that truck. You're gonna go to school. You're gonna get
no. You saying get hired? I'm talking about to actually functionally make it go up the road, turn the corner, shift gears, and all of that. I ain't talking about being the best driver or nothing like that. My point. Okay, let me just make my point. My point is you can do something, right? And what you do or where you at and what you involved in can be a small part of the whole totality of what makes what you're doing or what you're a part of function, right? Somebody else cannot do what you're doing, right? You can have someone who doesn't drive vehicles and know everything about what makes that vehicle and can probably build it and never driven in their life. My point is you can have people who study things, right? Without being at the center of it, right? But study it from a broad aspect because the conversation we have is bigger than just where you live, who you are, and what you've dealt with in life.
Brother, you gotta, and that's another problem. We got to get that type of shit out the community.
Have you traveled? Let me ask you this: have you traveled outside of the country?
Yes, I went to Canada.
Okay. Have you traveled off the continent?
No.
Okay. And this is the reason why I say this. Access is, and this ain't no dig on you, but when I listen to you, it's like you taking this if it was about it would almost be like a nationalistic type of stance, right?
Yeah, you're right too about that. When you listen to me, you absolutely right.
Yeah. Which is very narrow. That's a very narrow a way to look at things, if you ask me.
Okay.
Right? Because again, you from your perspective, right, feel like no one can offer anything on a broader perspective of Black folks in America, but you yourself aren't necessarily versed on everything that makes America tick, everything that makes Black folks tick, because there's Black folks that don't live in Ohio. You just like you had a bit of a disagreement with the woman who was living in California, right? She comes from a different perspective than you. And in fact, the guy from Africa, right? He could understand her point of view, it seems, more than you could.
He understood my point of view before he started charging and left. Just by the way, he did. He said, I understand Vovo like a legal hustler. He's going to stretch his money. He said that because I was able to articulate my point and to understand that everybody, and even you understand it. You just want to go in a circle. But go ahead.
No, it's not that I'm going in circles. All I'm trying to tell you is I understand that you have an intimate understanding of your environment, right? Your community, right? But it's bigger than that.
What I'm saying is this, though, right? I do have an intimate understanding of my environment and of my community. I live it every day. I've lived it every day of my life for the past 38 years. I'm
Right.
38 years old.
Right.
I am what they was. This is the thing. Everything that happened, good or bad, to Black Americans happened to my family. Slavery in this country. I'm a descendant of slaves. It happened to my forefathers and foremothers. Jim Crow. My mother's 70 years old. She drunk out of segregated water fountains as a kid. She drunk out of segregated water fountains. She's alive today. Crack epidemic. I come from a open air drug market where it was crack sold on every corner. So
Hey, I'm back, yo. I had to take a phone call. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. So when Michael Jackson did the moonwalk and all that shit, we was here for that. Fried chicken, all that. You're right. I do have an intimate knowledge and understanding of Black American society. No foreigner can't tell me about that. Period. The same way I can say I love Africa so much and all that type of stuff. I don't know nothing about what it's like to live in Chad or to live in Nigeria, I can study it and look at it, but I don't know nothing about that. These people don't got no big mama, they ain't got no Medea, they ain't got no big daddy. That big daddy, fat big daddy with the voice to bring your ass in the house. Then I'll tell you to take the trash out. That's the type of shit. They ain't got none of that. I know Uncle Jun and all that type of shit. So that like it's a thing where everybody want to critique Black Americans. Or everybody in Black American business. That's what we sick of. Everybody.
Well, sometimes though, can you not agree that sometimes having an outside critique on any situation can be good? An outside voice, someone who isn't necessarily got so much invested and involved and can be a little more objective. You don't think there's any value to that?
You can get advice from anybody, but it becomes a point to where you need to pump your brakes because you're not from that. You can get advice from anybody. I get good advice. I got good advice from white people. I met some great white people in my life. I think white people evil as hell. I think according to white people's history, they're evil as hell. But I've got some great advice. A white man showed me how to drive a truck. My trainer was white. He was a real truck driver. He showed me how to drive.
No, I guess that ain't what I'm saying though. I ain't saying just personal advice. What I mean is like sometimes, right? You're involved in something. You have the community you live in and the things you deal with, and you arrive at your conclusion about why things are the way they are.
Well, hold on.
From your perspective.
I didn't leave nobody alone. I had to take a phone call. No, it was an important phone call. But guys, links in the chat room. If you want to call back in. We can get back on topic. Links in the chat room. But guys, go ahead.
But yeah, what I'm saying is sometimes just having an outside perspective, right? When I listen, when I listen to information or content or input about the United States, I listen to what's coming out of the U.S. Also listen to what people from outside of the U.S. have to say about the United States. I mean, I just think it's valuable to listen to outside perspectives sometimes. Because sometimes you can be so wrapped up in the nuances of, what you're doing and how you living that you don't see a broader picture or you don't see other things that things that might be in your blind spot. So all I'm saying is you can't just discount other people's input or contribution to a conversation simply because they're not from exactly where you're from.
Well, this is the thing. I can't take a guy like that serious if he doesn't call out his own people. Why you know everything about my people? What's the obsession with my people? You got all the critiques for my people and not for your people or not for the ruling class? The white people are the ruling class. You don't got no critiques for them, like they don't do nothing wrong?
We all do. I'm sure we all, we spend
white people,
a lot of this.
White people fly over people's countries and drop bombs. They start wars.
Do you
And
know how much time has
you
been
ain't
spent
got
on
no
this platform
critique.
alone, critiquing America,
If
Europe?
you always got the critique for me, you don't critique your own people, or you don't critique the ruling class, that tells me that's something else.
But that happens all the time on this platform. We
That's
do.
what I'm saying. That's what we saying. That's what I'm saying. That's a thing that you can get in the algorithm like that. You get views with that. Say put some FBA kid kill somebody, or FBA
No, that ain't what I'm saying. I'm
ghetto
saying
rat.
people criticize capitalism on here. They criticize democracy. They criticize the U.S. They criticize Europe. They criticize white folks. They criticize. I mean, everything's been covered on this platform, bro. People come from all different angles on here.
Well,
It's
I'm not
not
talking
just
about those
people
guys. I'm not
Okay,
criticizing
guys,
FBA.
let me do this. Let me pass it to Afrodimus report. Go ahead, Afrodimus.
Thank you. And here's the thing, like Vovo and Theo, they're arguing about stuff that has to do with skin color because these people, they worship skin color. Vovo, you live in America, right? And if you look at it, Black Americans, whether you guys like it or not, you guys used to be Africans. Your ancestors were brought from the place we come from. I'm intelligent enough to look at Black Americans as our African experiment because, America is the new world. The European whites, the ones that the Irish, the English, they are different from the ones that are in those countries today, right? So America is the place where they allow you this freedom to extend to be who you want to be. So for us Africans, for me, I'm smart enough to just see Black Americans as the experiment of when you allow Africans the privilege, the right to express who they are, how far they can go. Because in Africa, there isn't right there. I don't know if you guys know this. Africans do not believe in freedom of speech. I know most Africans don't want to accept this. Vovo would be shocked to know that him and I, we agree on a lot more things. But he has to switch his brain to become an American to respect what I believe in. I have the right to choose who I want to be around, the people I want to associate with, so long I'm not bothering anyone. I'm not doing anything to anyone. You see what I'm saying? I'm paying my taxes. I have the freedom to express what I believe in. If I do not want to be around Black people and Africans, why does anyone have a problem with that? Maybe, don't you think I was born as an African? I studied Black Americans. They are the extension of Africans. They just live amongst, even though they want to deny it, they are just Africans who were eventually, domesticated Africans. As you can see, they give them food stamps. Their women, like they don't have any rights. The white man gets to put any chain on them. But if you look at it in another way, they are like the white man's pet. The white man gotta protect his pet. You have to know this. Okay.
The boy had to go extreme, didn't he? He had to go
Let him
extreme.
finish, y'all.
So,
Please let
so
him finish, bro.
hold on, let
Please
me
let him finish.
finish.
This good
So
stuff.
us
No, this good stuff right
Africans,
here.
right? Us Africans, we are like the wild ones. It's just like this is why I love going to the zoo. Because when I look at the lions that are born in the American zoos, they are like fat. But when you look at our African lions in the savannah, they are lean, mean, ready to just you know get the business.
Okay, now let me say this, right? A guy said this.
Let him finish.
Hold up. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Let him
So
finish.
so
That
like
is
You
good.
gotta
Take
let me
that left.
rebuttal though.
it's the
This good
same
stuff.
thing
This good
because if
stuff.
you
Let's hit a
I wish you could
rebuttal.
show your face right now while you saying this though. That way we can get you on record. Go ahead.
black in like for example, I respect that Vovo. part of his brain, he thinks like an immigrant. Vovo, you know, his way of thinking, he does not allow anybody to dictate what he sees as important or not, right? I respect that he can go out buy $200 shoe. You know, he appreciates America. That's fine. But Vovo should also respect that. I think like the white man who's a conqueror. Like I'm a conqueror. Like I make no qualms about this. If you're weak, like I will step on you, you know, break your spirit, just dance all
Sociopath.
over you. That's just how it is. It's not about
Yeah.
color.
Could
I
I
It's
think
say
they
this
call
just
that
right?
a
facts.
social. They call
Could I
that a
say this?
sociopath.
Yeah,
You
it's
added
just
so
it's
much
just
stuff.
it's just facts, right?
Could
So
I add this? You,
go
you said
ahead.
so much stuff. No immigrant that fled his country, that abandoned his people, is no conqueror. You
Who's
want to
my
go live
people?
around the
But who
white
is
people, the
my
people that
people?
the people
Who
that
is my
subjugated you,
people? Who
the
is
people
my
that
people?
subjugated you. We're their pet.
Vovo,
If you wanted
Vovo.
to be wild, you could be
Who
wild
is
in
my
Africa.
people? Vovo. Who is my people?
You don't right. You don't right. You don't have a people.
No,
That's
I
the thing.
have a people.
You're a man of no country. You're a man
No,
of
I
no
have a
heritage.
people.
You're
Vovo.
a man of no backstory.
Let me
You're
tell you,
a man of
Vovo.
no pride.
Hold on. Let me
You're a
tell
man
you.
of
They call that a
you're
drifter.
Hold on,
yeah.
Vovo.
He's a drifter. Yeah, he's a drifter. He want to
Vovo.
go
Do
be
you
around
know?
who's
He
ever
he
winning.
want to be close to power. He
Hold
want to.
on. Hold
Now
on.
I see where you was
Vovo.
coming from, Bovo. I see
You're
where
a
you're
man
coming
of
from.
no. You have no
Uh,
balls.
Okay,
You're
okay.
Vovo.
not
Do
a.
you
You're
Yeah,
not.
know?
yeah, yeah.
Your ideology has
He's
never.
Hold
feigning
on.
toughness. He's
Hold on.
feigning to
Yeah,
be
he wants
powerful,
to
but
make it
really it's the other way
he's
around.
like the white.
He finds comfort. He
Okay,
finds
Vovo.
There's no
comfort.
way that he's
Okay,
living amongst
he's
white.
ran away. He's run away, and he's
No, I'm
looking for
here.
comfort.
There's no
Can
way
I
that he's living
speak?
amongst the white
Okay,
people
Can I
that we know,
speak?
right?
Can
I
The
I
see
white
it now.
people
speak?
that we know, and he's not eating racism
Can
every
I
day.
speak? Can
You're
No,
I
he found
a
a
man.
speak?
safe place. He's found refuge
You're a traitor. You're a
from
Let
this
me
coward.
this
respond.
this, this
You're a
scary
coward.
world
Okay.
that he claims he's
Nobody
ready to conquer.
respects
Let
you.
me
You
speak.
nobody respects you.
Okay.
You're a man.
Look,
You're a
look,
coward. The
here's the
white man.
thing.
If he was a
Vovo.
conqueror, he wouldn't be tucked
Nobody
off over in a
celebrates this
corner somewhere.
Okay.
ideology. This
Okay.
ideology isn't celebrated. But go ahead.
Okay, let me speak. Here's the truth, right? So you clearly, Vovo, you are a domesticated African whose ancestors was taken as a slave, right? So you have conformed to everything. For me, right? I'm a free man mentally. You know, this nationhood that you speak of, it is the white man that created this in Africa.
And you
I'm
ran
not.
away and came to this
Hold
nice,
on, hold on,
comfortable
hold
place
on.
so you could
No,
be
I did
safe,
not. Hold
nice
on.
and safe.
Hold on. Did the white man run away from Europe to come to America?
Some of them did.
Okay, well, okay. Here's the
Yeah.
thing. Some Africans ran away. I did not. I'm not one of them. I came here to conquer.
What did you
This is a
conquer?
fact, sir.
Sound
Let me
like you
tell you.
tucked off
Okay, let
into
me
some
tell you.
cushy little
First of
part of the
all,
United States.
hold on. Let me give you an
Comfortable.
example. Like I grew up like in a place where the electricity was not stable, right? For example, the
And that
electricity
was too
was
much
not
for you.
stable.
That was too
Hold on,
much for you. You couldn't
hold on.
fix
Let me
that problem.
finish. Can you allow me to speak?
Yes,
You
sir. Go ahead.
know, and I read books and I saw this society where the electricity was stable. And, you know, I teleported myself straight over there with my intelligence,
Hold
right?
on. Teleport
And
it
then,
now. Hold on. Teleport it now.
We
Teleport
ain't
it
gonna tell
now.
you the whole story.
before you
Teleport it.
physically
Your ass
appear,
got on the
hold
plane and
on,
flew
let me
over here.
tell
Not
you.
teleport it. We ain't gonna do
Let
Hey,
me
that.
don't
finish.
fish too
Yeah,
hard for that story.
we
I'm
ain't
sure
doing
you ain't
all
ready
that.
to
Nah,
tell it.
we ain't doing that.
Vovo, this
But
is
go ahead.
above your
I know your
intelligence,
English
right?
isn't that good.
This is above your intelligence. Before you physically appear anywhere, you have to teleport yourself there first, right? So, black people here in America, they crying about generational wealth, what they want to acquire. I came here in, it doesn't have to be generation. I acquired all of that plus more. I am an employer, not an employee. You see what I'm saying? Because you know what? I did not follow in the footsteps of people who see themselves as inferiors. You can call me a white supremacist if you like,
Nah,
but
we ain't gonna call you that.
here's the
You
thing.
you probably like that, but no,
No,
we ain't
here's
gonna
the
call him
thing.
that.
No, he's definitely. Hold on. Let me just add this.
No, we ain't
No,
gonna
brother.
call him that.
No, why
He
not?
like
Why
that one.
not, brother? You're
No,
not,
because
brother.
that's what he want.
Brother,
He
you
want
don't know
that.
what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about. He's a
Yeah, but he
definite.
want that.
He's a definite white supremacist. You don't have to
You
be
fell
white to
for it.
be a white
Stop.
supremacist.
And
Okay, Vovo, let me ask you this. Vovo, you came here as a slave, right?
Partially, yeah, partially, but I
Okay,
know
I
you're going.
came
Go
here
ahead.
as a conqueror. Why are you upset at me living
Nobody
my
cares about
nature?
you, bro. You're a nobody.
Hold on. Why are you
You're an immigrant.
upset that I'm living my nature? I'm not living according to slave
No,
laws.
you
I'm
living
living.
your nature. I agree.
I'm living my nature.
I agree.
Okay, so
I agree.
why do people who are of
You're
slave
living your
nature?
nature. The African's nature
No,
is
no,
a.
no, no, no.
No, hold
Here's
on,
the thing.
wait. Let me
Not
hold
all
on. Let me.
Africans. Hold on.
The African
Vovo,
nature is a
Vovo.
sellout nature. I keep
No,
saying it. The
Vovo.
Africans got a
Who did I
sellout
sell
culture.
out? I'm promoting my interests.
No, yeah, there it
My
go,
own
and that's what they
interest.
always say.
My own interest.
You got the leaders of these countries getting all this money, and they're over there in
Who
Europe
created those countries?
shopping at Gucci
Vovo.
and shopping at
Vovo.
Prada and buying all
Who?
this expensive shit.
Vovo.
And they say fuck their people. That's
Vovo.
the African ideology.
Vovo. I'm not related to those people. Do you
What business do you
understand
run,
this? We are
He
Afrodamus?
ethnic
don't run no
groups.
business. He a CEO.
Vovo.
He a
Vovo. We
fucking
are different.
CEO.
Vovo.
Oh.
Let me tell you this. The white man lied to you. These nations were created by them. I'm of a different ethnic group. I don't
Yeah,
even practice those
100%.
cultures.
I hope all the Pan Africans in here is hearing this shit.
No,
This is what we
here's
saying
the
right
thing.
here.
Here's the thing.
Beautiful. Go ahead.
I'm not gonna sit here and lie to anyone. For me, right? A lot of these Africans talk about stuff. I don't identify with that. You see? Like I'm of a different culture. So I'm just gonna practice things that benefit me. Do you understand this? Just like Trump is putting those tariffs, I think like the white man. This is how I
Okay.
was raised. Do you guys understand this?
I do understand. I do.
Yeah.
He don't understand. Adonis don't understand. Yeah, they don't understand. Well, I 100%
And
understand
the
that you
thing
like.
you're saying, kissing the white man's ass, it's not kissing. The white man is a business
Now let me say
partner.
this, right? You
The
said
white
that this
man
is
is a
free.
business partner.
Now, listen to what I'm saying. Now, you
But you
said that
wouldn't
this is free.
understand it because you came from the slave quarters, because you're the one traded.
So what's your
I
business,
said
Afrodamus? What's your business? I'm just
Oh,
curious.
I own
he doesn't
several
have a
car
business, bro. He's
washes.
talking
Come
I
about
on,
it.
own
Bobo. Jesus
I own
Christ.
I own car washes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I used to be a corrections officer. At one
Okay.
point, I used to be in pharmacy because that's what I studied in college,
You
pharmacology.
studied in college before you came here, or after you got here?
No. I came here younger, right?
What age? At what age did you come here?
Like 17.
17. You came by
Yeah.
yourself?
Um. Well, I don't have to give up all information, but I had
Mm.
guidance.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I had guidance. Let's put it that way. And of course, my people they paid. I was paying $13,000 a quarter. So for all these blacks that said, "Oh, we are the reason the Africans came here," it's a bunch of lies. I had to pay 13 grand, and then for me to
Who
hear
paid?
that.
How'd you come up with 13 grand at 17 years old, coming from where you came from?
So, sir, my father was a diamond dealer. We had money, despite
Uh-huh.
what you guys believe that Africans don't own
Well,
things.
okay then. Tell
We
us that
had
part.
money.
You telling us about the running water and all of that. You had money.
Well,
You had
well,
means. You
because
came
I
here
have to,
with
I
means.
have to give you look. I have to paint you the stereotype story to boost your ego. Because you see, you Western blacks want us to be destitute, to tell you how we live in huts, running around
No,
with
no,
no
no. I
shoes
think some
on.
of us understand that there are many people who come over here. They come with means. They come from means and come with means.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey,
Right.
guys,
So
guys, guys.
you
Well, guys, let me pass it to Johnny because Johnny's been waiting. Go ahead, Johnny. Unmute yourself, Johnny.
Man, holy shit. All right, let me go after this motherfucker first. All right, Afro dumbass. Now see why people call you that. Um, for one thing, you don't want to dismiss the contributions that African Americans that we have made and paved the way for you in this country to get here. It's fucking ridiculous that you come out here in a disrespectful tone and in a crazy ass manner will say these things that's straight up lies and straight up harmful to the people who literally are the reason that you came to in this country in the first place. All right. It starts off with our abolitionist movement back in the fucking early 19th century. All right. Going through the Civil War, our work is bondage to slaves since the fucking 1600s. Working in Reconstruction, the Civil Rights era, our Black Power movements and shit, even shit that exists still to this very day. All right, our cultural renaissance. It's disrespectful for you to say some of the stupid things that you've just said, man. Completely ignorant and dumb to even utter out. And hopefully, it's not the views from anybody else that came from the country that you did. All right. Now it's clear that
Can
you
I
probably have some.
respond to that?
Hold on.
No, something I can respond to
Okay,
real
yeah, go to
quick.
that part. I'm not done, but go
Look,
ahead. Respond to that part first.
have you noticed? You only mentioned reconstruction and all that, sir. I wasn't born back then. None of this applied to me. There are Africans in Russia. There are
No, my friend.
Africans. Hold on. Let me finish. There are Africans in Europe, all over Europe. More than in the U.S. You weren't there to pave the way. So the people who were here, who were in bondage, they fought for their freedom. Do not attach that to me. I'm a free man. My grandfather was a war hero who was invited to the Buckingham Palace
From what war?
by the White
From what
Queen.
war?
So don't you World War II. So don't you dare put me in your category of slaves. Thank you. Continue.
This was a clown. All right.
Okay, let me say this. Can I say this real fast? If this guy came over there with his phenotype back in the 1800s, he would be subject for slavery.
Thank you. And everything that this motherfucker
if you would just let me, bro, you can't articulate it right though. I see what you're trying to do, but you can't articulate it the right way. So
I mean, plain and simple. Yeah, he came to America at a safe time, and he came with guidance, and he came with money.
Let me continue.
Y'all stepping on my point.
Let me continue now. All right. So
brother,
there's
you let me go, and then now you want to continue.
Vovo, you own the show, Vovo.
Man, you should be lucky.
No, I'm saying I'm only going 30 seconds. Y'all were just talking.
So anyway, we continue to do.
You can't step on my point because you can't think like me. So I'll wait.
I don't, bro. I would pray to God if I had to think like you, bro. But anyway, the grassroots organizations that we built and the activism still continues to this day, and you are a product of that shit, Afro dumbass. So you got to where you are not just because of where we are today, but because of the groundwork that our ancestors did laid out for us.
Hey, Johnny, I disagree with the activism today.
I mean, I disagree with
Johnny, these activists are talking about trans women or women too. Bring back the Venezuelan gang members.
No. That's not the active. Hold on, bro. No. Now you're stepping on my point, bro. No. When I say activism, I'm not talking about democratic activism or socialism activism. I'm talking about straight up African activism. I'm talking about straight up Black American rights, not rights that's watered down with other people in their identity politics and their sprites. I'm talking specifically for African Americans. All right, I'm not talking about men as women and all this other shit. But anyway, so
look
that's
you have to understand.
Hold on, bro. I'm almost done. Then you can respond.
Hold on. The white man would not do. They needed me. I was the
bro. Nobody needs you. Nobody even knows you, bro.
Hold on. You do not kill the goose that lays the golden
What did they need you for, Afrodamus?
They don't need this motherfucker.
The car wash, the bill car washes.
Hold on, I was paying $13,000 American dollars to them a quarter, a semester.
A quarter. Where did you get the money for a quarter? Where did you get that money?
He got it from fucking exploiting his people back home. That's what he did. This motherfucker, he's similar to white people because he's like George Soros.
Let me finish.
Where he will sell his own people out and shit for something.
Allow me to come in without showing proof and paying
that you have money.
Okay.
Yeah.
So therefore, your slave story
that's
you're
not
telling
true.
me, I cannot
even if
identify
it is
with
that's not
it.
true though.
Do not put me in your slave struggle. I was never a slave.
So why are you here? What's your contribution here? What is your contribution here?
You'll never be a descendant of slaves.
You're
a traitor. You're a traitor.
I pay lots of taxes
and
I employ people.
No, I mean,
just go real. Could I get like a minute? You're a traitor. You will never have that high prestige.
Traitor to who?
Of being a descendant.
You're a traitor to everybody, bro. Anybody you see. You seem like a fucking.
Let me finish.
You seem like a straight up Judas, bro.
Listen, bro. Listen. The reason why you ain't got to worry about going into slavery in this country with your phenotype is because of us. The reason why you don't got to drink out of a
Well,
segregated water
if
fountain
you had
and
left
you can get
yourself
paid
in
the same
slavery, we
wage
wouldn't come
as the
here.
white
Do you
CEOs,
want to
Exactly,
go
as the
back
motherfucker.
in
white CEOs,
slavery?
is because of us. The reason why you don't
Do
got to
you
worry
guys
about a
want to
white
go
man
back
coming
into
to
slavery just
let
to
you
prove a
because you
point to
got a
us?
nice car is because of us. The reason why you got running water and all that shit in your house is because of us.
Yeah, you're not the
Don't
conqueror,
worry about a white
Afrodamus. You
man.
You're
you
not a
came
conqueror.
after
You're just a
after
Do
dumbass.
you
things have been
guys want to
conquered.
go back to
Get
slavery
stop the
just to
shit, bro.
prove a point to
I mean,
me?
you a Johnny come lately, bro.
Look,
You a
do
You
fucking
you
came
want
after
to
deserter.
the
go
conquering
back
has
and
been
change?
done.
Hold
You a
on.
You
fucking
came
Do,
long
deserter and a
after
do
the
you
fucking
want to
conquering has
go
puke,
been
back
bro.
done,
and
bro.
change just to prove a point to me? You
Like I
fought for
said,
your
you a
own
deserter
freedom
and a
from the
Judas, bro. That's what
plantation.
you are. But
Has nothing to
let me
do
hit my
with
last
me.
point, bro. Because
Has
actually,
nothing to do with me.
hold on,
You
dude.
conquered nothing.
Let me finish my point because then it actually comes back to something you actually
I
said
came
that I
here
actually
to
agree with.
conquer America.
Bro,
But
That's
you
shut
it.
the
haven't.
fuck up and let me talk. All right. So we already talked about contemporary movements. I actually want to agree
Now he
with you
just
on the
said
part.
shut the fuck up. Everybody jumped on me when I say
Come
shut the
on,
fuck up.
Bobo.
Hey, you
Jesus
ain't me,
Christ.
I'm
bro.
just saying,
But anyway,
I'm just pointing that
yeah,
out.
just saying, make a note of it. But anyway, I'm actually agree with you about the domestic part, though, believe it or not, because I actually do believe that. I think that our ties make that we do in America sometimes when we don't have enough to do that it makes us kind of soft. I feel like over here we don't have that hunger that immigrants do come with. I do notice that a lot. So I think that if we did have stronger ties and seeing what it's actually like to come from places where Afro dumbass is from, and you see the kind of struggle that those people have to come with, it'll kind of instill that in you to not want that. Because even our poor, like if we're being 100% honest, even our poor is not really that bad off. They have running water, they have electricity, they have food and shit. I've been to Africa, all right? I've seen it. If you poor, you ain't got shit. Literally, not a goddamn thing. You're sleeping outside. I've seen it. Like under a
That can
bright
happen
light
here.
somewhere if you're lucky, huddled with some other poor
All
people.
you gotta do is don't be poor, even in
Motherfucker,
America.
motherfucker, let me finish.
Hey, look,
I was
don't be
trying to agree
poor
with
and
you,
you
dude.
won't sleep
But at least at
outside.
some
That's
point, try
it.
to find common ground.
Yanni,
You
you
keep
a
ruining
lame
it.
too, man. Why you trying to agree with a guy like that? Y'all some lames, man.
No,
Y'all
this dude, no, bro, no. It's the reason why I say that is because I
your
actually
ass an immigrant
let
too.
me explain what I'm trying to say, bro. Shut the fuck up. God, I don't know why I gotta go to this to get people just to just listen just for 10 seconds. But anyway, when it comes down to actual like lions and shit, I do feel that we do kind of lose our drive for that shit. And being around and seeing the immigrants and people from Africa that got to deal with certain shit will strengthen us as people too. Just like
Man,
people
you
who've
think
been
they
in the
dealing with
military,
lions? The average
just like
African
people
dealing
who've
with
been in the
lions?
military will tell you, like, man, you lucky, you know what I mean, born in America, be glad you is, because they seen shit in other places and it makes them get a different appreciation. And I feel like us, specifically as black people, lost a lot of our appreciation and shit for the shit that we have came and overcame over here, and also the shit that we could where we could be off,
Hey,
like the shit
bro,
that we
We
built
can hear your
in
bro.
accent
America.
too, by the way.
This
Bro,
this
where am I
guy this
from
guy
then,
has
dumbass? I'm from
somebody.
fucking
This
California.
guy
So
has
shut the fuck
somebody
up.
willing. He got somebody who could foot a $13,000 a quarter bill. So come on, man. You giving him too much, bro.
No, no,
He
no, no,
wasn't
no, no,
fighting
no, no.
fucking
Fuck, no,
lions
no,
and
no.
shit
Hold
like
on,
that
bro.
before he got here.
No, I
Come
don't
on,
believe none
man.
of the bullshit he said at all, unless he fucked some people over and
Somebody
took the
was
shit.
dealing diamonds where he came. He came from
Yeah,
a family who probably had access to some land to
probably
fucking
some
sell
fucking
diamonds.
No, it's
some
not,
And
deserter
bro.
ass
It's not,
warlords
bro.
and
No,
shit.
it's not.
That
Why y'all think, bro? These Africans coming over here
Look,
flat,
look,
broke,
look,
dusty,
look,
begging to come over
look,
here.
no, that man,
I
that
used to
man
Vovo,
get
told you how he
associated
got
with
here.
no elite
all right,
Vovo,
I'm
African.
gonna
don't
land it on that
embarrass,
because that's it for me.
don't
But yeah,
Not
embarrass
no elite
yourself.
African. I don't
Vovo,
went to school with these people. They was in
Vovo,
that bitch musty. I had my roommate when I went to Job Corps. My roommate was from Africa. Nobody liked him because he stunk. And I was the guy that I'm about to show him the way. I'm about to show him. He didn't speak no English, but he wrote English perfectly. He could write better than me. I was like, how the fuck can you write and you can't speak the language, but you can't write? I took him under my wing. This guy used to love to play soccer and shit like that. I used to go out there while he played the soccer and watch his back and shit like that. You know what I mean? I'm over here doing some other shit. But anyway, this guy was musty as hell. This is the mustiest human being ever
look,
been
look,
around.
All
Okay,
right, y'all. We
everybody
gotta
ain't
pass
like
the
that,
mic.
bro. Everybody ain't like
I
that.
gotta pass the mic. Free game.
can
Go
I
ahead, free game.
respond?
No,
Can I
no. I gotta
respond?
pass it. I gotta pass the free. I gotta pass the free game. Go ahead, free game. Meet yourself.
What's up, man? How you doing?
Good.
Um, I think what's his name? Aphrodite, whatever his name is. Yeah, Afrodumbus. I think his story is kind of one sided because everybody that's our color getting the business right now. People are getting the business. Africa is basically the Europeans' prostitute. Y'all give them money whenever they need it, and y'all can't get none. They come and take your resources. They take your
Man,
oil. They take everything, and guess what? You don't get anything from it. They pimping y'all out. They have they have profit more from Africa.
Sir, I'm
In
making money over here,
uh,
so
do
that
you
people
realize he don't care
sir,
nothing
Hey,
about
hold
sir,
on,
that,
let
right?
me
sir,
making
first
money
sir,
thing,
over
dumbass.
here.
sir.
You
Another
attacking
thing,
Africa, and he
how,
cares nothing about that though. He
sir,
cares nothing about
This
that.
dude's a fucking
you
idiot.
talking about conquering America? They conquered America in your goddamn country.
So he doesn't care about that, bro.
You
You
don't care
arguing something
about
that he
you
that.
don't care
you
about.
are
You don't
you
care
are
about that. Y'all don't get
you
it. Yeah.
if you don't control what's coming out of Africa, you don't control nothing. You are earning money. Do you know the difference
Bro,
between earn? Hold on.
bro,
Do you know the
Judas
difference?
don't give a fuck about that shit.
Hold on.
y'all. Let free game talk,
Do
please.
you know the difference? We earn money. The difference between earning money and making money. They are making money off natural resources from your country. They get the natural resources. They measure it up. They say, hey, this is how much it's worth. This how much money you can print. You are earning money. You're a subservient slave, just like everybody else here. You're a subservient slave. You earn money. They go to your country and they make money. They take your oil and they say, "Hey, I'm gonna leverage this, and I'm gonna back this by the Federal Reserve." They come from your country and they do that, and they say, your people say, "What I'm gonna get?" They were like, "What you gonna get? You ain't getting nothing. You ain't getting nothing. We all Black Americans, our labor was used as for their wealth. And today, y'all natural resources are being used for their wealth. So both of us got a piece of it. Nobody have a leg to stand on.
All right, let me pass it to Logos Black. Then we'll close out. Go ahead, Logos Black.
Boom. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. I missed a lot of this conversation, but let me jump in here. I am African American on all sides, been here since 16, 1700s, whatever. I do have a master's degree in STEM. So I am one of the few black men that actually went for higher education. Let me just say, a lot of black men ain't in higher education, HBCUs, whatever you want to call it, because a lot of us, we don't think that we could do it. I didn't think I could do it till I got in there, and I just started hammering it and got up in there. It was shocking, but it ain't just us; it's also Mexicans. You don't see any Mexicans. The only black people in this STEM program is me, another black chick, and a Nigerian. I mean, it's very few and far between. But also, white people ain't in there either. It's mostly Indians and Chinese. So we don't got the skills from the youth. We do need to focus on skills. I ain't saying we got to go to college, but we need to focus on some type of higher education, even if it is just community college or whatever. We do need to step it up. That is an honest thing that we just got to deal with. And I am one of them that's doing it. As to Afrodamus, a lot of us people like that, we meet this guy and we get a bad taste with Africa in our heart. All of Africa is not like that. All Africans are not like that. But you know, one thing you got to notice, you can tell people who come from terrible countries. I just got to say it. Afrodamus, I got to put it out there. Brothers from Gambia. Google Gambia City, then Google Botswana City, and look at the difference. It's a disaster, and it's because of Afrodamus. Because they run away, they steal, and they don't build up their country. And while you pointing the finger at slaves, we've outdone you, dude. Go back
Sometimes
and
it's
fix
just
up.
the person, bro.
Let me finish. Go fix your country. There's no excuse for that. Botswana is nice. Rwanda's nice. Issues, but whatever. Afrodamus, where you come from, is a disaster, dude. And it's because of you. Because you come from thieves and sellouts. Like you used to work with the U.S. military. You're a sellout, dude.
You
There's no one
scapegoating
to
him
blame
by
but
using
you.
his country.
So,
Sometimes it's
so
just the
go
person.
on down the road.
Judas.
So Afrodamus, before I go,
Sometimes it's just the person, bro.
it is. I
Sometimes
don't want to
it's
put him out
just
there.
the
So
Hey
person.
man,
I gotta call him
you
out.
guys gotta let Logos Black finish.
Let
Go
me
ahead,
let me
Logos
let me
Black.
finish. It is. I don't want to throw the whole thing under the bus, but you got to ask him. And I'm gonna ask you straight up, Afrodamus, whose fault is it that your country looks the way it does?
Oh, do you want me to respond?
Yeah, Alfred Diamonds, go ahead and
You know, it's a
respond.
series.
Alfred Diamonds, go ahead and respond. Nobody interrupt. Then we're
Yeah,
closing out.
yeah. It's a series of things. Here's the thing: this nationhood. This is created by white people.
So it's the
You
white man's
know.
fault.
No, no,
Oh,
no, no. Hold
let
on.
him finish.
Can I
Let him finish.
respond? You know, it's created by white people, but I still, go by my, ethnic identity, which is the Sonin case. We were the creators of the Ghana Empire. We got conquered, but the spirit is still in people like me. We were the nobility. I'm direct descendant of the founders of those people. The blood flows through, right?
Why can't
So
you build
I'm not. Hold
skyscrapers?
on,
Why
hold on.
can't you
I
have a
would
clean?
never.
Why isn't it
Hold on.
clean?
Can I finish? I would
Why isn't it
never
clean?
ever.
Go ahead. Tell me
I
why it's
would
not
never
clean.
ever. I would never ever subjugate myself to slavery, or identify,
Tell that to the motherfucker
to
that got.
that culture.
No one's
So
asking about
hold
slavery,
on,
brother.
hold on.
Why is there
But
trash
you
all
gotta
over
Let
the
him
let me
finish.
country?
Let him finish.
you gotta let me finish. So I
Fuck you.
came here to America. The white man came, they conquered this land. This land is still up for grabs. I came here to do the same thing. You guys want to tether onto people, strong people like me, because you're
You're
so
dodging the
weak.
question, brother.
Hold on, because you're
Why
so
doesn't your
weak.
country look like
Let me
Botswana or
finish,
Jesus
Rwanda?
Christ, let him
sir.
finish.
Sir, I do not acknowledge that country because that was created by white people. I
Fucking
have my
Judas.
own.
That's why.
Whatever.
Hold on. Let me finish. I have
Deserter
my own.
Judas.
Even Dinas, when he went to Gambia, he wasn't impressed. But in the next 3 years, I'm gonna invite him to
He
Afridamosville,
ain't going with you.
where where he would be so impressed because I am building a standard thing that white people taught me, and I use my skills to make so much white money, and I'm investing there in Africa. And you Negroes you are invited, but leave your violence in your hoods.
Afrodamus, answer the
Thank you.
question. Whose fault is it that your country looks the way it
It's
does?
nobody's
It's his.
fault.
It's not your
It's
fault.
the people.
It's wait. It's
No,
not.
It's your fault, Judas.
Hey, you
Your
know
fault.
what?
no,
I can appreciate
I'm
your
working.
And
I'm
that and
provocation,
that
working
and that
my way.
and
Afrodamus.
that and
It's
that's
no
why
one's
the
fault.
problem is
It's no
the
one's
black man can't
fault.
stand up and pull the sun.
It's just is. We are improving in Gambia. You should have seen us, 10 years ago.
You should have
Now
seen
we are
Rwanda 30 years ago. There
look,
is no excuse,
look, in Gambia, we're doing great. I'm very proud of my
bro. It's a
Gambian
You
people.
disaster.
just said you
Stop.
don't
And every
acknowledge it.
Gambian, hold on, every Gambian that's listening, keep up the good work. You are hearing, the white man slaves, what they are saying about us.
But it's
Let's
the white
keep
man
on
who messed up your
pressing.
country. It ain't you.
Pretty
It's the
soon
white
they
man
would
making you
come.
throw
Hold
trash
on,
all over the
pretty
place
soon they
and
would
pooping in
come
the street.
groveling,
Ain't
begging
nobody
us
got
for
it, brother. I
residency.
got my spot. I'm down in Botswana,
Continue,
South Africa. I'm
continue.
good. I'm good. You can't even stand up and say that it's our fault and then it's my
Let me
fault.
say this right.
This man is a coward, and you need to stay away from cowards
that
like that
can I say
and
this to the Black
let him
American?
enjoy his
That
terrible
that
ass country.
That man is a
that
deserter. That
that
man
was
is a
y'all.
fucking
And I
Judas.
land there.
Listen, hold on. Let me say this right. That what y'all feeling right now, what he just told y'all, that's what y'all get. Y'all still playing with these Africans, and y'all acting like that they ain't like that. They like that, bro.
No,
They
Hey,
been
man,
That
it's
motherfucker
a
sellouts.
had too
shame.
much to
all
drink
Africans are
tonight,
not
They
bro.
like
been
that.
sellouts. Africa
Africans are
got a
not.
It's a
history
shame
sellout.
y'all
South
take one
They got
Africans are
a
person.
not
Y'all
like
sellout
take
that.
one
history.
person. It's a shame y'all take
They
one
got a
person
sellout
and
history.
color a
They
whole
got a
group of people,
yeah.
man. Y'all need to
Yeah,
learn
but
learn
we
Wait,
gotta go
no,
off
to
the
be
South
more
Africans are
resume.
critical.
not like
We
that.
gotta go off the resume. Afro Diamonds is just the one that's saying it out loud.
Hey,
No,
guys,
he's just one clown, bro.
we gotta close out. Everyone, thank you so much for joining. Like, share, subscribe to Next Time Family Dynasty Mirror. Search for Rural Peace.
Judas.